Yes, that's right. My screws and nails and zippers will be dry in 33 minutes, and you'll never see me again. Oh, what's happening? Benton here. How is everybody? And no, I'm not hiding the bed today. Check this out. We've actually managed to clean. I think it's new. It's time for a new webcam. By the way, apologies for the seasickness. Yeah, it's not too much on the bed anyway. As we know, since it's a flat surface, it will certainly gather. Well, some of the items have been relocated to the floor. You may have noticed a Pyrrhic victory, perhaps. I don't think that's the correct use of the term Pyrrhic. Shout out to those watching on the replay as we wait for folks to arrive at 2:51 a.m. Central Time. It's been interesting. I have in the next 2 weeks, I'm getting my affairs in order in anticipation of leaving the motel. And so I was putting some things in my car that are going to be going off to the pawn shop later to be sold. And also found a decent pawn shop yesterday. And that was an interesting experience as well. But man, Gary Baxter, by the way, Gary Baxter said, me no sleep. Me neither, man. I could not sleep. Yeah, it was completely. In fact, I laid there. I go to bed so early. I think I laid down at around 6, actually about 5:30, and was listening and playing around on my phone. I think I was listening to Bex. Shout out to at the Bex Factor, 2 X's. Well, since I go to bed so early, it's still, it's the end of the summer. So you see the window back there, and I can tell that I had not gone to sleep, but I looked at the window and it was dark outside. So just the fact that I laid there for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I'm not sure I slept at all. I must have napped a little bit. Yeah, who's awake at this hour? Well, some folks are 2 hours behind, right? So it's only one. It's not even one yet. Good to see you. Music Holds a Secret. Nice to see Bex in the house. Good morning. Good evening. Yes, it is my morning. Good evening. Good night. Whatever, as it may be. Coffee time, certainly. Caffeine addiction in full effect. Yeah, time for a new webcam, I believe. But and I don't know how much I have. I don't know how long we'll be here today. I'm out of it. I guess maybe I'm going to get back on the animal fat, man. My eyesight is not. My eyesight is up and down with this malabsorption. I can barely friggin' see today. So we're just going to do the best we can. Maybe I'll practice keeping my voice somewhat low, or keep the the volume down. It's always something to work on. See, like I'm reading words on a screen, and my brain is like, "What does this mean?" And yesterday at the pawn shop, I was just like, my cognition is just not there, man. The guy was trying to ask me stuff, and I was like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Y'all ever have them days? I'm having like those weeks. Oh yeah, lard. Indeed. Although it's none of my business, Bex, although you are on the public internet, but it sounds, and I know you go to, so do you just go to McDonald's for coffee? I'm guessing, because I was there at a time where I would not eat the food, but I would, McDonald's, if you go just by the taste, has pretty decent coffee. Of course, I'm talking black coffee, since I like coffee, right? Yes, indeed. Although I did a live stream when I was on live stream when I was shopping, and I failed to notice that the gourmet bag of beans, coffee beans I purchased, for some reason had no expiration date, and I think they're old. It's still good, but certainly not any better than the cheap beans, since these are old. So, because that's the thing about the cheap beans, is the cheap beans are pretty good too. They're just old. They've mass produced. They've been roasted a long time ago. Yeah, cooking with lard. I've heard that's expensive. Tallow, right? And the same thing, lard and tallow. Talking about beef tallow. Because that's the same thing, right? Yeah, awesome. Awesome. I was pricing tallow at the store, and it's like $15 for just a regular, whatever the size jar they sell is, glass jar. But yeah, it might just be more of a chit chat today. I know Tommy's heard me say that I don't like chit chat, which is not really true, Tom. I'm gonna be I'm becoming better at speaking more specifically over time. It's not that I don't like chit chat. I reject it when it's foisted upon me by others. Right? If I choose the chit chat, well, that's a completely different thing. Yeah, tallow. There you go. Yeah, fancy lard. It's a fancy name. Well, lard has a negative. That has sort of a negative connotation, like lard ass, right? So yeah, makes sense. Okay, good. Yeah. Well, I mean, and do whatever you want, Bex, obviously, but even compared to other fast food, because when I was living in the streets with nothing, every once in a while somebody would give me like a $25 Wal or McDonald's gift card, and I can vividly remember the last time I had two sausage egg biscuits, and I just felt like trash. Like 2 hours later, I felt terrible. And I just said, "No more, man, no more." But I could have like Hardee's or Carl's Jr.'s biscuits, and I know it's not good for me and all this, but I would feel okay a couple of hours later. It was like wasn't didn't make me feel, did not cause me to feel better, did not cause me to feel worse. The McDonald's just right into the trash, right into the toilet with the way I felt. So I said, "No more. We're done." So I'm still angry. I'm having, having to like breathe, right? And people talk about the lithium skies or whatever. So is this, am I such an angry person that I can still, at least access some level of anger? What is this? Is it the repressed trauma that I'm still working through? What are we talking about here, folks? As I notice my connection trying to go into the crapper again. I thought I've been working on my computer, reinstalling some software and changing some settings. I was under the impression that I had fixed some of these issues, but I'm looking up there. Maybe that's StreamYard's fault. I've been doing a bunch of internet speed tests today, and goodness gracious. So let me know if my audio starts effing up, if you would. Oh, I see. Bricks. Yeah, there you go. I see. I see. So the beef tallow in the jars is higher quality, presumably. Hmm. Oh, lard is, see, this shows you what I know. Lard is from a pig. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Thank you for clearing that up, Musical the Secret, because I may come across as a know-it-all at times to some folks, but yeah, some things, some things that everybody knows. For some reason, I don't know. Right? You ever heard of oleo? By the way, Musical the Secret. Oleo. Do you know what that is? Anybody heard of that? Oleo. I think it's OLEO, maybe. This, if Bex is feeling like having a convo, this might be a good time. By the way, not trying to entice you if you have other things going on, but anytime during the broadcast, feel free to hit the link. Yeah, when we were in college, my buddy, one of my close friends, got a job at Aldi, and he became like one of the assistant managers. They actually paid him crazy money while he was in college, actually. But some old lady came in there. This would have been like 1994, and just kept saying, "Oleo, where's the oleo? Where's the oleo?" And he didn't know. He didn't. It took him a long time to realize that she was asking for butter, apparently. And then there's that olestra, I guess nowadays, which is some sort of man-made fat, presumably, or fat substitute. Okay, well, here comes Bex. All right, fantastic. So we got a kick out of that because he came home from work like, "Y'all ever heard of oleo? What the fuck is oleo? This old lady tortured me." So that always sort of stuck in my mind. And I don't know if that story even made sense at this point. But what's up with the lack of sleep, Gary? I just could not sleep, and that's something we might talk about with Bex. Although she was talking about like jobs on her broadcast, I found some of that interesting. What Bex was talking about with the jobs and such. And I no longer think that Bex might be a fed up Southern girl. By the way, just for the record, although I'm fairly suspicious of some of these folks certainly, and I think it's good. It can be very helpful to sort of err on the side of caution with respect to some of these metaversal personalities. And I could still be wrong. Oh, hydrogenated. Okay, see, that's what I thought. I thought she was asking for margarine, but he said butter. But some of these, it's Arkansas, right? So some of these country folk, maybe they're confused too, right? And then I'm trying to remember a story from 1990 fucking four, lest we forget. So who even knows? Welcome to the broadcast, Ms. Bex. How are you?
Well, thank you. I'm well, thank you. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And big drink tea in the house. Good to see you, sir. And yeah, I enjoyed. I did not get to see the whole thing, but the ladies' night or whatever we're calling it, the ladies' panel. That's very interesting. I like that concept. Definitely.
It felt like a bit of a bait and switch.
Oh, because of the what did we call it? You had some
M-
kind of
the-
term for that.
Yes, I'm ambushed. I'm ambushed the
you,
ladies' night.
you man bush the ladies. I love that
Yeah, I did. I did.
instead of ambush. Well, it was Tommy,
Yeah.
but Tommy's a man, I guess. Tommy's
Yes, he did
definitely a
put on
man.
his Alanis Morissette um, uh, filter.
Yes, yes.
Um, yes,
I thought it
and
was like a
multiple other
Rasta.
filters.
I thought it was like a Rasta when I tuned in, but yeah, I guess Alanis Morissette makes sense.
Yeah, it was very Rasta, very Rasta. He played a little snippet of Alanis Morissette. Hopefully, we don't get shut down. It was like like one
Oh yeah.
line. We'll
I
see.
actually I liked Alanis in back in the day.
Mhm.
I was something of a fan as I liked her music at the time. Although that isn't it ironic song I'm not a huge fan of, but some of the other stuff definitely.
When I was in university, I did a. Oh, this might echo just a second. Okay, good. When I was in university, I did a co-op term in the Ottawa Hull region of Canada, and I met a man who grew up was his best friend was Alanis Morissette's
Oh wow.
brother,
Oh
and
brother,
he
yeah.
yeah, but they grew up together, and this was right around the time that she had her first album out. She finished a tour and was sort of back home, and I guess he said that emo aspect of the marketing that was pushed behind her was a really hard for her to maintain.
Hmm.
It took a big toll on her.
Hmm.
Um, might
That
have been
makes
his psychoanalysis.
okay. That's interesting. I guess she made a
Mm.
pile of money, presumably. So I'm always
Mhm,
happy to see that.
mhm.
Back when people had to buy physical, copies of music and media, right? As much as they talked about the artists getting ripped off, I have to think she made some, amount of money per album sold or whatever.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I wonder if it feels like as much of a vocation, like they're doing their calling once they're actually in the thrust of it, doing concerts and all the PR and whatever else. I mean, I hope that it turns out to be a good exchange for them, but I wonder if
Mm.
it's part of the.
Well, and then real quick, because sometimes people get triggered, we have to point out that surely Alanis Morissette would have been some version of a predator, since she's an entertainer. I've gotten in trouble before. I thought I could play a Bill Maher clip one day, and just the live chat was just all about how he's a predator. So I went off about how yeah, they all are right. Pretty much anybody that goes into entertainment and has any level of success that they must be compromised in some form, as we know. So it's literally all of the musicians, all of the actors, all of the sports players, it seems.
Is that a truth seeker disclaimer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Because I think some people pick and choose, right? It's like, oh, Bill Maher's annoying, therefore I just say predator. So,
Mhm.
but it's like the people who we know must also be predators, like a Brad Pitt. And every time I say Brad Pitt, people are like, "Oh, I don't like Brad Pitt." But any, whatever famous star one might resonate with, we choose not to view them as doing anything wrong. But it's like, "Oh, we can't stand the sound of Bill Maher's voice, so of course, he's a predator." And I'm like, "No, they all are." on some level. They have to be. Otherwise, they can't rise to any sort of position. I mean, it seems to be that's the way the system works, as far as I can tell.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I have a similar philosophy. I'm like, if you know their name, they're in the game.
Mhm.
There's no one of them that isn't. They get
Exactly.
paid so much money for everything they do. There's not a tweet twitted, twittered. I don't know the lingo. Near near a Facebook post posted or any of that jazz that those people say that has any validity that isn't paid for acting.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Well, and
and
I'd
they,
take it a step further. I think almost all of them are under MK Ultra mind control with literal handlers. That seems to make the most sense to me. Even like an Alex Jones, to me, that
mhm,
makes the most sense. But some folks don't
mhm,
don't see it that way. But something I've been working with is I went to the pawn shop yesterday. I had some business to take care of, and this is my first time to this particular pawn shop. And the owner I was talking to, and he just it seems like the general public now just accepts, and I'm here in MAGA country, by the way. Almost everybody here is Trump supporters and MAGA on some level. And it's just regular folks now just accept that, well, there's going to be more lockdowns. See how well the people have already been conditioned. It's kind of sad in a way, even me, I'm like, yeah, I'm sure it's going to happen too. But what do you think about that, if anything?
I didn't know the lockdown never ended.
Well, I'm one of those people also, but I take it further. I'm like, hey, if it's a fake pandemic, meaning it never. How can something fake have a beginning? So therefore, it can't end if it's fake, right? How can something fake have
Yep.
a beginning and an ending? So, yeah, I'm one of these COVID never ends. It's the rest of our lives.
Mhm,
Look, I just said the
mhm.
word. But I guess since I'm in this internet ghetto here in Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit, I guess I can say COVID. Maybe that'll be a stream one day. I'll just sit here and say COVID until they take me down. I'll just say the word over and over. Actually, I think I'm gonna do that.
Isn't isn't there a guy out there that did a stream where he just spoke over and over and over and
I
in
don't
the truth
know.
se there is a man.
Maybe.
I someone in the chat might know, but there was a guy that just it was like, yeah, he had content and then suddenly he was just chanting, sort of like not even just yeah, he spoke for a long time repeating things on his stream. I'd have to look in to see who it was, but it went a little viral. As for I'm apprehensive to say it myself. What if it only works with your tone of voice? Um, but with the Rona never ending concept, have you ever read Brave New World?
Yes, but I was so young, I did not understand it at the time because I kept hearing about this book, and I was a voracious reader most of my life, but I did not understand it. But anyway, please continue. I'm familiar. Yes, go ahead.
Well, it's a dystopic novel about sort of alpha, beta, gamma peoples. There was actually, I think, a Netflix series sort of looked loosely based on it, but it's children are decanted and families are a thing of the past, and but one of the main things about Brave New World is they had a I can't remember what the concept was, but there was a war and it had been going on for a long, long time, and it was a nameless, faceless enemy, kind of like what happened in 2001, where suddenly we had a, a, a war going on against a concept like terror. And forgive me for not remembering what the concept was in Brave New World. Might have been terror. It might have been
Tur,
terror.
tur. Hey, that's one advantage of my accent. I can actually say that more or less just like George W. Bush. Tur. But please go ahead. I could
No,
not
no, it's
resist.
fine. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I like your accent.
Oh
I
goodness,
I don't
nobody
have
likes an
one, right?
accent. You have a little bit of one, but a West Coast accent because you are from the West Coast, even though it's Canada, right? West Coast is
Yeah.
a little bit different of a thing. I can just barely detect it. Even somebody from Southern California has just a slight accent. You can only hear it on certain words and phrases, though.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you don't
Hmm.
have much of one. It's just barely.
Well, and that does overflow into Texas, right? Like there are people in Texas that sound like me, but there are people in Texas that sound more like you as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's very
I mean,
true.
different. I get that it is a different lilt, the Texan lilt, but to
Hmm.
my untrained
Yeah,
ear,
yes, yes. I think I know what you mean. Yep. Shout out to Tribe and Christos in the house, by the way. Christos is dropping a link to a video. It's probably interesting. Maybe we'll get into whatever his link is later. I did want to say before we get off the Brave New World is that there was an excellent, one of those TV series that apparently nobody but me bothered to watch, and I can't remember which channel it was, but I downloaded it. And it was supposed to be 2 seasons, and for some reason they never made the second season. But I thought it was quite good. If anybody, and I don't watch a lot of those type of shows anymore, but if anybody wants to check it out, Brave New World, the most recent TV series. Anyway, they've made several different movies and series and such over time.
I didn't know that they'd made a recent.
Hmm. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I don't know, 2020. It was during the fake pandemic. It came out, so sometime 2020 or 21, I think, somewhere in there. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Cool. I appreciate that. I
Hmm.
will check it out. I will check it out. I love dystopic cinema. um, yeah, I'm a big. Do you like sci-fi, dystopic?
Oh
Typically, is
yeah,
that a genre? Yeah.
oh yeah, definitely. I'm not huge into it, but I definitely enjoy it. Fantasy is what and because Christos had brought that up one day, I think I never got into fantasy. I was more of a sci-fi guy, if that makes sense, but not huge into it. Just but I've read some, like all the Isaac Asimov. I pretty much read all of his books when I was a teenager.
Hmm.
So yeah, yeah,
I haven't.
did not go too far beyond.
No,
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
haven't read. I don't think I've read a lot of Isaac Asimov. I have some really interesting series. Like I have a series called Wild Cards, and it's put out by Philip K. Dick.
Oh yeah.
But it's a syndicate of writers, a syndicate of sci-fi writers got together and each took on different characters, and it's sort of based on two different warring extraterrestrial rich families, sort of treating the Earth as their experimental grounds, right? Where they, yeah, where they kind of war against each other and just play with the people. But at one point they put a virus out, and people start getting supernatural powers, and hence the wild cards. Really, really interesting series. Gets a little confusing because each author has their own sort of style, so you have to really keep up on it. There's so many different characters, but what a neat project for them to do together. I see. Brave New World 2020.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like I say, they were supposed to be two, so it just sort of ends. The first season ends, and that's just the end of it. So it's a bit of a unresolved thing, right? But it's a famous
Mhm,
since it's a book, we all kind of know. But yeah, it's
mhm.
how it turned out or whatever. But yeah, it was. I thought it was really good.
Cool.
NBC Universal streaming service Peacock came out July 15th of 2020. So I guess everybody was still so out of our minds, with the fake pandemic and all of that. I can see why
Mhm,
nobody noticed.
mhm. I really appreciate that. I will definitely check it out. I do. It really disappoints me. I usually wait till the whole series is done.
Yes,
Um,
the binge watching, sure.
yeah, and to be certain that they don't do that, you
Oh,
know, like I don't like it. It's so disappointing when you're waiting for the next season and they're like, "No, sorry."
yeah. So do you have a favorite? I have a favorite in that style, of I forget what they call that, but Oz was the first one on HBO and then Sopranos and it's sort of a format. I forget what they
Mhm.
call that. But do you have a favorite? I certainly do. If if you don't, it's okay.
No, there was one I can never remember what it was called. It was like Firefly or it ended in Fly. It was one of those seasons they only did one season of.
Hmm.
Um, it started out it was the beginning of the cool jobs in space sort of idea.
Okay.
Um, and it was just followed a crew of unique people on a the show was named after the ship, but again, I can't remember. I really got into Handmaid's Tale, as harsh as that show was. I'm a couple seasons behind. When they put them out that slowly, I do feel the need to rewatch a bunch of it in order to catch up, and that's just a harsh series to have to rewatch. So I'm going to wait till it's done. Um,
Okay.
yeah, what's your favorite?
Mad Men. I think that's the best TV show ever made, in my opinion.
I don't know if I'm familiar with it. I mean, I know the
Oh, that's
name, but
the Don Draper, John Hamm, Don Draper. Everybody knows John Hamm, the actor. Don Draper was huge in the culture for a while. If you
mhm,
saw if you saw a picture of John Hamm's face, you would definitely remember. So
yeah.
let me find a picture of John Hamm. You can talk while I'm doing this. I'm just
Okay.
out of it. I don't know if it's a lack of sleep or what. But this is not good.
Uh, I know another one that I never watched, but not because I was one of those people that was like, I don't watch what everybody watches. Was Game of Thrones. I was way behind the
Oh
eight
yeah.
ball and catching up to people, and now I just tell people I'm saving it for the old folks' home. You got to hold on to some things for retirement or post retirement.
Yes, yes, definitely.
But that Handmaid's
I'm
Tale
hoping that
that's being
my no, go ahead, go ahead.
okay. I was just going to say that Handmaid's
I
Tale
think I'm
is being
lagging. I'm probably lagging. So yeah, go ahead.
it. I'm also bad for interrupting. I try to be better. I get excited. The Handmaid's Tale series is really interesting just because if anyone's ever read the book, it's nothing like the series. I mean, this series has Margaret Atwood uh, continuing to add depth and breadth and probably whatever. Maybe she has written the other books that never got published, but it's a really really harsh story. Um, have you watched any of it?
No, I know it's a book, but I actually don't watch. I watched a lot of those series, and then I've stopped watching them at a certain point. So I've seen none of the new shit. I never watched Game of Thrones or any of that. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna have to try to get on a better connection here. But if you don't mind, I know you can talk
Okay,
just
sure.
fine for a couple of minutes. If you don't mind, I'll
Okay.
be back
No,
very
I don't
shortly.
mind. I don't mind. I'll keep talking. I'll chat with the chat and maybe talk a little bit about Animal Farm because I don't know if anyone in the chat's read Animal Farm or remembers reading Animal Farm. I always questioned why they had us reading the same books globally, translated into 48 languages or what have you. And this Animal Farm, people tend to sort of really look at it and see that it for a modicon or what would I say a framework to sort of for the now in terms of how we're treated like chattel and but I know one of the things that gets missed in the Animal Farm that I think people forget about in the storyline is that as much as they wrote all the rules with the pigs and all the animals got together and wrote the rules and then as the animals were working really really hard to gain autonomy, the pigs were slowly and slowly becoming more human like and they were um, changing the rules while the farm animals were sleeping, right? And yet one of the underlying stories in the Animal Farm that gets overlooked is the attempt to create the windmill to gain their liberties from man in general, but meanwhile the pigs are getting closer and closer and enjoying this exchange with men playing poker and drinking alcohol and suddenly forgetting that essentially they were sabotaging the windmill so that the animals were working so hard to get all their chores done or whatever animals do on the farm, but also to get their autonomy and the pigs were purposely sabotaging it. And I think that's the main part of the Animal Farm. I know I'm talking to very knowledgeable people here, um, but I still think it's worth pointing out. I was 12 years old in 1984, and my teacher decided to start reading the book 1984 to us just as 1984 began. I wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't suggest it. Although I would assume that was a lot of the reason why I am the way I am. And they were telling us they were watching this through the TVs. Oh, I hear some sound. Are you back? Um, you have an original copy of the Animal Farm book bought on eBay. Cool. I wonder if
Awesome.
it's any different. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm not even going to get into it, but the tech issues is starting to get me down. And I think I'm just cranky and like agitated since I did not sleep, right? I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know what's going on. I just won't connect to my hotspot because I have that as like a backup. I can hotspot off of my phone and it usually works halfway decent. Just won't connect. Just won't connect at all. I don't know. And I used to be a
Sometimes
computer expert. Like I used to be in tech support and IT and all this. It's just ridiculous the way the things
mhm.
have gotten. And I've turned into a boomer at a certain point with respect to the technology. Like I'm pretty good. I'm better than a lot of people with it, but bad on purpose to some extent, I would say. It's just insane, completely insane. I don't get it.
Well, that StreamYard uses up a lot of memory too, right? Like, I think sometimes it can I don't know if it's from streaming back to back to back. I don't know if it needs, like, a defrag in the memory or something, if turning the phone off and on would do anything
Well, I'm on my
regularly.
computer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, if I was on the
Does
phone, it would probably be everything would probably be fine if I was on my phone. Yeah, it usually works. The phone does. Yeah.
so it's age of complete computer.
No, it's not that at all. It's again, I know just enough to be dangerous, unfortunately.
Mhm,
'Cause I used to do this for a living and all of that, so I was, certified and used to install networks and configure networks and all this stuff. So it's just the technology is just everything seems high tech, but it's really not in a lot of ways. And a lot of this computer code like barely works, and I think that's probably what I'm running into here. Just who knows? I have no idea. I'll
mm,
fix it. I'll fix it later. I'll fix it later.
mhm.
Part of the problem is everything was working, and then I chose to reinstall my operating system. I chose to reinstall my operating system and all my software, and now nothing works. So, oh well, that's just the way life is sometimes. Should have left it like it was. And then StreamYard messes up sometimes because I noticed you just got disconnected and now you're back, but you have no icon on my screen.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah, so
Goodness gracious.
sometimes it's just StreamYard, but me not being able to connect to my hotspot is definitely nothing to do with StreamYard. So who knows? Who knows? But we will persist.
Yes,
We shall overcome, Bex.
we shall.
Never. Oh wait, nevertheless, he persisted. How about that?
That sounds great. I was trying to figure out which avatar to pick.
Hey, there you go. I like that one.
That's the one I had the first time I hopped up here.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes, when I was Pythagosaurus Specs.
Yeah, the rebranding.
Yes, the rebranding. Yeah, I got a bad reputation in the first 2 weeks. I had to change it. I'm being
Well,
dramatic.
it's we did better than Yurt. Do you know In a Thought Experiment? Are you familiar with this channel?
I am
The Yurt
familiar.
fellow. Yeah, he had a channel and then he just deleted his original channel and then tried to come back under a different name, like Salvador or something or other. And I figure out now that was a reference to Salvador Dali and surrealism and all of this. But it took me like 6 months to figure out what the hell he was even trying to do. So people were like up in arms that he had just out of nowhere deleted his channel and all of this and came back under a different name. It was it's kind of a controversy at the time.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
you pulled it off. You seem to have done it correctly, as far as I can tell. So congratulations.
You do it early on is the key.
I
When
guess
you're
so.
under 100 subs.
But I'm still trying to find a picture of John Hamm from Mad Men because I got so distracted by my technology not working. But Don
Thank you. I appreciate
Draper,
that.
Mad Men. There's no way you won't recognize this dude here. It's like the most famous thing in the culture for a few years.
I hope so. I hope I don't disappoint. I could be
Well, maybe that's good if you don't know what this is. I don't know. Maybe that is a
Mhm.
good sign somehow. But let's see. Share the screen. Here we go. Click the button, sir. This guy. Nothing.
Okay, I'm zooming in. Yes, he's familiar. Yes, he
Okay.
is
Yeah,
familiar.
that's Don Draper from Mad Men.
That's a mobster show then.
No, he's an advertising executive.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's set in the '60s. It's a great show. If you ever have just want to watch something, yeah, I think it's really good.
I will check it out.
Yeah.
That one's also online.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely, definitely.
Or am I showing my age? Everyone's like, all TV's online now.
I guess I just download everything because I know how to. I've been on the internet long enough. I can always figure out how to illegally download something. But
Yes, I did that for a long time too.
yes.
Um, Pirates Bay.
Oh yeah, Pirate Bay, definitely.
Yeah, Pirate
I,
Bay.
I found another one, 1337x.to. If anybody's, it's a similar type of thing.
Cool.
Yep.
When I get a computer, I'll check that out.
Aha. Well, this stuff does work on a phone also, but maybe not.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's apps for a phone.
I mean, I know basically the phone is a computer now, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. But
Yeah.
there's an app, uTorrent, if you're on Android. I don't know anything about iOS, so you're on your own there if you have an Apple
Yeah,
phone.
no, I've only ever had Androids as well. And I'm usually someone who ends up having the phones that go obsolete. Like I had a BlackBerry for years. I would still trade this screen for a slide down keyboard any day. I was so much faster on it.
Mm. Oh yeah,
Way less errors.
and I absolutely refused to press numbers to make letters back in the day. I waited until they finally released a phone where, and not I'm not talking about the Sidekick or whatever. I
Mhm.
bought like I was on Singular back then, which ended up being AT&T later. And as soon as they released a phone with an actual, QWERTY keyboard or however you say that, QWERTY, as soon as they came out with a phone with an actual keyboard, I bought it. But I
Mhm.
never sent a single text where you had to. I never texted when you had to press the numbers to make letters. I always thought that was insane. I said I'm not going to do that. That's nuts. So I
Mhm.
was.
It was very time consuming. It was very although we could get fast at it. And in fact, what we didn't realize was that there was the ability to hit you didn't have to hit each exact letter if you hit there was smart recognition on based on
Yes.
number patterns, right?
Yep.
But still, a lot
Well,
of work.
because yeah, presumably if you're trying to spell an actual word, then there's some things you can't possibly be trying to. Some letters that just there's no way that's the letter you're trying to make, right? So that
Yeah.
makes sense. But and I used to tell people like I said, no, I said I type 80 words a minute. You people are nuts. I'm not pressing numbers to make letters. This is crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't yeah.
But
It's
everybody else was tapping away. Everybody else was thumbs away.
a lot of cable boxes. I'm sure that's not the modern terminology, but a lot of cable TV guides still use that system on the you can use that system on the remote control. Or is it just no, you're just keying around. You're just sliding around typing the word in. It still takes forever
Oh yeah.
using arrows
Did you hear this
on
about the? I'm guessing you're not a sports fan, and I no longer am because it's all fake, obviously. But well, I shouldn't say obviously, but it's fake and scripted. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers, one of the biggest names, got injured first game of the season on 9/11 with 11:19 on the game clock, and apparently somebody tweeted like 2.5 hours before this. They tweeted like, "Hey, in 2.5 hours, Aaron Rodgers is going to blow out his Achilles." And then,
Really?
yeah, so, it's kind of like the system sort of, I don't know. I mean, some view it as like, that was some kind of NFL script writer or somebody with inside knowledge. You know, and then some people are like, oh, they have to tell you type of stuff, which I don't necessarily believe, but it's interesting to think about that. Certainly.
Could it be a remote viewer? No, I guess that are remote viewers only. I guess astral travelers tend to travel in current time.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that I can't say, but I haven't seen the video of it. But apparently, some have said that it just when you watch it as presented on television, it's just pretty fairly obvious that it's all an act. But I never bothered to watch it, so I don't know. Yeah, and
yeah,
the tweet itself had 10 million views apparently.
crazy.
Yeah.
Um, Have you seen any of the sports stuff where they started talking about like magnets and stuff potentially?
Oh, that's for
Or-
sure a thing. There's no
Yeah.
way. I mean, that's 100% a thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. There's been too much bizarre stuff happen over time. They even had one time where the ball stopped on the back of the rim. I don't know if you ever saw that one in an
Mm-mm.
NBA game.
No,
It just because there's that
I've never
flat
seen that.
there's a flat part of the rim between like the circle and the
Yeah,
backboard, and
yeah,
it just perfectly the ball perfectly balanced on that flat part, which is
yeah,
more or less physically impossible.
yeah, exactly. Unless there's some sort of magnetics,
When they
right?
somebody had to jump up, and one of those tall players just reached up and knocked it off or whatever. But yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely
find
magnets.
have you when you were an avid sports watcher, did you watch a lot of basketball?
Oh yeah, definitely. Growing up, and my freshman year of college, the Arkansas Razorbacks won the NCAA tournament, so that was a big deal. I went to all of the home games and everything. And my grandfather, the regular audience, not that you're not the regular audience, but people that have been listening for a long time, some folks get tired of me talking about this, but my grandfather was actually an all pro in the NFL, and he held a famous record for 40 years for pass receiving.
Wow,
Yeah, my
cool.
dad's dad, and apparently I look the most like, and I knew my famous relative, and it was national news when he passed away in 2001. It was
Oh,
like it
wow.
was in all the newspapers, and it was on Sports Center and all of that. Um, but here's the funny part, Bex. Listen to this. His record was 10 catches for 303 yards on November the 22nd,
So 11, 22.
which is a 33 and an 11
Yep.
and a 22. And then the record was 10 catches for 303 yards, which is a 33. And that also averages
Interest
out to, 30.3 yards per catch.
interesting.
And then
Cool.
he told me this directly. He said that actually he should have had more yards, but because of something that he attributed to a referee error, one of his long catches was called back he ran farther than what they said he ran, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah,
And
so
were you
I don't think there's any question that that the actual number of yards was manipulated, but go ahead.
do you remember when the record was broken?
Yeah,
Like, were you
1985, Stephon Page with the Kansas City Chiefs. But that's not the current record.
No, it's been broken again.
A couple of times, yeah. But
Yeah.
then here's another thing. My grandfather played for the Rams, and then so he had 10 catches for 303 yards. Well, recently, and I no longer follow the NFL, but the NFL has this guy Cooper Kupp was their big wide receiver, a white guy, and of course his last name starts with a K, but phonetically that's a CC, which is a 33, Cooper Kupp, and then
Mhm.
he set the NFL playoff record with 33 catches in the playoffs. So like, there's no way this is just all random. It's just not possible.
Exactly.
It's impossible. So, and then people have had a lot of success in, more or less predicting various aspects of the NFL, solely based on numerology and gematria and all of this. So,
Mhm.
yeah, it's I would say provably fake at this point. I mean, I don't see how it
Yes.
wouldn't be.
Or we're all being operated by a script, which I guess people could say is fake, but the other thing would be like some sort of AI literally running us, right? And that these scripts that they run are because the AI can't do random well. It
Mm,
does create global patterns. I mean,
yeah.
that's a very abstract theory, but it could be something that explains it, right? Like, but I would, I think that it's more likely some sort of coded. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, something's rigged. I was going to ask you about basketball though,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I have
sure.
a theory on basketball. Have the scores gone up over time? Like,
Not
were they all?
necessarily. Not
No, they were
necessarily.
always that high.
Not necessarily. You just have to look. You just have to go look at the statistics.
Yeah, because I find there's those players are so tall, and the room seems so small now. that it's almost like watching, professional tennis in
Yep.
terms of like how close the game is, right? Which is, I mean, most professional sports, I guess, but I just felt like they should make the rooms bigger.
There's been
Um,
talk of making the court wider. They've talked about
mhm,
that, and it's never happened though.
mhm. Because it does seem to me that basketball team, I'd have to check the statistics, of course, but upon observation, it does look like people are much taller than they once were.
Oh yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. Well, my famous grandfather was also really good in college. So since I'm from Arkansas, in my younger years it was kind of a big deal, but now so much time has passed, nobody knows or cares who he was. But me being from Arkansas and going to college there, it was kind of a big deal at the time. But
Mhm.
he also played basketball. He was the second tallest player on the team at 6'3" back in the 30s. So to show you how much it's changed.
Wow.
Yeah, and he was the tallest football player. When he played football, he was the tallest player on the field at 6'3".
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
definitely people are taller.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time. Well, of course, back then they did not let the blacks play. I don't know if you know that. The blacks weren't there was no blacks in the NFL whatsoever back then. Like, not a one.
I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. That's part of the reason. See, my grandfather actually, and I keep bringing it back to football, but he actually has the statistics to be in the Hall of Fame, but they're never gonna put him in, and I think part of that is, like, his best seasons were during World War II, and my grandfather did not have to go to the war, and then also he did not play against black players. So between the two of those things, I don't think he'll ever get in to the Hall
Mhm.
of Fame. But he has better statistics than several players who are in the Hall. So
Mhm.
some of my family's mad about that, but I don't care. It's like this fake
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. I hear
But
that.
then, well, and I'll tie it back into basketball. Something else that you may not know that I've talked about before is that if you know this Zach Hubbard, the gematria guy, you ever heard of Zach Hubbard? So
I'm not sure that I have,
it's okay
but
if
I
you
have.
haven't. Well, you would know if that's a no, which is completely fine. I can't expect you to know, everything about conspiracies and trutherism, but he's
Mhm.
he's the most well-known gematria person on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. But he did a bunch of decodes with when Kobe Bryant passed away. There's a whole bunch of tie-ins with Bear Bryant, the football coach, who's
Interesting.
also from the same part of Arkansas as my grandfather, and also played the same position in college as my famous grandfather. And at one time, Bear Bryant was one of the most famous people for sports.
Interesting.
Yeah, and
And was
then,
he
well, there's a third player who's super famous for football, who's also from the same part of Arkansas, who Don Hudson, who also played the same position, and him and Bear Bryant both played together at the University of Alabama. So it's just like there's no way this is all just happened, right?
Yeah.
So then we start to wonder, well, what did my grandfather know something? Was he involved in conspiracies? Like I did not know to ask him back then, so I have no idea.
Yeah, or does it come down to some aspect of becoming an employee, let's just say, where we don't realize that there's, some kind of handling being involved, you know? Um, even if it's
Oh,
not
exactly,
global.
yeah.
Yeah, just while he's at his job. Uh, I would assume, though,
Well,
that
and my
that would still.
grandfather Well, and
Go
my
ahead.
grandfather never actually got any he never got rich because of any of this, right? So presumably he didn't maybe he was on some level of knowing what was going on, but he probably never fully, joined the fucking Illuminati or whatever, I'm assuming, because he actually struggled in his, in business. He struggled for several years, like after his career ended, and they didn't pay him shit back then. He never made any money, in the NFL.
Mhm. Well,
So
and
I
then
don't
there
know.
is I have a friend that I met, 2018, 2019, a woman who moved from Ontario to, Hollywood to become a director producer, and
Aha.
she had done documentaries, very, very educated woman, done documentaries up here in Canada, and I met her as sometime after she'd moved to California. She was, networking up the West Coast, like, as an entertainer, I guess. Like, she reached out to all the stand-up comedy community. She was trying to sell How to Make It in Hollywood book, and she's a very outspoken woman. Anyways, she in 2020, when this all hit, she was the one thing I like about this woman, very educated. She could turn on a dime once she educated herself differently. And I loved it. Very, very vocal, like, rah, rah, rah. Oh my gosh, we're going to die. Oh my gosh, everybody go and get the medicine. And then quickly, oh no, no, don't take the medicine. Right. Like,
That's
and
funny.
I really, yeah, I valued it. Right. She was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
outspoken. And before 2020, she'd come into this comedy scene, and comedians have their little backstage rooms, and and so I noticed that she had friend requested everyone on Facebook, but that she was being talked about behind the scenes. And I thought, what the heck do you guys even know about this woman? Anyways, we became good friends. And she wasn't red pilled in 2020, but by 2021, 2022, we started talking again. And she'd been totally, totally red pilled. And so now she'd been running around Hollywood asking people if they would, entertain in any of these, cannibalistic things or blah, 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 in order to leverage themselves. Like, she was asking assistants, she was just shocked that she couldn't believe this was going on. Most of the people she asked if they would participate in these kind of ritualistic behaviors to gain in their career answered yes. She was so shocked.
Hmm.
And so, but my point of bringing up my friend is that, there are in these communities people like normies, let's say, that they bring in, if to maintain some semblance of anyone can get there, perhaps,
Yeah. Could be.
and
Could be.
so it could be your grandfather was just a very talented athlete, and in the right place at the
See,
right time.
but I hate to cut you off here. It's that's possible. How and he was a good athlete, and in fact, it runs in my family. And I'm actually I was a halfway decent athlete myself. But the thing is, the fact that there was three players all around the same age, who all played the same position, and then they're all three of them very famous for football. Like, what are the chances of that if you
Hmm.
really think about it? And then once we get to Bear Bryant, who was in the 60s, was like super famous. I mean, I don't know that people realize how famous he was as a college football coach, like super world famous in a way. And, beyond college football, if you went back and watched the media from the time, he would have been, comedians would have been talking about him. Talk shows were talking about Bear Bryant and all of this. So to me, it's almost, and also I talked about before this, there's this federal installation in my hometown of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, the National Center for Toxicological Research, right?
Interesting.
So I don't think it's a coincidence so I think it was some sort of government operation to sort of, just to see, to kind of plant the seeds and see
Yeah.
what grows out of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it definitely does make sense, because
And
when you
well,
think
and then
about,
to real quick, and then to sort of
yeah,
maneuver things in their own direct. So it's like we got these three players. So if one or two of them won't go along with the program, we still have somebody will. I think they're playing the
yeah.
odds a little more. But go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that that there is this they've done studies that show that someone's sleeping in one room, and someone's standing in the next room, and they turn the light on and off, flash the light to the person who's awake, and the person who's asleep, brain reacts like they see the same thing. Brain reacts like the light was turned on for them.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I wonder if, when we look at the kind of scientific, like biological studies that they admit to putting out on people, and straight on admit to doing all sorts of biological weapons sort of uh, testing on cities in North America and probably across the globe, then why wouldn't those kinds of studies have never stopped? I was actually just looking into Monsanto. I went on Wikipedia and I clicked Monsanto, and then I clicked a company that it came from, and then I clicked on the company that came from, and ended up hitting a link. I'm sorry to not have all the the terminology here, but as soon as I hit this final link, you got into this idea of I should just go look it up right now. But radio radio pharmacia, right?
Okay, yeah.
Um, yeah, and I might have been, yeah, radio pharmacia. I never heard anything of the likes, right? But now we're talking about frequencies. We understand, at least I understand, that this body isn't just biology. Like they seem to separate the, I guess, the bioelectrical nature of it. The actual physics became, you know, sort of how chemistry and biology work, not really that quintessence, that first element, on the alchemical periodic table, which then later is deemed hydrogen.
Hmm.
Um, we have magnetite in our brain that most people, they claim, doesn't have as much of it. I think it's more likely not charged, but it's present, or maybe lacking in the diet. But in our brain, we have these things called magnetosomes, and they're charged metallic particles that end up uh, configuring in different forms, different kinds of, like it's crystalline structures, essentially. Like you'd imagine some of those metallic crystals. I don't know if you guys have seen rocks that grow in like squares and stuff. Um, but these magnetosomes are tied into the concept of consciousness. And so, once you get into understanding that there's actually like magnetized elements in our body, and that we've got this torus field around us or what have you, then maybe some of these tests, maybe some of these things they don't know is happening, right? And they're literally testing to see how similarly they can get the statistics across people based on the radioactivity of our biomagnetic fields or something. I'm just
Oh
using a
yeah.
lexicon here.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm
What do
I'm
you
with
have
you.
here?
Well, this is something I thought of. I actually forgot this, but that's my hometown there. It's kind of hard to see on the screen, but where it says Pine Bluff, so that's like
Yeah.
the only really populated. That's like the big city, but it's Arkansas, so it's 40,000 people, and it was the highest it ever got was like 65,000. But Fordyce, that's where my grandfather and Bear Bryant are from. Although if Bear Bryant, they claim he's from some place in Arkansas that never, it doesn't really exist because some of these towns were so small, it's not even a town anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my grandfather and Bear Bryant are both from Fordyce, Arkansas, effectively. I mean, that's where they're both actually were born no longer exists. And I forgot about this. Johnny Cash was born in Kingsland, which is between Fordyce and Pine Bluff. And then also, I'd forgotten about Martha Mitchell is from Pine Bluff also. So you had four super famous people who all came from that very, very small part of the United States, who were all more or less very famous within a short period of time, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because at one time, like Don Hudson, nobody knows who that is now, but he was super famous for football. And then Bear Bryant was more or less world famous. Martha Mitchell, of course, was the one credited with. They say Watergate would not have happened without Martha Mitchell. She's the one that was sort of blew the lid on that, right?
Mm.
So, and then Johnny Cash, but he did not grow up in Kingsland, but that's where he was born. So, like to me, how could all this be a coincidence? I just don't see it
Mm-hmm.
that way. It's just so
Mm-hmm.
unlikely, that all of these things would happen.
Mm-hmm. No, sounds way more like it's some sort of, well, at least given with the information I just threw out as like, sort of background to the idea of that there could be different levels of physical, biological experimentation going on. Oh.
Well, and again, real quick, the National Center for Toxicological Research is in Pine. It's just outside of Pine Bluff, where that
Mm-hmm.
when I showed the map. That's let me show you. So that place I'm talking about is like uh, very close to this red. It's just like right. You can't see my mouse, but it's right there. So it's like all of
Yeah.
this happens, and the federal government just happens to be right there in the same area.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's like okay. And people say, well, what are you trying to say? It's like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But it has to mean something.
Mhm.
For me, it's not just like, oh, well, it's just a coincidence. That's how all these things just happen to happen. It just happened, right? I don't believe that.
Mhm. Mhm.
And that
No,
also reminds me, well, real quick, just while I'm thinking about it, because the way my brain works, I'll never remember this later. But hang on, let me show the screen again. So then also, lest we forget, so this is Pine Bluff. Hang on, let me fix this. Let me get out of this. So then here, if we keep going this way, we don't have to go very far, and we get to Memphis. Where is Memphis? Hang on. Here's Memphis, right? So down here is where I'm from. Here's Memphis. And that's where we were talking about the West Memphis Three, because you were bringing up like the satanic ritual abuse or the satanic panic and the sigil magic.
Mhm.
And I brought up Damien Eccles and the West Memphis Three. Well, that all
Mhm.
happened right here. And he's from, right just west of Memphis here is where all that happened. And then Elvis Presley grew up in Tunica, not Tunica, in Tupelo, Mississippi, which is, where is that? It's so small. Again, it doesn't even show up. But Tupelo, Mississippi is like 50 miles, so it's somewhere in here, southeast of Memphis. And then Johnny Cash grew up somewhere general vicinity of Jonesboro, Arkansas. And then lastly, and again, I don't know what all this means. We have an actual pyramid right here in Memphis.
Interesting.
And then so Johnny Cash grows up, northwest of that where there's now a pyramid, southeast of the pyramid. Like you can almost draw a straight line 100 miles from where Johnny Cash grew up to where Elvis grew up. And I think they were
Mhm.
about the same age, I believe.
I think so too.
Yeah. So, like, what the heck's going on? And then, like, to this day, Damien Eccles makes his living with the sigil magic. Like that's what he does for a living. Look, I'm for freedom. If people want to do sigil magic, that's their business. But Um, and then this big campaign, and then they got him off of death row. And I don't know how familiar you are with all of that, but
Not
yeah,
I'm familiar with the idea of it, but not the details of it.
yeah, yeah. Well, so all this famous people got involved, like Johnny Depp, Eddie Vedder, the film director Peter Jackson. They all got involved. The Dixie Chicks. They all got
Mhm.
involved in raising money to get these three guys, out of prison, and they eventually succeeded. So the general public more or less believes that these three kids were, and they were all about my age. I'm about the same age as these people. And and I'm being from Arkansas, it's a big deal because it was a national story. It was a big fucking
Mhm.
deal back in the day here in the US. And uh, pretty much I was convinced that they were wrongly convicted. Well, now that I've gone back and looked at it, they absolutely were guilty. They absolutely committed those crimes. There's no doubt about it in my mind. So you got Damien Eccles running around, going to protests. So I went to the protest in Little Rock, Arkansas. There was a death penalty protest, and Johnny Depp and Damien Eccles went to the protest. And I was there also because at that time I believe that Eccles had been wrongly convicted. And I'm not anti-death penalty, but that was when Arkansas was trying to execute 8 prisoners in like 10 days because the lethal injection drugs were about to expire, and they were not able to get more drugs to kill the people. I'm against that, certainly.
Mhm.
Yeah, if they just have to be
Mhm.
shot or whatever, that's fine. But I'm against, like, hey, we've had these people on death row since 1982, but let's go ahead and kill them real quick because these drugs are about to expire. That's insane to me.
Mhm.
Doesn't
Mhm.
make no sense.
Mm-mm.
And I don't
It
know if
doesn't
you
make any.
heard, and I'm just kind of rambling now, but they also caught. It was either somebody from Arkansas or Mississippi or one of those states. Like the FDA caught the state like trying to more or less just buy drugs on the black market to kill people with. The fucking state was doing that.
That's
And the
crazy.
FDA came in and said, "Well, actually, you can't do that. You can't buy your lethal injection drugs on the black market. Like, what are you doing?" Yeah, crazy.
That
But
is.
and again, I know that was kind of rambling, but just again, I don't know what it means, but it's like, how is all this happening? And I'm from these areas, so culturally and just it's such small town rural areas, like with a low population. Even Memphis is not that big of a place, right? So what the fuck is going
Mhm.
on here?
Well,
I
I
don't
saw
know.
there was that Holly Springs Forest. Is that what that was on the map there?
I don't know. I'd have to look again.
Yeah. There was a Holly Springs or Holly something forest, and it made me think of the
Oh yeah, Holly.
Hollywood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Holly Springs National Forest. Yeah, definitely, and that's in Mississippi. Yeah.
yeah. It's just with the whole, like, Holly aspect of Hollywood and it being some sort of, um, wand wood, right? That, magic wands were made of holly, uh,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
yeah, that I
Yeah, I
wonder
see.
if
See
it's
what I'm
related.
saying? Yeah, there's another connection. Yeah, I never made that connection. Yeah, definitely. There's something to that for sure. And I don't know, did you you may not know this because I'm a conspiracy theorist, meaning I enjoy conspiracy theories like as a
Mhm,
hobby, right?
mhm.
Not as like, oh, let's go wake everybody up. Although I fell into that at a certain point, but um well, there was rumors real quick that there was a crystal skull in a box, in a metal box at the top of the Memphis pyramid. And the rumors got so strong that the Memphis Commercial Appeal, the newspaper there, went and investigated, and in fact, there was a crystal skull in a fucking metal box at the top of that pyramid. It was in the newspaper.
Really?
Yes. So again, people, a normie's like, okay, what are you trying to say? I don't fucking know what I'm trying to say, but you tell me, what does all
Yeah.
this mean? It's too
Is the
many
pyramid
things. See, but real quick, see how the things
yeah,
are stacking up? It's too much. It's just too many things happening there. But yeah, go ahead, please.
is it a new pyramid? Like, or is it
They
an old
they built it in the 90s as a convention center and a sports venue and a concert venue, but the acoustics were so terrible, and it just ended up being just a horrible venue. So it's now a Bass Pro Shops. Yeah. But I actually went to a basketball game there because Arkansas, was really good in basketball in the early 90s and the mid 90s. So I went to a basketball game there and like not long after it opened, actually. The Memphis Pyramid. Yeah, the Memphis Tigers, the sports team used to play there. The college basketball team used to play there, but apparently which, it makes you wonder, how did the people who paid for this thing not know that it would not make a good concert venue, and it wouldn't make good convention center space, and it would not make a good sports venue? Like, how were they not aware of all that? Like, that doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah, especially with all the building codes and everything that all the regulatory bodies that are needed in in the erecting of any kind of building, you'd think
Oh,
that
we don't have much of that in this part of the world.
oh, you don't.
No, no, it's you know, Memphis is barely in Tennessee, and Tennessee's kind of a backward state in a lot of ways, other than Nashville, perhaps. And then Arkansas is backwards, Mississippi's backwards. I mean, this is one of the most backwards parts of the country, and this is the Mississippi River Delta, by the way, which historically only Appalachia can rival the Mississippi River Delta for things like poverty, quality of life, all of these things. This is
Mm,
historically the most impoverished, backwards, uneducated part of the country, historically.
interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So I think, as where you're from, people, I'm not saying they're geniuses, but what I know of British Columbia, people tend to be fairly educated and kind of with it in a way. If you came down here to that part of the world, you might be a little surprised at how different the people are.
Mhm,
Yeah, like and I'm not trying to brag on myself. I'm very much an exception for somebody my age because I'm more or less from the Delta. I'm from very close to the Delta, right? So,
mhm,
so for somebody from that region who's my age, I'm very different than a lot of the folks.
mhm, mhm. Invested a lot of time in knowledge.
Well, yeah, and just probably autistic, but then there were zero people diagnosed with autism back then in that part of the
Mhm,
country. Nobody would got a autism diagnosis. I never heard the word one time, and then even if I had heard of it, like, these people wouldn't have been able to spell autism. And I'm not trying to be rude. I mean, it's just that's what we're talking about here.
mhm, mhm.
Um, so Yeah, it's bizarre. It was a bizarre experience, growing up, and I grew up in an environment of complete and total ignorance. Like, I mean, nobody knew anything. My dad had a college degree, knew nothing, knew absolutely nothing about anything. Like that, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not trying to be
Mhm.
mean. This is just the facts. I grew up in an environment of complete and total ignorance. We didn't know what Jews were. We just thought that was a religion. We didn't know anything. I'm not kidding.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we barely knew what the TV told us. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So just the
Mhm.
fact that I read the newspaper every day, more or less from as a young child all the way up until today, to some extent, just that gave me a leg up on these other people. Or just, if you ever remember the old Bill Hicks joke where he went into a Waffle House and, the Waffle House waitress comes up and says, what you reading for? Because he was reading a book. What you reading for? Meaning, like, surely somebody's making you read this book, because otherwise, why would anybody read a book? Like, that's what it was
Mhm.
like where I'm from. And I love to go to the library, but I never saw my friends there unless they had to do a project, unless they had to access the research materials, right?
Mhm.
This just wasn't a thing. So, yeah, it was viewed as kind of like, why are you reading a book? Like, what?
Mhm. Yeah, I had my nose in a book. I read. I knew how to read. My brother was learning to read, and I was a couple days in. I was a year younger, and a couple days into him working on this book with my mom. I guess the story goes that I started parroting back what the book, what I'd been listening to, and my brother's like, "You can't read. You didn't even look at it." Like, you're just remembering, right? And I somehow I said, "Yes, I can." And and my mom, somehow there's a newspaper involved, and to prove to my brother it wasn't the duck is a duck reader that I was memorizing. And yeah, I guess I was given a newspaper, and voila, I could read. I remember reading to my kindergarten class, and I remember in grade one, we were handed out said reader, A Duck is a Duck. And of course, I took it home and read it voraciously overnight. And I got back the next day. I was in a split 1-2 class, thankfully, because I got back the next day, and the teacher was like, "Oh, did everyone read their first story?" And I started to cry. And she says, Why are you crying?" I said, "Well, I read the whole book." And she says, "Well, that's great, dear. Like, no worries. But why are you upset?" And I said, "Well, what am I going to read?" Well, you guys all.
I like
But
that.
yeah, that autism thing for me, I had all the three. I had three of the four neurodivergent diagnoses.
Oh, okay.
Um, well, not
Back
that they're
then?
no, in the last as an adult since I was
Oh,
28.
okay.
I wouldn't say they're all diagnoses. One is an ADHD diagnosis, which was done before they really made it. My psychiatrist gave me a bubble sheet exam and was like, "Nope, not bipolar. Yep, ADHD. I don't know how that works." But I had also spent a lot of time working on an eating disorder with him as a young adult, so he knew me quite well. And but basically, right now they have four different categories under the umbrella of neurodivergent, and one is ADHD,
Okay.
one is giftedness,
Mm.
uh,
Hmm.
one is OCD like tendencies. So it's not
Okay.
necessarily like the washing of the hands, is ritualistic per se, but more like locked, just those things, rules. It tends to be some of the structure and rules that neurodivergent people put in that look obsessive compulsive to other people.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
when I knew I had these three sort of definite characteristics, I went looking at in 2020. I'd done a lot of research into the Lost Girls of Autism. I'd done a lot of comedy with diagnosed male comics. Ever since I'd ever met any man that was diagnosed Asperger's, I would stand and talk to them for hours and be like, "Me too, me too." And they're like, "Not you, it's a boy thing." Um, and so I went
Mm.
looking for that diagnosis in 2020 to get the process started because there was all this research on Lost Girls of Autism at the time. And it was interesting because it takes about 8 years to get it. So I go see a psychiatrist who's going to get this ball rolling, I think, for me. And she ends up saying straight to my face, "Yeah, yeah, we'll get this stuff going, blah, blah, blah." And then she sends a letter to my doctor that was like the opposite. She told me to immerse myself in the culture. If I wanted to go see this doctor in Vancouver, I could do that. Seemed a little unnecessary at my age, like to actually go for a diagnosis. But she wrote a letter to my doctor stating, nope, don't think she is. Nope, nope, which I thought was really interesting because it can take 8 years to get a diagnosis. And then you go see someone for half an hour and they get to deem you not.
Yeah, it's a
I
scam.
was like, yeah. So I just adopted it. When I call centers, I'm very thorough. I really struggle to make decisions. I have a million questions. You'll answer a question, I'll have five more. It's a lot easier to introduce myself to different settings as having, as being autistic, as being very detail focused. Um, I know they say that it's a lack of sensitivity. They would have put it even. They were even putting it on men diagnosed with autism, which I think is a really big misnomer. That's one of the reasons why girls weren't getting diagnosed, was actually there's this hypersensitive empathy and blah 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 that exists in these autistic girls, and it doesn't fit the profile of the men. And yet I don't think even the lack of I think they've got it. I think they've got it quite wrong in terms of sensitivities of autistic kids. And my friend's son he was very nonverbal till he was 7 or 8 years old. Like, he's not like myself or yourself per se, but he's definitely sensitive. Doesn't mean he communicates about it. And I think that was, I don't know. I think they're still working on some of this. And I think we'll find that it's way more on a spectrum than some of the stuff that they're putting on spectrums now.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, and I do want to say this, when we talk about autism, what is that? Well, it's a collection of behaviors that are all within the normal range for humans that we've collected together and we've named it autism. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's
Mhm.
nothing beyond that. It's all
Mhm.
normal. All of it's normal.
Mhm.
It's just that we've decided to classify it this type of way.
I
But so I,
appreciate that perspective.
well, yeah, well, it's true. And then the
Yeah.
reality is, the ignorance, when I talk about how ignorant everybody was, and I'm not insulting those people. Nobody knew anything. That's not an exaggeration. So it was to my advantage because it forced me to develop socially. I had no choice.
Mhm.
So I had a lot of, I won't even say like, it was just very difficult for me in some ways because I am very, very introverted by nature, but between, the local society and community and the way I was socialized, and then my parents were in this Jehovah's Witness religion, which they had me knocking on doors, talking to strangers about religion when I was like 6 years old. And by probably age 10, I was giving speeches in front of the church. So they formally trained me in, like, cold approaching strangers and trained me in public speaking. But if I had
Mhm.
gotten an autism diagnosis, none of that would have happened. They would have
Mhm.
just let me stay at home and, play video games or whatever.
Mhm.
Like, I think it's bad for these kids that they just let them do that.
Mhm.
Now I struggled in a way, but then now we get to how in the olden days society was way more accepting of outliers like me. So I was born in 1975, but culturally it was 1955. We were 20 years behind either coast. I mean, that's not an exaggeration.
Mhm.
And so my mom told me that she went to like a parent teacher conference, when I was in like second grade. And so you had all the students' desks in the normal position, and my desk was way off by itself in the corner. And they said it's because I couldn't leave anybody alone. I was just like wanting to talk to everybody. But then they put me off by myself, and I could just sit there and learn, and I didn't have to talk to people for some reason. And my mom, I think, was kind of offended, but I was like, I like it. I like it. But it was true because I'm so introverted. I liked having my own space. I liked being away from everybody else. I'm assuming I don't really remember it until she told me. But they just accommodated me instead of trying to make me like everybody else.
Mhm.
If that makes sense, because we didn't
Mhm.
know what autism was. Nobody knew anything, so they just considered me normal. Oh, this is normal that he's this way. It's complete, and it
Mhm.
was. That is normal. It's
Mhm.
just there's not many people that are that way, right?
Yeah, I really appreciate that perspective. You know, you could actually extrapolate that out to a lot of these categorizations they give
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, it's a
And
hobbling. We're hobbling these people out of the gate.
mhm,
And by the way, some of these people are the best and brightest in a way. I'm not trying to say that I am. I'm saying that some of these folks, if they were forced to actually, you know, in some way live up to everybody else's standards, right?
mhm.
Um, I think it's better for them. I think it's bad for the individual. That's just all my opinion, but I don't think
I
it's good.
yeah, I agree. I think that this as much as I can shit talk different aspects of, you know, different members of my family or different aspects of them. Like I know my dad's discipline and structure and being so strict. My mom's devotion to tone of voice and
Mm,
you know, and just behaviors that were quite natural, like on a heart centered aspect of myself, but might not have been I might have been not have been very capable of socially pushing past the uh, gigantic feelings of embarrassment or shame or anxiety or just hyper sensations. You know, as a child, like you know, I chipped a tooth when I was 10 or 12 years old, and I was devastated. You know, it's like you scratched your Corvette, right? Like, you
yeah.
know, um, and so I know for me, I would say when it finally came out that I started using this as a label for myself in lieu of ADHD, right? Um, Knowing that we were in a very tolerant world now and people have been hobbled, but that also they've also been given the tools to understand these differences and to have patience through this for some of us as adults. So my point is that people ask me how I was able to get so, you know, why I would have gone so long without it being so detected. And I think, like you're saying, it was a acceptance of different. There was a wider acceptance of outliers and
Yes.
differences of people.
Yes. Well, and real
And
quick, well,
yeah,
go ahead.
no,
Go
you go
ahead,
ahead.
Mike.
No, you go ahead.
Um, it's funny because I've researched autism because I sort of came to I'm saying that I have it, whatever that is. And again, it's still normal behavior, but um, this is, one of the ways I came to this conclusion in researching autism is that what a lot of people don't understand is that, as far as the system is concerned, that a percentage of autistic people recover. If we view this as some sort of illness or some sort of affliction, that some people actually start out autistic and recover to varying degrees, and some almost fully recover. And I think I'm somebody who's just more or less almost fully recovered from it because I have memories from being a child of not knowing what people's facial expressions meant. So I have memories of just talking at somebody, and then because I'm so visual, I can remember what the person's facial expression was, but at the time I didn't know that their body language was trying to tell me, "Hey man, like I'm not trying to hear all this," but they were too polite to just be like, "Hey, I got to go." So like, I'm
Mm-hmm.
holding them hostage and I'm just talking and talking and talking.
Mm-hmm.
But then
Info dumping.
I actually taught myself how to read facial expressions. Like that's not an
Mm-hmm.
exaggeration. I did not, that was a part of my socialization process I believe because I do have some of these things that I wasn't able to develop normally at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, there were other things like that where just I was very different than other people, but then I caught up eventually,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But
It does.
I was way ahead in other ways. Like I was super ahead of other people in some ways. Like I had almost a photographic memory. School was super fucking easy. I mean, just
Yeah.
not that but I wasn't like, it was just because I could read the chapter. I could basically memorize whatever section of the textbook we were going to cover that day, like right before class started. But then I
Mm-hmm.
don't learn from the teacher talking. So the
Mm-hmm.
teacher's talking and I'm not even listening. I would just sit there and read a book while the teacher talked. But then I made 100 or a 99 on all the quizzes and tests,
Mm-hmm.
because I memorized the textbook
Mm-hmm.
like effortlessly. But it's not like, oh, Benton's intelligent. It's like, no, it's just I was born with an ability to do certain things. Hashtag things Benton can do, by the way. But, you know, that was not, and I think that looking back on it, like, I had a lot of guilt and shame around, you know, because I wasn't doing what was expected of me, and I thought I was hiding from the teacher reading books, but, you know, looking back on it, the teacher knows I'm back there reading a fucking book I checked out of the library that morning. You know, they're not dumb.
Mhm.
They just knew, well,
Mhm.
obviously he can ace the tests and all that, so who cares? But, you know, I read a book a day the whole time I was in elementary school.
Mhm.
A book, one book a day, every day. I would go to the library in the morning, I would check out a book, and I would have it read by the end of the day, but it's just fiction, you know, it wasn't anything.
Mhm.
But
Nice.
meanwhile, but when the teacher's up there talking, it's like the Charlie Brown, you know, from the cartoon. It's like, "Wah, wah, 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 wah." You
Mhm.
know, I didn't have any idea what the teacher was talking about. Who even knows?
Mhm.
So it's very bizarre, you know, in a way, very strange and bizarre upbringing.
I wonder if you did take in more information though auditorially than your memory has because or maybe I just don't remember ever reading textbooks in elementary school. I know we had them.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I just don't
um
learn that way is what I'm saying. I'm sure I took
mm,
in the information. I just don't learn that way.
yeah.
Like, honestly, if somebody's telling us things and I'm expected to remember it, I have to write it down. I have to make it visual. I have to.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I have no chance. Like, and here's something that persists to this day. I don't know if you've noticed this, but we all have Google Maps and GPS navigation in our pockets now. But God forbid I have to ask somebody like where something is. They have to tell you the directions. They have to. So I just stand there while they're giving me the directions, but I don't listen because I can't remember the directions anyway. If you just tell me like, "Hey, go down there, turn left, and turn," I can't remember any of that. 0% chance. I have to write it down. But now it's like,
Mhm.
but I tell them, I'm like, "Hey, that's okay. I have Google Maps. I have navigation." I can say that to them till I'm blue in the face. They have to tell me the directions. They have to.
Mhm.
Like, what is that even? You know, I don't have that. Bex can just say, "Yeah, Benton, I understand that you might want to tell me the directions, but I can't remember them anyway." I can accept that. I'd be like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense." These people, they'll never get it. They just cannot understand that I'm different that way.
Mhm.
So I've just trained myself to just stand there politely and just not pay a damn bit of attention to what they're saying. And then
Mhm.
when they're done, I'm like, "Okay, thanks." And then I go back and just find it on my phone and, you know, have the phone tell me how to get there.
Mhm.
Right.
That's like that polite face small talk stuff when where other people are engaging in the very same questions I might engage with someone, but when it's I would like you were saying earlier, I'm the same way with small talk,
Yeah.
um, a lot of the time, a lot of the time, especially the more depth I can have in, forums like this, conversations like this, actually can have a slightly negative feedback loop in tolerance out in the world for small talk, you
Mm.
know?
Sure,
But
yeah.
but that's okay because I have learned to make that polite face back or actually just to accept my neurodivergency and somehow, kibosh the conversation, even though I may have just info dumped on someone and made
Yeah.
them, we didn't necessarily negotiate a fair exchange here, right? Like, I know it's polite, but I
Well,
think
yeah.
most of the time I'm not seen as an impolite person, even in some of my awkwardnesses.
Well, yeah, see, but you have social skills. But imagine
Mhm,
if they had decided you were autistic when you were 5 years old, you may not
mhm.
have developed those social skills. That's the point I'm making.
Exactly,
Yeah, and
exactly.
that would be bad for you to not have social skills. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I have bizarre social interactions much of the time, but I actually have social skills. I'm able to meet people, make friends, and all of these things. You know, what if that had just never developed? That would be bad for me, right? So I
yep,
think our society is just it's doing a disservice to all of these people, in my view. But they just say, "Oh, you're high functioning." It's like, yeah, because I had no other choice but to become high
yeah,
functioning. What was
yeah,
the alternative?
mhm,
You know, and they put me in gift. We had gifted and talented education. You know, GATE was a big deal. So they put me in the gifted and talented in 6th grade, and after a week, they put me right back with the regular kids, which is where I belong, by the way, because I don't have any kind of crazy I have a very average IQ, certainly. So, you know, it's just because I have some special abilities. They're like, oh, he's gifted and talented. It's like, well, actually, not really. Let's put him back where he came from. Send him back. It's a,
Well, you never know.
it's a bizarre
Um,
experience.
Sometimes teachers aren't smart enough to teach their students.
Oh, they taught me nothing. Once they taught me how to read, write, and the 3 R's we used to call them. Once they taught me that, they taught me nothing for the entire rest of my. It was a complete waste of time, other than my socializing and being around my
Mhm.
friends. Right? Yeah, total waste of time.
Do you come from a big family?
I got 2 younger sisters,
Hmm.
and I had both my parents were in the home the whole time I was growing up. My
Mhm.
dad's got a sister and 3 brothers.
Mhm.
Yeah, my mom's got a brother.
So were you guys close with cousins? Did you have a lot of kids around you, or just mostly the three of you?
Oh, well, we grew up, I grew up around the church. We went to church 4 times a week, and then
Mhm.
also, 3 to 4 times a week, and then, of course, I was actually, like, popular in school, whatever that means, but it's Arkansas, so it's not hard to be cool. It's not hard to be a cool kid in fucking Arkansas back then. It's like not I mean, seriously, it's
Mhm.
like, but yeah, my sister was both of my sisters were very popular in school, but again, who cares? What's it matter? But, you know.
I like
But
that.
just imagine if they had labeled me with some sort of affliction. Oh, he's got a mental illness or whatever. It probably would have ruined my whole life in a way. So I'm glad that nobody knew anything.
Yeah, I had, 3 siblings till I was 15, and then my father had 4 more, in the next 5 years, so I have 7 siblings, and I think that having that many people around definitely made a atmosphere for a lot more socialization, and even just in a family of 4, my mom was always a very active woman and, had a lot of friends around her. We always called them aunts and uncles, there were always kids around, it was the '70s, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, it, I feel like that's one of the reasons why I was, really helped my socialization. I know that I was also someone who didn't understand why I felt so uncomfortable putting my hand up in class, right? Like, I always wanted to tell the people I knew the answer, but I also was so freaking anxious and embarrassed that as soon
Mm,
as I put my hand up, my back of my neck would turn purple, and it drove me crazy. And it didn't matter if it took me into, like, I don't know, 7th year university, I was still gonna fricking push through that, you know?
hmm.
It wouldn't go away. It's still actually a very dominant aspect of my character. I notice it out here in the YouTube community. I notice it manifest in my excitement to communicate. Uh, Also in that sense of a nervous. It's just some sort of rejection anxiety that sort of precedes everything. That isn't necessarily has never really been as founded as the energies seem to emit.
Hmm.
Um, but maybe that's just a general sense of knowing you're kind of different and just being worried. But again, never letting it hold me back. I'm a really quirky person. Like, I improv with the world all the time. Like, I do weird things. Like, when the Queen passed, I was driving around town with the window down, screaming, "God save the Queen!" Oh, you can't, she's dead. Like, you
Ah,
know,
yeah, I
like
love
the
that.
page boy or whatever of the old times, right? I was like running around, honk, 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 the Queen, right? Um, I like to play with the world. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
When
absolutely.
Yeah, people were banging pots and pans here for like a year and a half. I thought it was never gonna end. 7 PM. 7 PM every night. Like, "Oh, yay, rah, 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 the nurses," or whatever the heck it was. Oh, that was one though that I was getting ready to riff on. I was gonna, like, scream out the window. I was getting ready to, like, pretend it was, like, 100 years later, and they were still doing it. I didn't quite work. Not all my bits land?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, like
Did you
Patrice
guys
O'Neill said, is like the jokes that don't land come from the same place as the ones that are, like great jokes. It's all coming from the same place.
Mhm.
I think there's something to that. And I'm not a comedian, obviously, but I've killed some of the time because I have no way of knowing ahead of time if people are going to think what I say is funny or not. That just I cannot predict that. So sometimes I'm just hilarious to people, and I'm being serious. It's like I'm like, wait a
Mhm,
minute, I'm being completely serious. You know.
mhm. That's a big aspect of my humor as well. I didn't know. I mean, I know how to make I know how to soften a situation with humor for sure, right?
Well,
I'm
that's what I'm saying.
instantly,
I'm not trying to be funny, and
yeah,
I end up killing some. I'm talking about because I do understand comedy
yeah,
from a fan perspective only,
mhm,
having never done it. But I've always loved stand up comedy my whole life. All even as a young person, I was just Bill Cosby himself. We had a copy of that on VHS. I must have seen that 100 times, right? And just whatever was I could find on TV. I always was fascinated with stand up comedy, and um, so I mean, like I've been when I was in truck driving school at one point, they brought in some recruiter, and I had no intention of just making everybody, burst into laughter like 3 times in a row. But it was like by the last laugh, it was just that's what a comedian would call killing. My problem
yeah.
is I had no idea that I was about to kill. It just happened, and I was like, "There's no way I could replicate that. It's just not possible." So if you've developed those skills, I have none of those skills. It just accidentally every once in a while, I'm just hilarious. And I'm
I
just
think you
standing there
make
like, "What?"
as an
Yeah.
audience member, I think you're amusing a lot more often than you think. You just don't have the laugh track of the people, in the crowd, chuckling along. But I would say that sort of like George Carlin, everyone's like, "Oh, do you know George Carlin?
Mhm.
You know George Carlin? He's so funny, right? He's well known. Do you like him?" I used to tell people that my comedy, when they ask who influences you, I would say it's George Carlin and Shane Koyczen or Kazoyan, who's a very very sad spoken word poet,
Oh,
and
okay.
people are like that sad poet guy, right? Well, if you ever see him live, he's very very good at peppering the humor into his tragic stories, right? He's a spoken word poet. But my point is that both of those men state the obvious. Um, and both of them state the obvious. Like even Carlin is not. If you go back and listen, now that I've tipped his bit, go back and listen to him. He's always all he's ever doing is making us laugh at what is true,
Yeah, oh,
except
yeah.
for the except for the line of "There's a club and you and I ain't in it." He's in it. He was in it,
Oh,
friends. Don't
yeah, he would
forget.
have had to have been, obviously.
Yeah,
Whether
but
he knew it or not, by the way, but go
yeah,
ahead.
and that's where I would say that you model more that kind of humor, right? Like you're
Yeah, that's
stating the
probably true.
obvious, and
Well, but
I'm not
yeah,
sure.
yep.
Yeah.
And I refuse to I won't engage in taboo. If something is taboo, I'm probably gonna talk about it right away.
Mhm.
I just I can't tolerate that. I know it's in everybody's brain, but nobody's talking about it. I have to talk about it.
Mhm.
Like, I have to. I'm compelled. If there's a 500-pound elephant in the room or whatever, I have to, and nobody will address it. I have to address it. I've always been that way. I can't not
Mhm.
address it.
Mhm.
So yeah, there's something to that also, I think, because and I have no fear of that. Like I'm not worried about, well, people are going to be uncomfortable. I'm going to be uncomfortable. That has nothing to do with it.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm comfortable talking. Yeah, I actually found myself saying very strange things online. I don't think
Yeah.
I'll give the examples here,
Well,
but
I'm talking about in no, I'm talking about
in
in
real
real
life,
life.
yeah, in real life,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. I actually, again, I have no problem. I mean, again, I especially
Well,
medical stuff.
if you're going on stage, I'm sure you can pretty much do whatever you want to do, in mixed company, I'm assuming. Because
Yes.
that's got to be, having forced yourself to do those things. My thing is because of my Jehovah's Witness, growing up a Jehovah's Witness, I could absolutely just go on stage and I wouldn't be scared, and but I don't know how funny I would be, but I know I could do it as far as going up there and doing it. And I know pretty much
Mhm.
everybody's terrible at the start. Like I recognize it's a skill that takes years to learn and all of that. Like I'm aware of that, but
I'd say
I could
though,
go up there and talk certainly,
mhm,
no problem.
when I'd say amateur stand-up comedy rooms are probably some of the most welcoming spaces for yourself or myself. The
Oh, but I think I would be
Yeah.
better if they don't welcome me. You know what I mean? Like I'm one of those people. I'll get into it with the audience at some point, probably, and I'll like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I
But
just think you'd be
that's not comedy if I'm up there telling the audience to fuck off, right? That's just me
well,
berating the crowd, you know?
no, there's some people some people like that. Some style.
Well,
I
yeah.
remember watching a stand-up comedian. I used to get to go to all the shows for free, right, as an amateur comedian. So there was a Yuck Yucks here for a short time, which is a comedy club.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's in the States, but it's a Canadian franchise comedy club.
Yeah.
And and you get to watch the shows back to back, right? So I watched this one guy like where there was an interruption with a heckler, a really big scene actually. Like she got kicked out, right? And so in between the two shows, I got a chance to talk to him and say, "Oh, hey, I'm going to stay for the second show because you're really funny, and I want to see what what happened, what I missed, when that heckler interrupted the show." And then you find out, like round two happens, and the second person didn't get kicked out, but like he made that happen. It's part of his shtick. Um, it was he knew how to work the crowd, and he
Oh,
knew
yeah.
how to get beat somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
The people who are good at that, it's amazing to see it, in action.
mhm,
People are
mhm,
able to, control a room or whatever you want to call it.
mhm. Yeah, that public speaking aspect of upbringing in church can be very beneficial.
Oh, yeah. No, it was great. That part of it was great. Yeah, definitely.
My best friend in high school was a Jehovah Witness, and
Oh,
she knew
man.
that I wasn't a shy woman. So we did the whole I mean, Lori and I had the best we synchronized our handwriting so we could double up on homework. I mean, we learned a sign language in class so that we could that was the group of us girls so we could talk in class with the alphabet sign and cheat on our multiple choice exams and talk about boys and stuff like but in high school when she was getting to that point of going door to door and we were in a pretty small town. She and I strategized that I would join the church with her
Oh, I see.
and study with her family. They were onto us. They were onto us.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but still, I mean, they were happy to have me come and study with them as well, right?
Oh, of course.
Um,
They have to be. They don't have a
yeah,
choice.
yeah. And I was always a child coming from a medical family that sought out some other man in a black robe. I was like, not this guy. My
Ah,
dad's uh, my dad's religion was not resonating with my little spirit.
I hear you.
Being such a man of science, so I definitely hopped around from churches. So by the time I was in high school, I'd hung out with other families for a couple of years at a time, and it wasn't seen as it definitely wasn't seen as calculating as it turned out to be. And I didn't realize actually until the last 3 years, when in the whole satanic panic of things, I went back into sort of studying the different faiths of the world and trying to figure out if they held the keys to things. And
Mhm.
I was
Sure, yeah.
surprised actually when I looked into the Jehovah Witness religion how much of that years study with my friend had really affected some of the things I understand.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, that's interesting.
mhm, mhm.
Did you know that they removed an entire Bible verse from their Bible, the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures?
No,
Yeah, they omitted an entire verse. I don't remember which one it is. I would have to look it up, but yeah. Oh, yeah. They wrote their own Bible and intentionally omitted an entire verse. I think it's from like First Timothy or something. And
interesting.
they
First
repeat
Timothy.
they repeatedly predicted the end of the world, most recently in 1975, the year I was born.
Interesting.
Yep, which is the biblical definition of a false prophet, because that's how you know the false prophet when they make a prediction and it does not come
Mhm,
true. Yeah.
mhm. They also
Um,
have isn't there a story of a story in the history of Jesus Christ having been here in the early 1900s?
that's what they
I think
claim is that
yeah,
Christ returned invisibly in like 1913 or something.
yeah, yeah, I'd
Whatever
seen
that
that.
means. I mean, who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah, yeah. It's interesting though, I've always enjoyed, interacting with the J-dubs I know.
Sure, yeah.
Um, it's, they're often seen on Sundays at there was actually a pub that had a music scene, a hootenanny where people could go and play music. and get a beer for, playing a couple songs. And it was always on Sunday in the afternoon. So actually, there'd be a really neat mix of people there, not necessarily there just for the drinking, but for the music environment. And in fact, that was my choice, and that was my church in my 30s, was going to this bar every Sunday and just hanging out with a community of people that sang music together.
Nice.
But that we had some really neat. There was a really neat group of young Jehovah Witnesses that came in and hung out for the music, and we used to philosophize on Sundays. Um, yeah, I don't know. I like learning about people's different faiths. I always believed that if there was a key to enlightenment, if that's what we're here to pursue, that all the religions were meant to talk to one another. That why would there be any, if anyone had reached enlightenment, then that group of people would no longer be here in my mind. And ergo their faith would have evaporated with their sudden, I don't know, spontaneous advancement or whatever. Not that I even know what that would look like, but that was just sort of my imagination going around as a child, pursuing something that I had somehow inherently seen as sorry, I'm filling a glass of water here, friends.
Yeah, no
Something
worries.
I've inherently seen as necessary. Looking for answers.
Well, and I want to say this, the problem with the Jehovah's Witnesses is people view it as a religion. It's a literal, this is not an exaggeration, it's a literal mind control cult. That's not an exaggeration. It's exactly that. It's exactly that. But then what happens is, if I try to talk this way, people that grew up in the Catholic Church or people that grew up Baptist, they try to say that what they grew up in is the same as that. No, it is not. They did not grow up in a mind control cult.
Yeah, you don't
Period.
grow up
They
where
did not.
you
I
don't
did.
you don't get excommunicated from everyone you've ever known and loved if you don't toe the line in Catholicism.
Well, but they also, I was subjected to a formalized process of mind control. That's not an exaggeration.
And is that
It
through the different?
actually, and part of mind control is cult mind control. They intentionally subvert the child's ability to develop their own ability to think and reason for themselves. So I taught myself logic and reason in my 30s. That's not an exaggeration, because the way I was brainwashed necessarily deactivated my ability to think for myself. I
Interesting.
could not think for myself.
Now,
But
in that, go
fortunately,
ahead.
I'm very
Sorry.
intuitive, so they can't do anything about my intuition. But no, you go ahead.
Was that through the structured, like the 4 times a week studying and
No,
the
it's built into the religion.
yeah.
It's built in. But then the people who join as adults, like my parents, they also become brainwashed. But it's a different thing for the kids. The kids that grow up in it, they don't have any idea how bizarre and strange all of this is. It just seems normal to them. A child doesn't understand that their brain is being literally brainwashed. They don't understand that that's what's happening. And yeah, I understand that society brainwashes people in a way. Like, yeah, everybody's mind controlled to an extent, just because our psychologies, and this is my opinion, are, our psychologies are products of the system. I'm saying this is way beyond that, like way beyond. And it's child abuse. It's straight up child abuse. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It shouldn't even be allowed it shouldn't be permitted. It just shouldn't be.
Now, was there something that triggered your parents joining the church? Do you know?
Yeah, of course. That's another thing. My parents were preyed upon. See, I
Yeah.
had a lot of resentment towards my parents, because I would never, as an adult, I would never join a cult. I would be the type that I might start one, but I would never join one ever. But left to my own devices, I have a personality where I might have started a cult, and I'm not exaggerating here, but you know, there was for me personally, there was a benefit in growing up in a cult. So now I realize the problem with being a cult leader is that the cult leader spends all of his time with the type of bozos who would join a cult.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying? I would never want to be around those people all the time. In fact, I was
Mhm.
around them growing up, but my parents had a desire to raise their children with strong moral values,
Mhm.
and the Jehovah's Witnesses preyed upon their feelings of insecurity and fears. Right? They caught them in a
Mhm.
weak and when they were weak and fearful, and
Mhm.
preyed upon them. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what they look for, the people who will fall prey to that. It's
Mhm.
it's very predatory. It's a sick, man.
Yeah.
It's sick.
I had, friends' parents that were, yeah, the friends around my age. We met about 10 years ago, and I think he and his yeah, it was maybe 10 or 15 years before that that his parents had become Jehovah Witnesses. So, their kids were grown. They were like 30 or
Yeah.
about 30 years old, 25 to 30 years old, and his
Sure, yeah.
parents were approached in the hospital. I don't know if one of
Mm,
them was unwell or if they were,
yep.
aiding in somebody else, but for sure that was through the
Caught
whatever
them
they
in a
were going through in the
yeah,
hospital. Yeah.
vulnerable state. They were in a
Yeah.
vulnerable state. Yep.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. And that's what, because some people, and in fact, I'll tell you who can't be brainwashed is mentally ill people and very dumb people. You just can't brainwash those people.
Mhm.
So it actually, there's a certain level of intellect required to fall victim to a cult. If you think about it,
Mhm. Yeah.
it's very diabolical, in that
Are
way.
there still family members of yours still practicing?
No, no, not at all.
No.
My dad wanted to, but then as soon as they went hardcore for the mask and the jab, and as soon as he saw that, he was pretty much done with them. But that was recently, right? But so I think he met his third wife. Think he started going to the Kingdom Hall again just to meet a woman, I'm pretty sure. But my dad's very
Mhm.
secretive, so we find out
Mhm.
about all of this later on. But yeah,
Mhm.
I actually I don't know how deep you want to get into it, but actually, my family, we moved to a different part of the state. It's a completely different part of the state culturally, and it's also the most isolated part of the state. It's the only populated area. It's just out in the middle of nowhere. It's like the most desolate, far away place in Arkansas. It's called Heber Springs, right? But there's definitely desolate, deserted places in Arkansas, but there's nobody lives there. This is actually a town of like 3,000 people, right?
Mhm.
It's a resort town. It's got like world class trout fishing. It's like super. It's not a resort town, but it's a lot of people go there for like to go to the lake, or there's a Greer's Ferry Lake and all of this. So the second half of my senior year, my family moved to this place out in the middle of nowhere. It was very culturally different, all white, nobody but white folks. My hometown is actually majority black, and my home county is majority black. I don't know if you know that.
Mm.
So,
I
so
didn't.
there's only about 100 counties in the United States that are majority black, and I'm from one of them. So I grew up with black folks. Half our church was half black, half white. So
Mhm.
I had had a unique cultural experience growing up, and then to go to a part of the state where it's only white people, right? That was very unnerving. But uh, so when we moved there, I was still attending the Kingdom Hall. I guess I was 17 years old. I was a senior in high school. And we went to that Kingdom Hall, and I went 2 or 3 times. And I never had a problem in my hometown. I did not really like being a Jehovah's Witness, but I actually kind of liked to go into church, at least just to see my friends or whatever, that aspect of it. And I went 2, maybe 3 times to this new congregation, and I just came home. I told my parents, I said, "Yeah, I'm not I don't think I'm going to the Kingdom Hall anymore." And they said, "Yeah, you are." And I said, "No, I don't think I am." Because it had never occurred to me that I could just refuse to go, right? This is how
Mhm.
dense I am, because by the time I was 12, I knew that there's no way I'm going to do this as an adult. And imagine the fear on the part of a child. I just assumed nobody was going to have anything to do with me. He's going to turn 18. He's going to quit the religion. And as
Mhm.
far as I knew, they really were going to shun me. Right.
Mhm.
So I had, years of that sort of, whatever those emotions were, and fears, but it turned out to not be the case. But, and I'm
Had you
trying,
seen that happen in the church though?
well, see, that's the thing is I have, but it's an interesting dynamic. It's hard to explain, but like like you said, your best friend was a Jehovah's Witness, but did you hang out with her outside of school? Like, were you friends outside
Yep.
of school? So here's the
Yep.
thing is that's against the rules. She's not supposed to. you're worldly. The religion says you're a worldly person. Y'all are not supposed to be friends. See, they're breaking
Mhm.
the rules. So where I grew up, they broke a lot of the shunning rules. So yeah, they're supposed to shun me, but where I'm from, it was less of a thing, right?
Mhm.
So the ones that really actually hardcore follow all of the rules, you wouldn't have even been allowed to be friends with that girl. I mean, think about
Mhm.
that. Yeah, that wouldn't have even been allowed.
I wonder if Lori was I know she was the oldest child in her family. I know by the time her youngest sister, which there were just three kids and there was maybe 8 years difference, but within 8 years, by the time her youngest sister got into high school, the family had abandoned the church.
Oh, I see. So she wasn't
Um,
practicing, you're saying.
yeah, so I feel like maybe they were
Oh,
already
okay.
on the verge of questioning some of these things. I know that
Gotcha,
there were
gotcha.
cousins that had decided that something had happened that was breaking rules with the cousins, and I know they were shunned. I never uh, I never checked if like that's just something that you talk about. They talk about around other people, like, oh yeah, they're shunned, but then maybe they still get together, right? Because I'm just a friend who's not Jehovah Witness, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, question: Do you are you aware that one of Michael Jackson's parents was devout Jehovah Witness?
No, Michael Jackson was a Jehovah's Witness. So was
He was,
Prince. So was
yeah,
Prince. Yeah. Yeah,
and
no,
that's
Michael himself was a Jehovah's Witness.
mhm.
Yep.
Now, I wasn't sure. I'd always thought it was a parent, but I appreciate that you'd clarify that.
No, it
Now,
was his mom and Michael. Michael just didn't really talk about it much.
do you think the church allowed those men? Like, do you think the church benefit? Like, I know there's 501(c)(3)s and stuff. I've often wondered with some of these, with Michael Jackson in particular. I feel like the church bent a lot of rules for the Jackson Five. Um,
Well, I'm not saying he did this as an adult. I'm just saying that was his
mhm.
religion was Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering though. Fame is sort of shunned, right? Um,
Not necessarily.
no.
George Benson, if you ever remember this guy, he was a Jehovah's Witness. Prince was a Jehovah's Witness.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean
I just thought that
they don't exclude people on the basis of being rich and famous.
no, but I always thought with Michael Jackson being raised in it, to have all your children being sort of like on display like that, that there might have been sort of a overlooking of stuff because of the kind of
Well, but
tithings that come into the church.
see, we're back to mind control though.
Yeah.
See, he was raised in a mind control religion. So
Hmm.
th- Michael Jackson was absolutely subjected to a systemized abuse. He was systematically abused, ritually abused.
Hmm.
Now,
And all his siblings.
who knows what his dad did to him? But that was what they've always said about his dad, that his dad was abusive and overbearing and all of this. See, I'm firmly convinced that the way, if we read, have you ever read How the Illuminati Create an Undetectable Mind Control Slave by Fitz Springmeier? Have you ever read
No.
that book? So this is what happened to Damien Eccles. This is what I've talked about before with the West Memphis Three. So it's uh, a secret, although it's not that well kept of a secret, that there absolutely are parents who have kids and they intentionally abuse the fuck out of their kids to split their psyches so that they can be programmed. And that had to have happened to Michael Jackson. That had to have happened to Prince. There's no way it didn't.
Hmm.
I think most of these famous people that happens to them. Same thing with Damien Eccles. His dad intentionally abused the fuck out of him and it fucked his
Hmm.
brain all up.
Hmm.
Like, but the parents know what they're doing. And see, this is where you get into this sick stuff of like, these folks just, they know what they're doing on some level and they're doing it to their own children intentionally. And then at some point are turning their kids over to people involved in Satanism. And this is where we get to the satanic panic. When I talked about the West Memphis Three, who's typically that's Jesse, Miss Kelly, Damien Eccles, and Jason Baldwin. But the real West Memphis Three are the actual boys that were murdered, right? That's the real West Memphis Three. I can't ever remember their full names, but it's Byers. See, it's sad that I can remember the killers' names, but not the boys. But Byers, Hobbs, and fuck. This is just my brain doesn't work anymore. But
Pretty good though.
Well, thank you. But the point I'm making is that, um, yeah, did Eccles, Miss Kelly, and Baldwin kill those kids? Yes, they did, but probably there were other people involved as well.
Mhm.
So, who was around in the local community? Where and remember, they built a pyramid a couple of years after this with a fucking crystal skull at the top of it, about 6 miles east of where this happened. By the way,
Mhm.
like this is the same general area where this is all happening. So, you know, and then these are all three of these kids. All three of the killers grew up. And they were abused, right? And so then we get into, and especially Damien Eccles. So, who did, who talked to his father? How does his father know, hey, if I fuck my kid up, there's these local Satanists I can turn him over to, more or less, which had to have happened. I don't see how it's not. How could that not be a thing? And meanwhile, look what happened after that. Fucking Eddie Vedder, Johnny Depp, the Dixie Chicks, and Peter Jackson got him off of death row, for God's sakes. And these are
Mhm.
all people who are involved in Hollywood, and these are all people who probably were also under MK Ultra mind control,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So what the
Well, yeah,
fuck?
he
And
was
they even sent him a wife while he was on death row.
really?
They're still together. Yeah, Damien Eccles got married to this lady, Lori. I forget her real name, but Lori Eccles. Yeah, they're still together.
Interesting.
And
Well, I know.
how did she know to start writing to this guy while he's on death row?
Mhm.
And she had a big part in him getting released. It's crazy. The whole thing's just crazy. So, you know, and in fact, one of the topics I like to talk about on here is mind control, because I did a podcast, you may not know about it, called Nightmare Dystopia, 56 episodes during the fake pandemic. And I did
Mm-mm.
it on my own website, on an MP3 file, because the censorship was so heavy on YouTube. I could speak freely over there, right, on my own
Mhm.
podcast. And I've been looking into mind control and all of this for many years now. And in fact, I have an advantage because I deprogrammed myself. I've said this before. Nobody is homeless for damn near a decade for no fucking reason. I'm not a drug addict, by the way. I never have been. And people
Mhm.
just assume that I was a drunk. I was not drinking heavily when I was homeless. It's too
Mhm.
dangerous. I can't be passing out drunk in downtown Portland. It's too fucking dangerous. No,
Definitely not.
I drank, but I would drink like a 24 ounce and smoke a blunt or something. I wasn't just
Mhm.
getting drunk every day. So yeah, no, imagine being a homeless person who's never 5150'd, never had to be in the mental health system. But I've been the crazy guy ranting on the corner before. It's just that if you listen to what I was saying, everything I was saying was coherent and made sense. But the behavior was very much the behavior of a crazy person, right? But not in a criminal sense, not in a, hey, we got to take him to the fucking rubber room sense. But so what I was
Mhm.
doing for 10 years is I was deprogramming and reprogramming and figuring out how to be a functional human being. And it took me damn near 10 years. And then I'll probably never fully get rid of some of that programming. Some of it is just in there to stay. And I want to finish up on this, Bex. And, we are talking about my favorite topic, which is me. So I'm already getting uncomfortable because I recognize that it's not that great to just talk about oneself over and over. But at a certain point, this is not an exaggeration. I could not tell the difference between my actual personality and what the cult had programmed my personality to be. I'm one of the most introverted people there is. I believed I was one of the most extroverted for most of my life, and I behaved as a very extroverted person most of my life. So, how do we reconcile all of that? It's pretty heavy stuff, eh?
Sorry, I was mic'd. Yes, very heavy.
Yep.
Parallels my story a lot in terms of definitely not realizing I wasn't an extrovert just because I was very good at socializing, and my social
Yeah.
anxiety actually manifests as hypersocialization. Um, but and to say that not, I don't mind you talking about yourself at all. I appreciate it. It's not only one of the reasons I was an audience member and and also hopped up to say hello once, and I'm here now. But also, it's been an inspiration into not worrying how long I might talk on my own channel. Like which I know got a little out of hand in the early stages of. But yeah, I can talk for 3 hours, right? You've seen me. I can talk for 5 hours after the panel's down.
Sure.
So, and I'm sure I'm talking about myself a lot of the time.
Oh yeah. I get it. I have to. I've chosen to sort of discipline myself because left to my own devices. Well, and it's one thing when I'm up here solo, but when there's actually somebody else, sitting here listening, right? It's I try to keep it under wraps, but yeah, there's no like, hey, we're going to go out in field service and knock on doors, but then, well, Benton is one of, and that's my last name, by the way, for anybody who's curious, but here, so I wasn't referred to as Benton, but here's Benton, and he's very introverted, so he doesn't go knock on doors. Just know everybody goes out and knocks on doors and talks to people. There's no, introvert or extrovert has nothing to do with it at that point, right? They're just making me behave like an extroverted person, whether I wanted to or not. It's crazy in a way. And but people say, "Oh, what do you mean they made you?" It's like I was a minor fucking child. Like it wasn't up to me. And if we understand psychology, as the firstborn, what that, and I don't know much about child psychology, but I know a little bit. So as the firstborn, I get to pick whatever strategy I want to get my parents' approval. I chose being viewed as somebody who follows the rules and does what he's told. I wanted to be viewed that way. I certainly didn't live up to that necessarily, but I wanted them to view me that way. So yeah, of course I'm going to go knock on the doors, right? Because I want to please my parents. And the way I'm pleasing my parents is to be seen as someone who does what's expected of him.
Yeah.
But see, my sister comes along. She has to pick a different strategy because she can't pick the same strategy as me. This is how and I'm sure you know enough about that to realize that. So she wasn't the way I am at all in those regards. Yeah, it's fascinating how all of this works. But remember, I'm a minor child, so my father will never understand. He thinks that my interactions with this cult were the same as his, and I have to remind him constantly, no, I was a child, you fucking bozo. It was completely different for me. He didn't grow up in any of this, right? And they have something similar to Scientology where and I never realized this until my sister said it. My sister's actually smarter. Both of my sisters are smarter than me, but thankfully, but my middle sister, she said, my dad treated me like an adult when I was 10 years old. And that's the Scientology. So Scientology, it's built into the religion. They consider children to be adults. I don't know if you know that.
At 10 years old?
No, any age. There's no such thing as a child in Scientology.
Oh.
They are adults.
Scientology.
Scientology treats children like they are adults. This is not an exaggeration. So on some level, Jehovah's Witnesses also do that. More like an adult than a child.
Oh, hold on. Sound check. Mic check. Mic check. Your sound's gone. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can see mine. Oh, your mic battery died. Okay. Here. I'll cam up for a sec. I was gonna. Are you back?
Yeah, I just had to change the battery. I'm a cat person. I don't know if you know that.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
I don't have them.
Well, I hate litter boxes, but yeah. What's the cat's name?
Midge.
What's up, Midge?
She's actually, one day I'll do a little bit and show all the tricks she does. She's actually she's much like a dog. She's very well trained. She comes when she's called. She doesn't necessarily look at cameras though. Now, let's see if I can get her.
Well,
she's got the longest
cat. Yeah, they can't do what they're told. That's crazy.
She does though. She's got a lot of tricks. Yeah, I socialize the cats. I socialize animals. I'm going to see if I can get her to. Oh, there she is. So she's like, but she's just discovered the shoulder perch. Oh, there she goes. Thank you.
That's awesome.
I'm like, get me all. I'm all. I've been I've been paneling for quite a while. The last, like, not I don't go on camera often. I'm not shy to. It's just I don't. I'm critical.
Yeah, I just happened to
Um,
tune in, one time when you went on camera not
yeah,
too long ago, yeah.
yeah. I have done many a conversation on camera, and just surprised how many I'm in a tank top too. Like, I'm just like, never really cared what I looked like. It's very typical me, actually. I'm staring right at myself, judging myself, but not doing anything oh, there you are. I've never been one of those people that, I should care more about what I look like. In comedy, I noticed it holding me back on stage. So I actually went and invested in, I went to a garage sale and found a woman who was selling a whole bunch of clothes. So I got a whole genre of clothes that weren't my style, but still all A style and became my style. And then ended up actually losing 70 pounds. I had lost 70 pounds for the stage. I felt my weight was holding me back. Injured my foot in said weight loss program. Like, I did a kickboxing program very religiously and injured my foot. Didn't really realize I was injured. And over the course of the next year, I just thought I was overworking myself when in fact I was injured. And over the course of the next year, I found myself just right back to where I was started, and didn't really think about what had happened, um, in terms, because I'd always lived this sort of sedentary lifestyle. But my point,
Yeah.
I'd say I have, for comedy was the first time in my life I ever really made note of trying to put myself together, for lack of a better way of putting it. I just always thought sleeping in the morning. I watched my friends at 12 and 13 years old come to school without their makeup on, and everyone would be like, "Oh, are you sick today, Julie?" Like, "Oh, that's sad. She's just not wearing her makeup." Like,
Yeah, yeah.
you know? And then these girls start to think they look sick if they don't have their makeup on, and it's just this weird. I was like, I'm just gonna sleep until 10 minutes before I need to be at school, and then I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna hop in my car, and I'm gonna go, you know? Um,
Yeah, and, most of the boys don't give a shit about any of that.
mhm,
I mean, you know that, right? Most men don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. That's what girls do for girls. Well, you're not doing any of that for us for the most part.
mhm,
There's some exceptions, but
mhm. It's true.
yeah,
Yeah, there's
I
definitely
don't
some.
yeah, I don't give a fuck. I never cared about any of that stuff.
Mhm, mhm. It's nice too, because I find when you're someone who isn't really into that, you know, all you have to do uh, is well, put a little bit of mascara or something on, and people are really flattering to you. Although I learned in comedy that I'd put on makeup and then I'd wipe it off. Okay, I'd put it on. And I'm like, oh nope, not gonna, and I'd wipe it off. So I'd always start out my set like, how do I look today? How do I look? Yeah, I'm wearing makeup for you guys. I'm wearing it the way I like to, just wiped off, right? Um, yeah, I definitely not something that I ever really got into, and I appreciate that. That's not something that I know as someone who didn't wear makeup. It's usually the girls that do wear makeup that don't know that,
Mhm.
you
Well,
know.
and some have to have it, unfortunately. My high school girlfriend, she was a redhead and she was attractive. She was very attractive, but not so much in the face. She had these beady little eyes, and she pretty much had to have makeup. I mean, it's just what it was. But
Mhm,
if a person isn't just has some kind of feature that needs to be enhanced or whatever, I'm not into the makeup. But yeah, I felt a little bad for her because she pretty much had to have it. But I still didn't care. It wasn't like
mhm.
you know we would wake up in the morning or whatever, and I wasn't like, put your makeup on. Like I didn't care, but it definitely made a big difference in her case. So I understood why she was. Um, it was mostly just the eye makeup, really, and the
Mhm,
redheads kind of have it tough sometimes.
mhm,
Yeah, she was one
mhm,
of the redheads where it was a little tough for her, but she was. I don't want to get too graphic, Bex, but I was a little more into the body. You know what I mean? Like that
mhm,
was my focus. So that was like that was good to go. So I was happy. But
mhm,
I was a very young man at the time, so
mhm,
a very different Benton. I was at
mhm.
17 or 18, so cut me
Well,
a little slack if you would.
it's good for people to know what they want, you know? And it might be seen as superficial sometimes, but there are indicators of health, and well-being that, there can be outliers on, but there's a lot of people convincing themselves that they're one of those outliers when they're not.
Oh yeah,
And
Well,
and and
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, and I do want to say that I've always been the type, if I find a girl attractive, that's all that matters to me. But conversely, there are women who are considered attractive. If I don't find them attractive, I would never be like thinking, oh, I want to have that woman because she's going to make me look better. All I'm concerned about is, do I find her attractive? If that makes sense.
Mhm.
So like that. You remember Tiger Woods' wife, and
Mhm.
everybody was talking about how beautiful she is. I'm convinced if she just walked down the street, nobody would even look at her twice. That's not an attractive woman to me, right? But I
Yeah.
understand intellectually she's viewed as very attractive.
Mhm.
But to me, it's just like, what? But I don't think she's ugly. It's just like, it's neither here nor there. I don't find her attractive.
Yeah.
But then I also realize it could make me look better if I had her on my arm, but I don't find her attractive. So I'm only interested in the part where I think she's attractive, and I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. I've always been that way.
Mhm.
That's everybody else's problem. It's like the ultimate form of selfish in a way. It's like, no, I'm in it. I'm in it for me.
Yeah.
fuck what everybody else says.
Well, and there's enough barriers to good relationships in the world to let alone add the barrier of, "Hey, I dating this woman because I thought my friends would find her attractive." You know?
It's a thing
Um,
though. It really is.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised. The world we do have a I mean, we market everything is marketed with sex sex appeal, and
Oh yeah.
that was women for a long time. Now it has been for at least the last 20 years, everybody, right? Objectification of everybody. And people can say it's more influenced by homosexuality or by some sort of trans agenda, but in fact the gay people have often been involved. The gay men have been involved in fashion and hair for centuries, right? Like so,
Oh yeah.
um, basically just I don't know where I dwindled there. I forgot where I was going.
No
Um,
worries. It happens.
but yeah, that it's not. What I was going to say is that it's it. Yeah, we have gotten to a stage where everybody can be equally objectified now. Um,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
100%.
And so it's not surprising that people are more and more materialistic about why they might choose to have a relationship, you know? It's sad though. Although it might work. Maybe it works better as a business opportunity for some people. Maybe it's more transparent. I don't know. I'm
Well,
51 and
I believe
go
in
ahead.
freedom myself. So I think everybody gets to choose, what path they want to pursue. I don't believe in limiting people, but
Yeah.
so I tend to avoid judgment in a lot of ways. But then the thing is, if somebody chooses to pursue various paths, they're also accepting what comes along with, the upside. There's always a downside,
Mhm.
uh, based on a person's choices.
Mhm.
Assuming we're talking about the same stuff. I think we are. Seems like
I
we are.
think so. Yeah, yeah, we are.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
like we are. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know for me, I haven't had a lot of really serious relationships in my life, like 14 months, sort of, maybe a couple years stretched out. Like even my marriage, like I married a man, we hardly knew each other. We met in July, moved in September, married by November.
Mm.
Moved so many times, moved cities, moved to be near my family. Like just his mom died. Like just so much stress, one thing after the other. But still, ultimately, two people who didn't know each other, didn't have any conversations. I wanted like I wanted children. He wanted, his mom was dying, right? And yeah, lots of amazing things came of it too, like a huge party. Our wedding like was a huge reunion of his family before his mom passed. My family all came. They've never been in the same room together, my parents and all my siblings and stuff. It was really, really worth it. And in the end, I ended up with a stepdaughter who's one of my best friends. But again, she was a teenager when she came to live with me and her dad. She'd been estranged from him for most of her life. Like, um, it's I didn't raise her. She just happens to be someone who, if I had chosen to have a child, her mom made all these choices that I would have chosen. No, no, no jabs, homeschooling, all sorts of things. And yet, if I tried to create a woman like my stepdaughter, I think I probably would have forced the opposite, you know? And I got really blessed with this friend. And then on top of it, her dad and I, as much as he behaved like our parents would have behaved during divorce era, with me, which was just so silly. But we also had such tension. I mean, we behaved like children when once we got into the gist of it. We were not capable of communicating, and yet he's one of my best friends now. So it's kind of neat in such a toxic family system that I came out of, where there's no resolution, to end up having just a 14-month relationship with a man like any other. But because we married, and because his daughter, actually in 2020, we went and spent Christmas with his daughter. We'd sort of stumbled across each other out in the world, and ended up hanging out and spending Christmas with his daughter in 2020, and it was a real gift. So I actually have family. Of my ex is my family now. But it's, again,
Okay.
it's all backwards. It's backwards because it just seems like, everyone's like, oh, isn't that so noble of you? No, we weren't even, it's all backwards. Like, we were just two people who made an adult decision, then chose to sort of put our best feet forward as people who had some basis to get married on, and became friends, right? Um, so really lucky. But I was going to say, but my most of my life, no relationship experience, right? So I know people are always like, "You're so
Mhm.
wise. Do you have any advice for me?" And I'm like, "Well, if you want to be single, perpetually single for your lifetime, sure, I got lots of advice." But like,
Well, and well, real quick, I want to go back to the Arkansas time warp because I'm 48, but in some ways I grew up like it was, like whatever Gary Baxter and some of these folks, and I know Gary's not 68. That's not what I'm trying to say, but um, I grew up, I have some similarities to some older folks. The reality is, we know what, young males want from females, right? I mean, I don't have to be graphic here. So I
mhm,
wanted that thing, but at the same time, the girls wanted a boyfriend, and later on, they wanted a husband.
mhm,
See, so it was, in a way, it was an exchange. Okay, I'll pretend like I'm not going to cheat on you because I had no idea that I was incapable of, I was incapable of, being faithful to one woman. It's just not a thing that was possible for me. And I'm not excusing my behavior. I still had a choice. What I'm saying is the choice was, hey, I can't be your boyfriend because all these other girls like me too. And it wasn't a
mhm,
huge group, but if it's more than a couple, it's like, hey, the
mhm,
guy's not going to be able to say. I couldn't say no. There's just no way. And I didn't understand that at the time. But the point I'm making is that it was like they wanted the relationship, not me. And then I was willing to accept the relationship because, I wanted to, I liked that girl and I would like to being around her. Right. But that
mhm.
seems to have changed a lot since then, whereas it's almost backwards. A lot of times it's the guy that's pushing for the relationship. Whereas me, I just viewed it as, okay, I kind of just have to do this thing so that we can sleep with each other and have it be socially acceptable. Meanwhile, my parents would never shut up about, oh, you're shacking up, right? Because it was viewed in the cultural context as, immoral to have sex out of wedlock. Meanwhile, here everybody's doing it, right? For the most
Yeah,
everybody that was able to anyway,
yeah,
you know. So it's fascinating dynamics. So a lot of people, so it seems like some of the current weirdness with the male female stuff sort of gets projected onto me, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, none of this applies to me. I more or less cohabitated with three different females for like a total of about 20 years, so
yeah.
I've been there, done that, and to me it's normal. It's just normal. Now it's
Yeah.
like it's almost seen as just aberrant to for a male to be in a 10-year relationship with the same woman.
Mhm.
Cheating or not, we didn't have an open relationship. I just did things I wasn't supposed to do, right? Like, I'm not proud
Mhm.
of but it happened. I'm
Mhm.
not I'm in no way condoning or glorifying this behavior. I'm saying it's a thing that happens.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
meanwhile, and you don't have to agree with any of this, but what I've noticed of a lot of ladies is, and this may be different too, but not that I got caught cheating necessarily, but a lot of ladies become competitive when that dynamic shows up and they're like, "Oh, I'm not gonna, why should this bitch get my man?"
Mhm.
And so that's why I think there's some confusion as to, well, why is she staying with this guy even though he cheated or whatever? It's like, well, from her perspective, at the time, it's like, why should this other chick get my man,
It's
But
like
that's
game
all different.
on.
Yeah, but it's all different now. I recognize that
Mhm.
it's the dynamics now are very different. I was wondering if you had any insight into any of that, or you could just be like, "Hey, Benton, I completely disagree, and you're out of your fucking mind." Like that's also on the table.
No, I know my experience is different. I never really was one that was able to sort of like quote unquote negotiate the relationship. Like, or maybe it was just sort of with my neural divergencies. I actually took what the men were saying and ran with it. Even if when I was younger, I was like, oh, well, he'll eventually want a relationship. Right? So I'd have lovers,
Mm.
which wouldn't, that's a loose term, I would say, like it wasn't as much intimacy as one might expect in sort of the romanticized version of a lover, um, what's that? Pretty Woman was a movie that had come out to sort of solidify the idea that people could engage in less not the prostitution aspect of it, but as Richard Gere and what's her name, Julia Roberts fell in love per se, and
Mhm.
went from not kissing. She's like, I don't kiss, right? Stuff like that. Just weird things that I find in at least my experience I was always looking for a relationship. I just didn't know how to articulate that. I wanted to have a family in the end. That's all I ever really wanted, but I was out in this was before the internet. This was,
Yep.
there was even before coffee culture, right? It was like you go to the bar. You went from going to teen dance clubs to the bar, and that was really it. If you didn't have any religion or extracurricular activities, which still at the time were pretty segregated anyway, so you'd go to the bar and you'd meet these gentlemen,
Yeah,
using the
yeah.
term, you know, loosely. And
Mhm.
uh, and I always just assume, well, I'm here looking for a relationship, so there must be guys hanging around looking for one too. And they probably were, but they weren't the ones being aggressive to pick up. And I also wasn't being the coy, coy girl being as selective. Not that I'm saying I went to the bar all the time and picked up. I'm just saying when I went, looking to find a boyfriend, somehow, you'd end up finding this lover. And oftentimes the men like that are very assertive as to what they don't want, right? And luckily for me, I never had people telling me something and being inconsistent, right? So if I was ever involved with someone like that too long, deluding myself in any way, in hopes that there was something that would change. Again, I was never one of those women that was like, oh, he will change. I was just like hoping he would. And in the meantime, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
accepting. And so I can say I made good choices on that front in terms of not being fucked around, like not being lied to. I
Mm.
knew the contract I was in for a lot. Not that that's the term people would use, but I studied economics, so that's what I use. You know, and it oftentimes ended up having like one of my quote unquote lovers of 10 years. Ended up. Still to this day, he could walk into the room and he could probably make me laugh at myself more than anyone else. Like we did end up having something in the end. Um, but yeah, I don't. So my experience was to actually involve myself with what people would say were quote unquote emotionally unavailable men, or men that didn't want to be emotionally available to me, um, and never really learned how to, because that was the culture through the '90s or whatever, and then I never really learned how to have a relationship. So
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely wasn't one of those girls that was like, if you have to, which maybe I should have, and then maybe I would have. I had more experience in relationships, but the good thing is that because they were less serious, oftentimes, only the boyfriends that I did have got the crazy, like I'm just saying, got some, juvenile, no, not to be a trope or to minimize my femininity, that, but definitely, you can enter into some sort of fantasy hormonal la la land that actually makes yourself crazy because you have not checked that, is this reality, right? And so outside of those relationships, I would say that's probably why I continued having these sort of lovers, would be because at least I knew what I was in for,
Mhm.
instead of trying to figure out and navigate, being vulnerable and saying, "Hey, I want a relationship. I want a family. I want." But on the flip side, neurodivergent me for a while, people would be like, "Oh, hey, I like you. Want to meet for a coffee?" And I'd be like, "Do you want kids?" Right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right? And
I
they'd be
get
like,
that,
"Ah."
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And they'd be like, "What do you mean? That's a little bit." Well, don't be so arrogant as to think I want to have your child. I'm just saying I don't want to have coffee with anybody who doesn't want to have a family. I'm tired of practicing
Well, but
and
then
action.
well, but then, the right man, not that I agree with that concept, but the right person for you would probably already know ahead of time that they want kids. Because see, I would just be like, "No, I don't," because
Mhm.
it's not that I don't want kids, it just even as I was married and had girlfriends and all of this, it never even occurred to me that we would have children. It's just not in my path, right? So
Mhm.
so on some level, and actually me and number 2 tried, it just never worked, but, I still wasn't, I would have been responsible and it would have been fine, but, that's a whole nother story. But I did
Mhm.
kind of want to transition into what Heidi's saying here about. She says most of my friends and family in relationships track each other in their phones. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh hell no! And
Yeah.
I could never ever tolerate that for me personally, and I would just reject that out of hand. I'm not going to be tracked
Mhm.
down. And furthermore, if I want to just go disappear for a week or two, I'm just going to go disappear for a week or two, and
Mhm.
that's just what happened. And
Mhm.
deal with it, by the way. And it's like I'm going to be confused why she's, when I come back, I'm going to be confused as to why she's giving me a hard time.
Mhm.
Which doesn't even make sense on some level because now it's like, that is sort of abusive in a way to a certain type of lady probably. But then, if I had known myself as a young person, because remember, I had absolutely no idea who I was. I didn't even know what was me and what was the cult. So if I had actually understood that I was this way, then I could have only ever been involved with ladies who could accept that, hey, he's great in a way, he'll never let you down, he'll be there for you, he'll protect you, he's got these positive traits, but you have to leave him the fuck alone much of the time. He's just got to be left
Mhm.
alone. And, for a lot of ladies, that's hard to deal with because now I know they're probably imagining, well, what's he up to when he's not around me? Right. Well, like,
Mhm.
I'm probably just went to some other part of the country and I'm studying the culture of that area, but I don't even know that that's what I'm doing, right? It's just like I have certain things I have to go do, and that's how I'm going to go do them, no matter what anybody thinks.
Mhm.
And I've always been that way. I've more or less just always pretty much done whatever the fuck I wanted to do,
Mhm.
and most people just accept it. But to try to have a 7-year relationship like with my first wife and then a 10-year with my second wife, to try to balance those things out was difficult, and it involved me sort of being a fake person much of the time, which I'm just not willing to do anymore. But at the time, it was, I was a less evolved version of myself, so it was like I was trying to fake my way through what society considered acceptable, which is
Mhm.
not it's not good. It's not good.
Mhm.
It's not a good thing.
No, but it's also having those conversations, right?
Well,
I'm
but I hate to do this to you, but the reality is, from a male perspective, uh, if the woman is very interested in me, I can tell her whatever I want, and she'll just agree with everything that comes out of my mouth. Whether she can actually handle it or not remains to be seen. I mean, that's just how
Mhm.
y'all are generally. I mean, I'm not trying to be overly broad. I know some of you aren't that way at all. Like none of this applies to Heidi. I'm sure none of this may apply to you. I'm just speaking generally. And this is what happens
Mhm.
to my dad. My dad is a ladies' man, big time ladies' man, but not in an abusive way. It's just women flock to my father. It's bizarre, but to this day, like women my age will just go right up and start talking to him in public. It's
Mhm.
it's just happens. It's a normal thing, right? So,
Mhm.
um, I kind of lost my point, but so what I've noticed is that he goes through these honeymoon phases because he's in a new relationship right now. Well, they're in the honeymoon phase. Well,
Mhm.
she just will do whatever she's got to do, and he only dates women his own age, by the way. And this is like, there's no 68-year-old men, like my dad running around actually trying to find a 68-year-old woman, right? He is a unicorn in that regard because he could date 35-year-olds. I'm not even kidding. If he
Mhm.
wanted to, he just chooses not to for whatever reason. But
Mhm.
he doesn't understand that, hey, man, they're more or less just going to go along with whatever you propose. Whether they can
Mhm.
actually handle it in the long run, that has nothing to do with it. And I know here
Mhm.
we have a much different. The women who come to this channel, by the way, this channel is about 25% female viewership. I don't know if you know that.
I had noticed since I've been here more
Yeah.
often that there are a lot of women.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah.
I know most of what I'm saying does not apply to these ladies individually. Probably doesn't apply to you either, but I'm just speaking generally. This is
Mhm.
what I've noticed. And again, you're free to be like, "Hey, that's bullshit," or "I think you're a misogynist," or whatever. You're not going to bother me.
No. No, I think that, definitely, strong pheromonal effects, almost like a trance, can happen to any of us, right? And I think we've been taught that that's lust, or part of the equation for love, you know? When I don't think necessarily that's the case. I don't necessarily think that all pheromones and all attraction is about sexuality per se. Now,
Hmm.
again, I have succumbed to that. Okay. I have stood next to men and been like, "What'd you say?" Right? Like, taken, 5 steps back and be like, "Oh, I can hear you." Then you stand closer, you're like, "Excuse me." And it's intoxicating. It's intoxicating. And for someone like myself who actually spent most of her life trying to figure out how to get out of her head, like, especially in intimacy and intimate environments. It was definitely my intellect, my overactive brain was definitely not something that made that easy. So to be around men that you could just stand next to, and the closer you stood, you're like, I can't even hear you. This is so bizarre. Right?
That's
And then you
funny.
take a step back, yeah, and you're like, well, I like this, right? I like this. Um, I think there's probably more than just that effect that one should be, basing there. I think that, yeah, there might be something, I guess perfume is one of the first words that poison comes from, or something, like that, pheromones being added to scents and stuff to
Oh yeah, definitely,
intoxicate.
definitely.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. And in fact, I talked about those 3 long relationships. All 3 of those women just loved my natural scent. They just loved it, right? So I don't have any
Mhm.
control over that.
Mhm.
Um, and I do think that with the chemical attacks and whatever the beast system is doing to the males, my scent has certainly changed. Now I know that's normal, for as we age anyway, but
Yeah.
I'm convinced that something's being done to us, especially the men, at the level of our own biology, and certainly the women as well. And I
Mhm.
want to say this for the record, because we do have some ladies present. Most women have the good sense to not want anything to do with me, and that's a true statement. But there's a small subsection. They like themselves some Benton, and they really like themselves some Benton. But most women, thank God, realize, oh, we don't want anything to do with this bozo. And it's believe me, it's better for everybody that it's that way. Because the last thing we need is me so fucking in love with myself that it's like, oh, look at all these women fawning over me. Like, you want to see somebody turn into Jack Talcott overnight? Just let me get some female attention. I mean, seriously. So I'm glad I'm not my dad in that regard. Like, I wouldn't. There's no way I would still be a functional human being if just everywhere I went, women were coming up and talking to me. Like, I would lose my fucking mind. Like, I wouldn't be able to go to work or hold down a job, or I wouldn't be able to do anything. Yeah. So my dad somehow can just handle it, and it doesn't bother him, and it's not a problem for him, right? But it would be very, very bad if I was that way. So thank God, most women know to stay away from me. So shout out to the women here. Thank you. Well, thanks, Divine Spirit. But yes, I am attractive in some ways, but there's something wrong with me, and most women can tell there's something wrong with that one. Stay away from him, and not in a bad boy sense. I just mean he's a little off. He's a little off. It's the crazy ones that can't tell that there's something off about me. So my early relationships was just whatever crazy chick I happened to be attracted to the most. I just picked from amongst the women crazy enough to let it be known they like themselves some Benton, right? It's
Mhm.
very strange dynamic.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, shout out to the ladies. Always been a big fan of the ladies in that regard. And it sounds like I'm kissing up. Well, I am a little bit, but I really mean it also.
Is this why you live in remote towns?
Oh, well, I'm from Arkansas. That's the thing. I'm just being from Arkansas is just it's a very small state, there's, not very many people live here. So I'm used to it. I grew up I'm not from the country, by the way. I grew up in a city. It's just a very small city, but it was a real city. I mean, it was, had everything a city has, right? But
Yeah.
it's
Are
very,
you on the
very
west
small.
are you on the
Hmm?
West Coast now?
No, I'm in Arkansas right now, actually.
You're still in Arkansas. Sorry, you're back in Arkansas.
Yeah, because of the fake
Mhm.
pandemic. This place became very attractive after the fake pandemic. Because, yeah, we have
Mhm.
all the same bullshit that everybody else has with the pandemic. It's just not as much of it. It's not as like in your face getting bossed around, and it's not as much in your face tyranny, right?
Mhm.
And well, thanks, thanks. What's up? What's up says if he was a woman, he'd date me.
Hmm.
He'd
I
tie me
got
up and spank my bottom though. Apparently, that's
that.
funny. But yeah, well, and to Beck's point about it sounds like she was ending up with some of the more aggressive males, right? Back in those.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
historically, I was always pretty good at picking up whatever, because you are putting out some signals in that environment, right? The women are putting out subtle signals a lot of times that they want a particular man to come talk to them, right?
Mhm.
So I was always able to notice those signals. I can tell when a woman, but some of that is just they want some attention and they don't necessarily want to date
Mhm.
me either. So that, believe me, I growing up with sisters helped in this regard. Not that they taught me anything, but just the psychological warfare I was subjected to. I learned a lot, right? Because my sister
Mhm.
is was basically like a sociopath for part of her life, and she was very, very good with the psychological warfare. So just having to battle her, I learned a lot of these dynamics, and
Mhm.
so I was always had enough testosterone and just was bold enough. Oh, well, I can tell she wants to come talk to me. And then the Jehovah's Witnesses raised me to go talk to strangers. So I'll just go talk to her. Right. So,
Mhm.
and in fact, you may find this hilarious that for a time, I actually did a podcast about dating and relationships, a lot of this MGTOW bullshit nowadays. I was never MGTOW, but I actually sort of contributed to some of that literature. And I think this is all ridiculous, now that we fast forwarded to now. But so there were men who would actually pay me money to do coaching calls. I would talk to men on the phone, and a lot of it was just like, "Hey, you fucking bozo! As soon as you can tell she wants you to go talk to her, just go fucking talk to her." But then here's how men think. But here's how men think. They say, "Well, what am I going to say to her?" Like a paralysis by analysis. I said, "I don't care what you say to her. Just walk over there and start talking to her.
Mhm.
And then if it's weird, fucking just excuse yourself and get the fuck out of there, right?" Like, and again,
Mhm.
this was like 2010. You can't even can a man even behave this way in 2023 without getting arrested and tased or pepper
Mhm.
sprayed? Like, I'm
Mhm.
I'm being serious. Is this even a thing anymore? I don't
Yeah, I
know.
don't
Is it?
know. I've been off the scene for so long, and as you were talking about some of, just as I've been listening to you talking, I was thinking about my approach to dating as a young woman, who was sort of raised by moms that stayed at home, that suddenly, one had to work, and so then the family divided, multiplied, and conquered. So you got a stepmom at home and a mom working, and I think I saw equality as trying to match that,
Hmm.
and so instead of being selective, which I was selective enough, okay? I don't wanna be like, I was a full on, yes girl, but
No,
I definitely was,
yeah,
yeah,
I
I was
get it.
definitely thought that's what a man wanted, right? So I thought if you could be more of a yes girl, then, but luckily again, I picked mates that had general sense of things similar to myself. So I was never really put in any sort of situations I didn't want to be in. But the definitely, yeah, very casual approach to sort of trying to match the man's libido, and definitely that wasn't the problem, but trying to meet somebody who wanted to have a relationship when you're out, behaving in a more masculine fashion in the dating world, try because that's what you think equality dictates. So, which it didn't, then you end up being like,
Yeah.
plus I had this weird thing of trying to save living with someone till I got married. So on top of it, I
Mm.
didn't really live with a relationship. And then by the time you get into your 30s, other people are like, there's something wrong with you not living with someone, right? Um, so yeah,
I'm,
just
I'm,
a bunch of
yeah, I'm still listening. I'm just reminding the audience because some of the audience was to go talk to Z. They want to go see the Z show, but if we're too interesting and engaging, some of them might forget what time of day it is. So I'm just reminding
Mhm.
them that they might be they might be late for their date with Z. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
But they're
Mhm.
more than welcome to stay here also.
Excellent, excellent. I've enjoyed my couple of appearances on Sedetic Warrior.
Oh, I did not know you'd been there. That's awesome.
Yeah, I hopped up. I was the week that he and there was a show that he and that London Man and Z did. Well, Z focused on this on Slavius scenario. Again, I don't know. I hopped up. Neurodivergent me was like, I'm up in the morning, right? And London was like, oh, one of my angels is here. He was playing the three of us women had been on his panel a few times. He was doing for about a week there. He called us his angels. I hop in and Z's like, is that one of your angels down there? And I hop up and, he's like, oh, are you one of London's angels? I was like, oh, that's my nom de jour, I guess, like it was just like really, but it was a very interesting show I hopped up in and was not prepared for the energy. I went against my better judgment, hadn't done enough research. Anyways, he managed me so well. He handled me so well, considering it was like battle day, right? But I
Nice.
was up there just about a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, and Axis Rat Blood and Bobby Knight. Did I get his last
Hmm.
name right? Bobby Knight. Um, yeah,
You know
they
that's
were.
a you know that's a famous basketball coach, right?
Is it Bobby
Bobby
Knight?
Knight. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
famous person. Well, that's the
yeah,
name
Knight.
of a famous person, but that might be
Yeah,
that person's name also. I'm just pointing
yeah.
that
It's a
out.
YouTuber whose name I think was Knight, Knite.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but
Gotcha.
I might have it. I could have his last name wrong. I know it starts with an E, is 5 letters. It starts with a K, 5 letters. Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, it was Bobby Knight. It is spelled like that. And Axis Rat Blood. And Christos is crying.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, and so Z took the opportunity to allow me to co-host. He's like, "You have your own channel now.
Awesome.
Um, yeah, why don't you hold down the fort?" Now it was actually really fun. It was good. I was good at, I like. It's easy to allow two men to talk for one, and
Yeah.
and also to sort of pop in with some questions. But it was nice. It was a lot of fun. It was a real treat to be handed the keys for a minute. I didn't have
Hell
any
yeah.
key friends. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and I'm a big fan of Z's show. I think he does a great show. The thing is, like a lot of shows, and it's a progression. Doing a show is a progression, right? So, um, wherever he is in his progression, I'm not resonating with the direction of the show right now. That doesn't mean it's anything's wrong. I'm just not tuning in as much as I was, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
I'm a big fan of what he's doing over there. And I'm sure he will, rope me back in at some point. It's just that here the last few weeks I just haven't been as into it. But that's probably I've had some certain things going on, in my own life. That's
Mhm.
probably part of it, right? But
Mhm.
and in fact, I don't know if you know this, when I first saw Z on Paul Enslaved, I took an immediate disliking to Z, but then he won me over, which to me, that's a very big thing. To somebody that I just naturally don't like immediately,
Mhm.
for them to then have such positive characteristics where I'm like, wow, I really do like listening to this person. Same
Mhm.
thing happened with that Timmy Carini to some extent, although he still annoys the fuck out of me, but he's got a lot of knowledge, so he's interesting to listen to sometimes.
Mhm.
Timmy.
And he's the one who goes by Timmy on, like, I've seen him on
Yeah.
OTW or yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's Timmy, yeah.
Yeah.
Kinda can't stand him in a way, but he's very interesting in other ways. So it's funny
Mhm.
how those dynamics work. So some of it is just like personality politics, and then some people that I really like, it's like they may not the ideas, they never really get there with the ideas, if that makes sense. So I can really like somebody when I first meet them, but then it's like it's hard to have any sort of actual friendship or relationship because there's just no basis for that sometimes.
Mhm.
I'm never not fascinated by the interpersonal dynamics. It's just I'll
Same.
never not be just fascinated by a lot of this stuff.
Same. Well, I know I really enjoy the style of Z's show. I know when I tried to figure out what I wanted to do, having been on hanging out on panels. Most of my experience had either been on, say, London's panel, where we're passing an idea stick around, sort of, trying to build on different ideas, whether they're sharing knowledge that we've learned, or whether we're sort of decoding or abstracting something, right? But
Hmm.
I spend a lot of time just hanging out in Charles Waugh's room, just where we just hang out. Like, Charles does a bit of a information, whether he reads a book or whether he shows pictures, and we might spend an hour or two afterwards talking about the topic, but then we just get to hanging out, right? And was a lot of fun. So when I decided to do my own channel, I was like, well, what do I want to do? I didn't want to just do um, discussion panels, right? So I sort of started really looking around. I sort of really started paying attention to what I'd been watching, and noticed that your style and Z's, that both of you have. There's aspects of both, definitely much more like what you do here, but that also with my uh, with my having performed before, and my desire to be
Hmm.
to share that comedic side, plus the channel I hung out in for years, for a couple of years, we considered it a conspiratainment channel.
Mm.
Um, and I went around the world out here talking about things I talked about on YouTube, but acted like, oh, it's conspiratainment, right? Which is like, whoa, we just come at it.
Yes.
The channel was, the premise of the channel in the middle, sort of in its middle iteration, was Crater Earth USA. So not flat, not round. It's a
Yeah,
crater.
I got you.
So
Yep.
yeah, so we would do that with almost anything that was sort of trending in the news as CNN newsworthy, but also like in YouTube truth community was like the opposite. And we come at it from sort of a middle line where you don't really know what the host believes. He's kind of mocking both sides, but actually
Yeah, yeah.
most of us in the audience were quote unquote truth seekers. And it was just a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It really opened my mind up to sort of being more capable of seeing things from both sides, even if I am more convinced that, of what tends to be trending norms down in these communities, right? My
Sure,
research is
yeah.
taking me down all the same rabbit holes. But it's funny, calling it conspiratainment actually allows you to speak about it out in the world, like, oh, you don't believe it, right? Well, I don't know. Does it matter what I believe? Um, to people that I was talking to, yeah, and I like it because there's a couple interviews I did on that channel where one of them's informative, one of them's very well, people could figure it out. They're, whether I believe what I'm postulating or not. It's pretty abstract theories about my own family, right? Where I just go off, right? Yeah, they stole my eggs, took them back in time, made my siblings like, you know,
Oh, man.
yeah,
I love all that
it,
stuff though, yeah.
yeah, but I do believe, there was some truthful premise behind it, not necessarily the time travel aspect, but you can take an idea. I'd been down enough rabbit holes to throw that in there. But I do believe that they Western, like North American medicine, will take body parts when they cut you open. Like, don't think it's just China, you know? They may not
Oh,
take
yeah.
like an organ, but they will take reproductive matter. They will take adrenaline. They will take a pound of flesh. That's how they keep the insurance prices down. Don't be scared, friends. Just try to stay out from under the knife. And I was
Well,
22.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, talking about under the knife, I want to talk about in the future, probably not today. And this is the problem sometimes with these broadcasts is we start having a good conversation, but like I have to do things in real life, like I have things I have to get done today. So at some
Hmm.
point I'm going to have to, and I'm about an hour past the bathroom break. I was trying to see if maybe some other folks wanted to come up and panel, but um,
Well,
possibly. And I don't know what your time frame is. I know you did like 10 hours already. So
yeah, I've got a problem. I got it bad, Ben.
yeah, yeah.
um,
I do too, although I've sort of come out the other end of it. I took like 3 whole weeks off recently, although I was going through some version of like a personal crisis at the time also, but you
yeah,
know, it
yeah.
was good. It's good to get away at times, but I'm just saying if you want to keep going, we can keep it going, but otherwise I'm probably going to have to wrap it up here pretty soon. But if you want to hang out and if we can get some other people to come up here, well, I'll just keep it going because I got about, I don't know, like a 45 minutes of food prep and I got to eat something. But
I'm
beyond
happy.
that,
Yeah, I'm
that's
happy to
totally up
hang
to
out.
you. No pressure.
Yeah, I'm game either way. Honestly, I don't want to sound ambivalent because I mean I'm really enjoying myself.
Okay, great.
I've looked forward to this. So, you
Awesome.
know,
Awesome.
yeah.
I can't really be on the mic the whole time, but I can listen. What I typically do is I'll listen and then I'll leave my computer on. So if somebody pops up, I'll be able to, I'll see them and I'll bring them on or whatever. So I can still
Yeah.
sort of produce the show, but I'm so retarded when it comes to multitasking. I can't really like make my food and talk and do all that at the same time, or nothing will get done. I'll just end up,
Hmm.
it'll take me 3 hours to actually get anything accomplished. So.
I see.
But yeah, if you're going to hang out, then and yeah, the link is pinned. I think it is Divine Spirit. But yeah, if anybody wants to come up, feel free. Well, you going to come up there, Yellow Cake Maker? Then have you ever talked to Yellow Cake Maker? I guess
Yes. I mean,
Okay,
not
cool.
we have not talked personally.
Oh, I see.
But well, we
Cool.
exchanged Discord information like sometime, I don't even know when, but like I'd say almost 8 months ago, 6 or 8 months ago. I don't remember where we met. But yeah, she's one of the, yes, I do know her.
Cool.
We've spoken a bit behind the scenes.
Well, I think this might be her first time on a panel, although I'm not sure that that's the case. Probably, I think she's probably been on CBO at some point, I'm guessing, but I don't really know. But yeah, hit the link, Miss YCM, if you'd like to.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Me. Get another gal up here. Yeah.
Look at it's starting. You're starting to look like your dad, Benton.
Oh, I look just like my dad, actually.
No, I meant in terms of the
Oh, yeah,
woman.
yeah. I got you. No, I would shoot. Again, I don't even need, yeah. Anyway.
I'm
Anyway,
just
yeah.
teasing. I'm teasing
No, I
simply
know.
through this screen because
Well,
it's
and I
easy.
want to say this, there are women on here trying to find boyfriends and husbands. They're not trying to find me. I can tell you that. And I'm not offended. I'm not saddened by it. In some ways, I consider it a mark of that the women who come around here must be well adjusted on some level because none of them are trying to bring Benton into their life. And I'm glad. Believe me, I'm glad they're not. So I love that I get to have these interactions, but it's not like because Z kind of gets in this thing where it's like he's maybe going to try to date some of these women or whatever. And to me, it's just like that may be right for him. That's not for me. It's not. And I'm no offense to the women here. I've never wanted to be with a woman that was intellectual or had any sort. And I'm just going to put it out there. All the women I've dated, for the most part, have been kind of ditzy. Although my high school girlfriend went to college, and well, actually, so did my first wife. But yeah, but that's the point I'm making. They're not as into the intellectual type of stuff. I don't want an intellectual challenge from a lady, me personally. Not that I'm dating. I want to talk to you ladies here, and I love that part of it. If I'm making sense. But welcome to the panel, Carrie, Yellow Cake Maker. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I'm gonna since I can hear you and you sound good there. Great to hear your voice, and I'm gonna
Awesome.
leave. I'm gonna go ahead and leave if that's all right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, y'all have fun, and
Thank you.
yep. All right. We'll see y'all here in a bit. I'll be listening though. I'll be listening and monitoring.
All right. Excellent.
Beth.
Well, hi, Carrie. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
So I've done this a few times, and it'll go for a little while, and then it kicks me off for some reason. So I don't know if it's. Sometimes I can't even do it. So, but it's working now. So hopefully it will work. How are you?
I'm good. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's really nice to meet you
to hear
too.
your
I don't
voice.
often. Yeah, well, like at night and stuff, I'm either in bed and it's like really quiet in the house and I don't want to talk, you know what I mean? Because my man's sleeping. So but he left for work and I'm up and the baby's content, so perfect.
Nice.
Perfect timing.
Excellent. And I should
So
say I have
I
heard your voice because I did get a I got a video today of kittens or something
yes, and
that you'd
she's
sent.
pregnant again. My cat, we had to move, right? So we moved. She had a litter before we moved to Georgia, and we got her from the mountains in Georgia when he went to go take his CWI tests because he's a certified welder inspector, and
Hmm.
we went to this hotel and it was like up on this mountain, and there were these two little kittens just like living outside, like little kittens, you know. And we were there for 2 weeks, and over the course of 2 weeks, one of them disappeared, and the other one was just like living outside, and like people would put food out for it and stuff, but like it would get wet in the rain, and they were little, like. So I looked at Philip, like we met the kittens, and I was like, oh, they're cute, you know what I'm saying? And that's a cat on my picture too, and with the sunset. But then I didn't even have, this is like what makes me love him. I didn't even have to say anything. He's like, we're bringing it home. I was like, yes, I got a man to steal kittens with me. Yeah, that
I
makes me very happy. But
love
so
it.
she's, yeah, we did that in September. I was still pregnant. I was very pregnant. So we got her in September, and then um, she had a litter like 5 months ago, I think, maybe. And we didn't get her fixed in between. So we moved, and she got, well, I mean, she loves to be outside, so she's been a little hussy and went and got pregnant with me again. So we've been pregnant at the same time. Or not, no, we haven't been pregnant at the same time. This time we're pregnant at the same time.
But she had
But
kittens. You're saying that
yes, she had,
did she foster the
yeah.
kittens before?
Huh?
Did she
What?
foster the kittens that you got before?
No, she had the kid,
She
like
had
she
them.
got pregnant and they
Yeah.
were hers. Yeah. And now all his coworkers have them. Thank God they all wanted kittens. I mean, there was 5 of them and they were super cute, but like it was like really hard with the move and stuff.
Hmm.
And one of his coworkers, Sage, has like a little farm, and she lives like down the road, and she wanted 3 of them, and then 2 of the other families. One has a really cute little autistic boy, and I know the mom, MJ, and she wanted one, so she's got one. And then this really awesome big old black dude that's like us, like, conspiratorial and
Hmm.
pretty cool, wanted one. So he's bombing around
Cool.
with a little kitten too. So that's really cute.
I want kittens. I say
Kind of
that, but
fun.
then they jump on your face in the middle of the night and you throw them halfway across
Oh
the
my
room.
God. They were climbing the curtains. They were like, it was insane, and I had just, like, the baby was, I mean, she's still a baby, but she was like really young, and we got 2 dogs, and it was just like a lot, I was like overwhelmed. But
Hmm.
now that we're in the house, and it's because we had to stay so transitional, we had to stay in an apartment, so it was kind of like, it was a pain in the butt. And it was a furnished apartment. They were just tearing it up though, like climbing the curtains and everything. We replaced the curtains because cats, but, and dude, there was only 2 that had whole tails. She's my cat, Tig Welding, um has like a half a tail, and her kittens, a lot of them had little half tails.
Oh,
It
nice.
was
So
pretty
some
fun.
like a Manx or a partial Manx.
Yeah, she's like tiger with just like a half a tail, and her baby's, I didn't know, like maybe it got, I don't know, clipped off, or like I don't
Hmm.
know what happened to it, but apparently not, because her babies wouldn't have half tails if it was like an accident.
It's neat. So they're not just nubs; they're literally like shortened tails. They're not
Right.
short enough to be
Right,
a
they're
nub,
half
but not
tails.
long enough to be a tail. That's so cute.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, my
So
cat's tail is probably 2 or 3, I don't know, tail braids. I don't know what they call vertebrates, whatever the tailbones would be called,
Right.
right? But my cat's got
Yeah.
a shorter tail than most cats.
Oh, cool.
She
We're
definitely,
in the
yeah.
short tail crew.
Yeah, she's probably like a 7/8 length. Like most people wouldn't notice it, but you really do when you're someone who
Yeah.
likes to make a teapot handle with the cats. Pull the tail right back
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
bend it over, like, and hers just doesn't quite
Yeah.
reach.
Yeah. Right.
I love
Well,
baby
shouldn't the tail
cats.
go
So
up the back?
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Like it.
exactly, up the back. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
Right. Right.
some. I
Right.
think
So,
if
and
you
that's
could
like
lay
the
it
usual
flat, some
length.
cats' tails would go up over their head. Some cats have gigantically long tails.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
My Nana's cat Smokey. I think from my little cousin's always pulling his tail. He always had it flipped up onto his back. We're talking about cats. This is hilarious. But
Well, but still, your cat did have kittens. There's been lots of discussion of kittens didn't Gary's cat have kittens recently as well? Did I see someone in the chat?
yeah, somebody's did. And I
Yeah.
think oh, who was it? I can't remember, but somebody else's cat did too, the same time mine did. Somebody in
Mhm.
CBO's chat, I think. Yeah. But
Did you see
so
I
I
Mambo?
really
Go ahead.
huh?
Go ahead.
I've just really enjoyed your streams. I
Thank
really
you.
have. And a lot of people have. I've noticed that like Benton, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
he was somewhere, maybe it was his channel, but he was like, I really like what she's doing over there. And although, we don't agree on anything, which you're never gonna agree 100% of the time with anybody. So,
Mhm.
but I think
Mhm.
it's great, like what you're doing. And I love that it's all the time because like my hours are so up in the air. At least I can like kind of depend on you to throw me some live, some live feed.
Yeah, I really
It's
did. I
awesome.
know
Well,
people might, if they were looking at what I'd done. I don't have any of my first month content. I disposed of it all, friends. Um, but yeah,
wait, you
so
got rid of even the copies?
oh, shh.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
I
I
was
did.
like, oh.
It's good though. I know it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. We think it's a vlog. It doesn't go with the YouTube algorithm sort of stuff, but it was just it's just I've just been playing it by, trying to
Yeah.
feel out what I'm doing and, see how I want to
Yeah.
approach. And, I'd come from a
Yeah.
bunch of different sort of areas and aspects of things. So I wanted to just sort of play around for the first month. I didn't basically I'm a little OCD on some fronts, and I hadn't properly managed
Mm-hmm.
how I was storing it. And I ended up losing a bunch of the extra hours. Like it's just where I stored it, how I had it, like all my streams that were
Oh,
longer
yeah.
than 12 hours got cut down to 12 hours. And when you've done a 27-hour
Right.
stream and you've paid the money to have it,
Yeah.
like, so that it can be supported like that. I just that I didn't manage my I didn't manage I didn't manage my background well enough, and I ended up losing half the content based on storage capacity.
My storage is an issue for me too, so I relate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Actually,
yeah.
maybe do you think that's the reason why my phone will shut off? Like it won't
Oh
let
yeah,
me
that it's
stream
using
me
too
on?
much storage, probably. Probably. Yeah.
Oh. That just occurred to me. I'm really bad at like tech. Like
Did you
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not very good at it either. I actually always
Yeah.
was willing to tackle technological software and hardware problems. And for someone who took typewriting in school, and the next class behind me
Yeah.
had computers, I'm all self-taught. Uh,
Yeah.
but it's not that, and I do find as things have gotten, I guess, the more devices we have, the less I'm sort of, for some reason, willing to tackle. It's probably easier to do those kinds of things now. And yet for some
Yeah.
reason, I just don't care. I just don't care. It's like I've never
Yeah.
backed up things, not even not even when there was a thing called a floppy drive, floppy disk.
Right.
I never was like, everyone's like, you should have backed it up. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, that would be, I would have done the same thing probably, or if not worse. So, you know, but I've
mhm.
noticed, like, because I was an Android person for years. Like, I only had one iPhone, and it was like the iPhone 3 something, and it was like, or maybe a 5 or something, and it was like this little thing. I hated it. Like, I didn't like it. I didn't like the format, like the where things are. Well, when I moved from Maine to Florida, I moved from Maine to Florida first, and I had this like cheap little Android or whatever, and somebody stole it. This drunk kid, my friends that I was staying with, friend stole it. So I didn't have a phone. So then I was using this work phone, my friend's work phone, and then when I moved to Alabama, um, Philip's mom got a new phone, and she gave me her old iPhone. So I had to like learn how to do everything all over again, kind of, you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
like, I don't know. And I lost my, I had two laptops in storage up north. I was paying this brother and sister who I rented a room from, paying them storage to hold my stuff until I go up and get it. And they I guess their brother got out of prison and needed a place to stay and just trashed all my shit. So I lost my, I had an old laptop that I had like my book I was writing on it, which was like, I mean, I had been working on it for years. And then I just bought a brand new laptop. um I got a bunch of money from the COVID shit, the stimulus or whatever it was.
Mhm.
Like, I had a really good job, and they were giving me $800 a week. And my
Wow.
boss, dude, listen, so not my job, my the unemployment. And my boss didn't close his shop and was like, "How much you making in unemployment?" And I said, $800 a week, dude. And he goes, "Well, you keep that, and I'll pay you cash to come work here." I said, "Fucking deal." Maybe I shouldn't say
Nice.
that shit, but you know what I
It's all
mean?
right.
Like, it was, so I had all this extra money, and I did only get one of the stimulus checks and didn't get the other two, which I don't really care. It was, I mean, it's kind of fucked up. Like, we got all that money, but Maui only gets $700 a family. It's crazy.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Did you move
But
far during in this time of like you mentioned moving? Did you move far?
what time? I was in Maine. I was in Maine near Canada, right next to Canada.
Yeah.
Well, not, I mean, Maine's next to Canada. I was on the coast in Portland. And then I moved to Florida 2 Januaries ago. And then I moved from Florida to Alabama to with my man who I met on YouTube,
Mhm.
and with a little community that I have on YouTube. I met him, and then, yeah, he came and picked me up from Florida. We lived in Alabama, and then he got a really good job here in Georgia. So we just bought a house in Georgia. So I mean, I've
Cool.
moved a lot
A
in
lot.
the last few years. Yeah, and across the
Mhm.
country. The I'm so like, I mean, even my speaking has changed because I'm from Maine. Like, we pack the can, like pack the cat in the yard. You know what I mean? Like, I've got a
Mhm.
wicked accent. And when I moved to Florida, people, they spoke different to me, but they didn't know what I was saying a lot of the time. Like, they'd say, "What?" And I'm like, what's going on here? And it was my accent. So
Yeah.
then when I moved to Alabama, and now that I'm in Georgia, like, I can't understand a lot of what people say to me. So I
Mhm.
relate now, because
Mhm.
it's like this language barrier. like the people in the dirty South, you know what I mean? Like I felt bad, but like when I was staying in that apartment, there was like a little balcony, and I'd go and sit on the balcony, and there was a couple people that, you know, would come out and hang out. But there was a couple, and you know, they were black, but I could not understand what they were saying. Like I felt like an idiot. So instead, because I'm awkward anyways, and like, I mean, I will talk to people obviously, but it put me in a position where I didn't, I, like, I was uncomfortable because I was saying what all the time, or like just like nodding my head, like, yeah, I don't know what you just said, but, and so when they would come out, I would just go in, like, oh, I don't feel good, like, oh, okay, like, have a good day. But it was like the language barrier, this Southern drawl that they have, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And are you adjusting?
You don't, huh?
Are you adjusting? Or no,
Oh,
still just
well, I
like,
mean, I don't go. Yeah, I don't really go anywhere. We don't really do anything. I just don't like to really leave the house. I like to be in at my home, and like I think I've only left the house 4 times since we've lived here. And we've been here
mm-hmm.
a couple months. And that was to go shopping and then bring there's some animals down the street. There's ostriches and donkeys and some goats. So we bring Jasper down there. But I don't really go anywhere and talk to anybody, so it kind of works out, I guess. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it was funny. Canadians are like uh pretty known for their accent, like a boot. You know, like some of it's really thick. Yours isn't. You know what I mean? You don't
Yeah,
really have a
that's Eastern.
thick
That's
accent.
yeah, that would be Eastern
Yeah,
Or sorry, Eastern Canada for sure with the boat. That's like the Maritime provinces. There's definitely different
yeah,
ranges in the dialects, but we're way more California over here. Um, in terms
yeah.
of like,
Because
I know
up
I'm
in
in
Maine,
BC, but the
I
accent
would.
is
It's thick,
very similar.
man. And they say side by each. So I would go to Maine. I used to run the boom for my friend was a long haul driver, and I would go with him from Portland, Maine, up to like Caribou, Eastport, places like that on the coast, and he'd pick up sea cucumbers, pickles they call them, and sea urchins, right? And I would run the boom for him to load all the totes into onto the pallets in the back of the truck. And somebody was up there um, on the docks, and he said side by each, and I said, huh? And you know, side by each. I looked at Earl. I was like, what's that? And he goes, side by side. I'm like, oh, side by each, side by side. Okay, I get it. But it's funny the different lingos that you have. You know what I mean? Different
The
things,
like,
I
yeah,
guess.
the different slang terms or the different
Yeah,
some of the different
yeah,
vernacular. I guess that's a word people use. Lexicon, vernacular, slang.
right.
Um, yeah,
I
definitely,
used to
and that
watch a lot
varies
of
quite
British shows,
across.
and they'll say like taking a piss. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll use that as the slang.
Are you there? Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Huh? Sorry, you cut out
Can
for
you
a
hear
minute,
me?
I think. I think you cut out. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Yeah,
But what were you saying? It runs
I don't know
across
what
the mm.
we were talking about accents.
Yeah, you said it
Yeah,
runs pretty something. I don't know.
I don't
But
know what I was saying either. I know my speaking on YouTube, I find I am picking up a little bit more of a American influence.
yeah, you don't
Um,
sound super heavy in the accent. I mean, I've met people from Montana, or maybe not Montana. What am I thinking of? One of
Manitoba.
those northern midwestern states on the border of
Mm.
Canada that had a super accent.
Yeah, I wonder if I've never heard of people in along the southern borders of Manitoba or whatever borders some of these, like the Maine, if you say there's an accent there, I've never heard of it being just across the border as having the similar accent. But there must be Canadians who have a bit of a drawl or a bit of something, talk differently
Yeah.
than me, but I've never noticed that's more like an American.
Right. Right. It's funny because it leaks into the States too. Like in northern Maine,
Mm.
you go up in northern Maine and you get like the hillbillies that just they do this rambling thing, and if you're not like hip to the jive, like with the accents, like you just don't. I mean, it's thick, like I can't. I don't even. We had this guy. I used to haul scrap metal, and he lived in this little house that it looked like he built it. A little tiny man, and he'd wear the Carhartt pants with a stained up white V-neck t-shirt with suspenders, right? And we called him the Cat Man because he had like hundreds of cats, and he had like school buses up there and stuff, but he hoarded metal, scrap metal, right? Anything metal. And he would hire us every couple years, or I mean even 6 months, to go up and get loads of the metal. And I never knew what the hell this guy was saying. Like I'd look at Hank, my boss. I'm like, what is he even saying? He'd have to translate because I had no clue.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm from there. He just, they get thick.
Mm-hmm.
That thick accent. But
I like
I
it. I
really
wish I
like.
was better at imitating accents.
Yeah. Me and my
we
sisters will speak, like we'll be in the store and we'll just be British for a day, or like Australian, you know what I mean? Like we used to do the
Mhm.
accent game.
When it's fun to do when no one around actually knows what a British or Australian person sounds like, so that at least you're not
Yeah.
doing too bad a job
Yeah,
until
yeah,
somebody's
yeah.
like, "You don't sound like that."
Until they have a good example in front of them and they're like, yeah, that was
Exactly.
hacked. Yeah.
Exactly. Did you see that I
So
man bushed my ladies stream?
I was literally just gonna bring that up. So I was gonna say, so ladies' night turned into Tommy, and was Christos up there too?
For a bit,
And
yep.
or yeah, yeah. And dude, that filter he was using cracked me up. Like the little braid swinging and shit. He cracks
I
me
wish
up,
I'd had
man.
him on
And
bigger screen actually, because I didn't get to see him. I was watching back over a bit of it before I came up here. And I was
oh,
like, some of those filters were so funny. And he was talking to me,
mm-hmm.
leaning in while he's making his face look
Yeah,
like an alien, and he's getting no reaction
yeah,
out of me because I can't
yeah.
see because it's too
You
small.
couldn't
I
see
felt
him.
bad. I was like, I can't wait till I have a computer and I can actually laugh at these things. Um,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and have like the little flares that you might do, like, I like to make banners. I like to have banners for things like,
yeah,
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 it'd just be fun to have. And I'm faster on a computer, like be able to type and do the
yeah.
things.
I need a computer. That's my next thing. Me and Philip are gonna get our own computers.
Mm.
Cause like like I'm a mom and I take pictures of everything and videos, and like I send everything to my family, because like they don't get to really hang out with the baby because I'm across the country. So like I'm always, if it's not the cat or the dogs or the baby, it's the sky and you know what I mean? Like my storage is always full. So I
Mm.
need to, and I tried putting it on a thumb drive. I have it right next to me, this friggin' thumb drive that I was like, after like a month I'd like download all my pictures and videos onto it. Well, um I it just all like 3 months of my daughter's life is just missing. Like it just deleted off the thumb drive. So now I don't dare to put any more on there cuz
Mm.
like I lost so many, but I do send the really cute ones to my family, so at least they have it. So you know what I mean. But it's just such a bummer because, like,
Well, I'll bet
I
you
live.
for how much you've sent out, if you put a call to the people you send them to, they'd send them back to you, and you'd
Oh yeah.
probably be surprised at how much you'd gather back. Have you taken the thumb drive to anyone to see if they can, to any fancy finger work, computer
No,
place?
I haven't. I haven't.
Because
I
some,
just cried about it and then stuck it in a bag.
because
You think
sometimes there
somebody could?
is. Yeah, I mean, again, it's worth looking at. I don't want to get your hopes up with it, but I do know
Right.
that, yeah, that depending on if it's been, yeah, there is an opportunity for there to be something
I mean,
there.
because I made sure they were saved on there, and they were there after, I was uploading more, and it's not anywhere near the storage on the thumb drive is full. But I went back and tried to find, and they were like when she was like her youngest. So
Mm-hmm.
it was like a really bummer because I mean, I do have
Yeah.
some videos and pictures of her, but like all the cute little things, and I don't know. It was
Mm-hmm.
like a super bummer.
Yeah, it's
But
hard. It's hard. But it's worth, if the
yeah.
thumb drive, it's worth having someone technologically advanced look at it,
Mhm.
because it can, you know,
Mhm.
I was told, for instance, that when I lost my BlackBerry phone, and somebody found it, and is that the right thing? Anyway, yeah, it was the right thing. No, different phone. Anyways, I had an SD card in my phone. Yeah, it was my BlackBerry.
Mm.
Someone and took my SD card out of my phone, and they had
Oh,
said
that
that if I could
sucks.
get the SD card that and put it back into the BlackBerry, especially with it having been a BlackBerry, because they had that special encryption, special agent, secret agent aspect to the phone
Right.
that's as good as an iPhone. Anyways, I was told by a tech guy
Yeah.
that if I had my SD card and my BlackBerry, that the likelihood of being able to get any of the information off the SD card um, was higher probability because of some sort of BlackBerry encryption and stuff like that. So,
Oh.
um, but again, I
Huh.
don't want to. It's worth taking. I always know that there's secret things up tech guys' sleeves.
Yeah.
Um, don't get your hopes up too much, but it's worth checking out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend up north. Well, he was my dad's friend, Albie. I call him Algina because he's a vagina. But Algina Johnson, he was my tech guy for everything. Like he like writes computer programs. He went to school for it. Like, he's old now, but dude does not pay for any internet and gets everything for free. Like, maybe I shouldn't be saying that. Well, who cares? But but he can get into anything and do anything. Like, he's so smart with it, and he'll sit there for years. Right, I've known him for years, and I've always gone to him with my stuff, and he'll show me how to do it. Right, show me how to, teach a man to fish. He'll have fish for life. I can't figure it out. Like, I he's the one that actually sent me the thumb drive because I was bitching about storage, and I was like, I wish you were down here. And he's like, why? Like, oh, you miss me? And I was like, no, I need your tech help.
Hmm.
And he's just a really cranky old dude. Like, he's just a really cranky old dude. Like, he has no friends, but like, he's family to me. So for some reason, I bond with old men, and as a friend way, in a friend
Hmm.
way. I just
Hmm.
find safety and solace in older, and especially because he was my dad's friend. Like, but anyways, um, so I was like, I need your tech help, and then I was bitching about the storage. So he sent me this thumb drive, and of course, I got mad at him when it, the, all the, like, 3 months of her life disappeared. He caught hell because I was upset about it. But yeah, you're right. I could probably send it to him. I mean, I would be
Well,
more
and
willing
then
to do that.
is there any chance, like I know sometimes when people buy these thumb drives, they buy more than one of them. Is there any chance you have picked up the wrong thumb drive and the other
It's the
thumb
only
drive?
one.
Yeah.
It's the only one he sent, and it's been in the same bag, and it's blue in my purse, like in my purse.
Yeah.
Um, it's the same. It's the only one, the same and only one, in a little
Hmm.
gray bag. It's definitely it. But and I was really careful, like making sure like everything was downloaded, and then before I took the thumb drive out of the phone, I would go back and make sure it was on the drive. You know what I mean? Like I was really careful with that. Of course, it could have been me. I mean, but they were on there. That's the thing. Like they were on there because I went in and had to get pictures off it before, and then when I went to go do it again, they were gone. So I was like, but I mean, I need a new phone anyways. This one has like a ton of problems. Like it will just go to the passcode key thing. Like it'll show the little buffering sign, and then it'll go to the passcode key, and I'll put it in, and it doesn't do anything. It goes right back to the buffering sign. It's just kind of a pain in the butt. But she's laughing.
Hey,
Are you
sorry to interrupt.
laughing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I
Her
got to jump in.
lashes.
I got to jump in on this thumb drive real quick.
Yes, please.
So most likely what's happened is there's a little computer chip inside the thumb drive that actually controls the interface between that, the thumb drive and the computer. That's most likely failed. So probably the data, but I can't guarantee this. This is just from listening to what you're saying.
Right.
Probably the data is there, but because that chip doesn't work, it can't talk to the computer. So probably what Bex is saying, take it to a computer shop and just say, hey, I want to see if you guys can get this off of there. And they'll try, and they'll either say, yes, we could, or no, we couldn't. It'll be a yes or a no. So it really will be that simple.
I've got a question though. But why would there still be other ones on there and just not that section? Is that still a possibility? Because there are
well, I missed that part of the story. No, I missed that part of the story.
Is there any? Sorry, go ahead. You guys finish. Sorry.
Well, I used to be tech support, so I know exactly how to get to the bottom of this. So what you're saying is when you connect it to a computer, you can access some of the files. Is that correct? It's just a yes or no. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's with tech support, it's just a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay, most likely your files are corrupted, and most likely they are not retrievable. The type of services that could retrieve them are so expensive, it's probably not going to be worth it. Literal thousands of dollars. But you would be deciding whether or not to pay the thousands of dollars. But based on what you're telling me, the files themselves are corrupted, and most likely outside of some expensive service, they're probably gone forever. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah.
And I will say this, as a person who worked in a computer store, and I had to break it to people sometimes that their data was gone. And I would just say this, I says, well, I guess it wasn't important, because if it was important, you would have backed it up, which is a true statement. Because if you've got one copy of it on one drive, it's not important because it's not backed up. I mean, it's just, I hate to be a dick, but I have things that aren't backed up. And sometimes I lose them. It sucks, though. It sucks.
I get it.
And I'm
be
sorry that happened.
That's
well, and I'm sorry that happened to you, but it's just, it sucks.
Yeah, it's cool. But
is there any? No, again,
you are right.
Not to give hope, where it might not be, but is there any? I know that I've only had a couple private pictures in my life, and in my phone I was able to like lock them and almost like hide the file.
Yeah.
Is there any way that can be done on a zip drive? Like, is there any kind of hidden file that might have, is there any opportunity that a file could get hidden or seen as locked that wouldn't show?
It's just unlikely. I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just not very likely.
Yeah. I'm always hitting wrong buttons on apps, though. I'm like, I see the button. I'm like, I press it. And then it's like, oh, don't unfriend that person, or you know what I mean? Like, I just like it's the button and I press it.
Yeah. Well, my daughter will grab the phone and like I'll have something open or like whatever, and she'll like hit erase, or like she's recorded stuff. She's, because like she just, little fingers. If I get it, she'll just touch. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, I got locked out of my my Discord. I got locked out of my Telegram. Somehow I had to have Philip fix it because like I said, I'm not real bright when it comes to this shit. But it is what it is. But I wanted to I liked, I think it was, maybe it was Benton's channel or your channel, but I think it was Benton's actually yesterday, or the day before. But there were like a handful of people that were supportive of Tommy. And I was like, hell yeah. Cause usually I'm the only one in the chat that even, like, when he'll try to explain something, um, he'll get interrupted and they just call him names or whatever. But he does make points. He just doesn't get to finish them, right? And and it so I'm always constantly like, dude, like, let him talk. And just calling him the same two things, a meth head and a friggin' pedo, is getting a little old. Like, he's, but I've noticed, even this was probably months ago, they say that he never shuts up, but he would be quiet for a certain amount of time while somebody was talking and finishing their sentence, and then he would go to reiterate or answer a question, and within 10 seconds he's getting interrupted. So then they say that he doesn't talk, or that he won't shut up. But it's like, dude, you just said your piece for 2 minutes, and then he can't have a rebuttal or a. So it was just really cool to see that there's some people around here that are actually, like, enjoying it, because I think he's great, you know what I mean? And I love that in certain situations, like, yeah, he's gonna have an attitude just like anybody else, especially with the shit that he gets. But, like, on the Machine Lies, oh, I think that's where it was. On the Machine Lies, there were like 8-10 people in there that were, like, supportive and listening and conversating, and it was just so good to see. I'm just, like, really happy about that, and I was happy to see him on your channel too. That was awesome. I think he's a national treasure. I'm just gonna say that. You
Metaversal
know?
archetype.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You know, and I've
yeah,
always been
I
drawn to
had the
that kind of
pleasure.
person.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of jumping up and engaging in a semi like defense of a woman being screamed at, being called female, right? But I knew that actually she was wrong. She had lied. Like, I wasn't just blindly jumping up to defend a female. I
Right.
talked about this with Tommy. I probably just
Yeah.
wanted to play in the metaversal game. Like, I'd already been on the channel, but I didn't know who
Yeah.
Tommy was. I'd never seen any of these other panels. And channels. I only had experience at London Man's at the time. And when I jumped up with that man and I took him on, and I was ready to, like, battle feminist, like, he
Right.
steered that conversation like a pro. Right. So, and I know I've
Yeah.
engaged in enough dialogue. I'm an energetic, sort of sympathetic, empathetic. And I was really nervous to be up there. I didn't know who this guy was screaming at women, right? Like, and not that he was
Yeah.
screaming at women. He screamed at one woman, called her female. She lied to him, right? Like,
Yeah.
he gave her a chance. He's like, have we met before? And she was like, nah. He's like, I hear that voice. I know where and when, and nails it.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, maybe, right? You'd remember if you'd been.
Yeah.
Anyways, I got up there and immediately had some, like, rainbow. I don't know. I said something. I was talking about something trans related, and he could have destroyed me right there, and he steered the conversation to agreement. And I knew
Mm.
right there that as much as people watched him, whatever was going on, that he was in a lot more control than anyone could see, from the audience perspective, right? And I really
Yeah.
appreciated. In fact, it was one of my first, like, non-panel interactions, right? Even though I was on the panel, it wasn't just having this, like, let's talk about ideas, right? This was like the holy social weirdo
Yeah.
experiment was being, like, engaged in or being worked on or whatever the deal was. And then I went out filtering out from there. I was, who is this guy? Right? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
And through there, I found all the other channels, and eventually that led to the arch nemesis. And it's just fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. It's been fun. I feel like it's been to be honest, it's a real treat to have him pop in my room and just chill. Right? It really
Yeah.
is. It's a real treat to have,
Well,
be able to see people just ask him questions and he just answers them, and there's no,
the same old runaround bullshit. So it was the first time, no, I think it was the second time I had ever been on a panel. And we were talking about kind of feminist stuff, or it was Paul Enslaved got up. I was already up there, and I was talking. I think we were talking about the book I was reading, Secret Teachings, of all ages, and which I cannot finish. It's so hard and so dense. Like I just can't finish it or like retain anything. So I still have it, but we were talking about that, and Paul just like pops in. Somebody let him in, and he goes, "Ooh, a female, an attractive female. I'm about to get that." And Tommy was up there with me, right?
Yeah.
And me and Tommy had already spoken a little bit, but I'm very like straightforward. I'm very happily taken. You know what I mean? I love my man.
Mhm.
Like, I've got my family, and because I don't ever want to make anybody think that I'm on the internet looking for anything or that there's ever a chance. So I'm very open about my devotion to my man and what I do, and
Yeah.
and Tommy, a lot of what I would say in chat, he would agree with. Like he's like, you get it, you know what I mean? Like you get the place of a woman. I'm kind of an anti-feminist when it comes to progressive thinking. Like I don't vote because I don't think women should vote. I don't drive. I mean, I can drive. I did before, but I don't like to. Like, I don't want to go anywhere without my man. Like, I'm not the woman that's bebopping around town alone. I think it's like, it's not oppression, it's protection, right?
Yeah.
So I would talk a lot about that. And Tommy would, he's like, that's a real woman. That's somebody devoted to their man. And anyways, Paul, gets up there and he's saying some really disrespectful things, and I was like, you don't get it, sir. Like I'm with my man. And he's like, well, that doesn't matter, that never stopped me. Well, one, if I was single, you are not who I would be going after, right? You're and I'm not just saying looks, but his overall energy. I mean, some people may dig it, that's cool, he's charismatic, he uses big words, awesome. Not my style, right? But Tommy defended me and was like, dude, you don't get it, you could never get her, she's faithful, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to impress anybody here. Like, he really, and it, like I said, it was only like my second time on panel. I was nervous. I'm kind of an awkward person, you know what I mean? But it really helped me to have him up there and do that, because I would have just checked out, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have stayed up there, and there was like 3 or 4 other people up there. I don't remember who. I think Lay Geno was one of them, um who gets a bunch of shit too, but I mean, he's always been nice to me. But Tommy was the one that explained what I couldn't explain, because I was kind of like, when I'm put on spot, you know what I mean, when I'm kind of like I get like that paralysis type thing, you know what I mean, like you're just kind of like so he stepped in and said what I couldn't, but what he already had known about me, right? So it was really cool, and I really appreciated it. And I've enjoyed him. And even though the people, like my little crew on the internet, they're hard asses, right? They're, if they don't, like somebody, or somebody's doing something sketchy, they call it out. And they're they vetted me real hard because I was a bear, and they don't like Owen Benjamin. It took me months to gain a relationship with them, and an online, daily
Mm-hmm.
relationship with these people. But I really like them. And like Jessica
Mm-hmm.
Jane is one of my favorite people. Like I love Layla, Drew's wife. EBT is one of my all-time favorite people on the internet. And that's
Mm-hmm.
them, like I just really enjoy them and their energy, and like they're like kind of trolls to people. Like if somebody is a troll or grifting or something, they'll put it out there. And that's how I found them. But they hate, I don't want to say they hate Tommy, but they do not like him. And they don't let him talk, and they always say he's this and that. And so when and it sucked because I wanted to hear what Tommy has to say. I love listening to the guy. I could listen to him forever. You know what I mean? And they don't really allow the it's not like a flowing conversation really. So when I found Benton, and he would bring Tommy up, and they would kill it. The conversation was awesome. You know what I mean? Because here
Mm-hmm.
I am, like, defending Tommy in a chat, saying, why don't you just let him finish saying what he's saying? Like, you keep interrupting him and calling the same names, and, over and over again, instead of just keeping the conversation going. Because the guy makes points. And, like Benton said, I don't agree with 100% of the things that he says, or not him in particularly, but with anybody. Like I don't agree with 100% of the things that Tommy says, but I love what he says. You know what I mean? I find it interesting. I don't believe that the earth is round, but that's okay that he does. Why do people have to hate it? You know what I mean? Like that's his preference, his belief, his let him do that. And who doesn't like opposition in a conversation? If you have a bunch of people on panel just saying yes, 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 what is that? You're not learning anything, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Look at me, like, yep,
You
yep,
should.
yep, yep.
Yeah, yeah. You should definitely check out Machine Lie's channel. Because he's
Yeah, I
great.
am.
Yep,
I
yep,
am
yep.
subscribed.
Yeah. He's great. He's another one that lets Tommy come up and speak his piece. And I don't mean to. I'm not purposely talking about Tommy. Like if he was here, I would love it right now. I don't mean to do that, but I'm just really happy that I'm finding this group of people that are on the same page that I am. With people like that on the internet. It's kind of refreshing. I really enjoy. I enjoy so far. It's Benton stream, yours, and the Machine Lies, and that's been my little circuit, I guess, for a while. And I'm really comfy here. You know what I mean? Like I love the chatters. The people are great, and I see them other places and like say hi and stuff. Um, but it's been a really really cool experience for me because I don't have a social life down here. I don't. And I really don't want to go out. What am I going to do? Go drink? Like, I don't want to drink at the bar. I don't like eating at restaurants. I rather cook my own food. I'm not a big outdoor person, so this is my social life, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You kind of
Well, and
probably
I
relate
don't
to
mind.
that in a way because you've been stuck in your house with a broken foot.
Yeah. Well, and willingly isolated in my house for like decades, it feels like anyway. I might be being
Yeah,
dramatic. Um,
I get it though.
but I think there's something to the orange man bad, okay? Energies and brainwashings of the apprentice, the character
Hmm.
that played the apprentice leading up to
Yes.
Donald Trump being the president, that has people so willing to get on the bandwagon of not listening to someone. That even I get it that there can be methods of direction and communication styles and dramatizations and
Hmm.
stuff that people can find over the top, but if you actually can't take the time to to listen to what someone's saying beyond their how their method is. I get that this is a form of entertainment and stuff, but there is also, like, if you're continuing to put yourself in a situation where you're following and being engaging with people that are continuing to engage, then hopefully people are getting something from it. And I think, listening. There's another character in these scrapes that I noticed had a reputation. It was so weird. People would be in, like, I'd be in a little chat of 5 people, and there'd be someone being like, "Is so and so lurking?" And I was just, "What is your problem?" Right? Like, there was just this,
Yeah.
there's more than one character that people can really take on, and it makes me want to listen
Obsess
harder to what
about.
people are saying, right? Because that
Me
willingness to
too.
jump on the anti-bandwagon of
Yeah.
somebody is, like, unbelievably simple. People just want to
Yeah.
hop right on and then just drag and
Yeah.
drag.
9 times out of 10, it's the people that don't have a lot of friends and a rather, different opinion. I've got it, like I said, cranky old men are my thing. I have a relationship with cranky old men that hate everybody. The ones that don't try to sleep with me and shit. You know what I mean? Like I've had plenty of those too, but people that actually, that people that aren't generally liked by the populace, I connect with. And I don't know why. It's always been like that. I was like an outsider, and I think that's, like growing up in school and stuff, I was like the outcast, and I did use drugs for years, but I'm sober now, and I'm more like, I feel like I had to use those drugs and drink just to be social and be one of those yes men that I thought I should conform to, right? Like, but I get it now, you know what I mean, with the blinders off, now that I've been sober. I'm like, that's not cool, you know what I mean? Like, don't follow, I don't want to lead either. I rather be led by my man, by somebody I trust, but I still seem to pick out those cantankerous, men. It's usually men. But I do have older women that I absolutely love, you know what I mean? But for some reason, it's those people that are singled out and kind of like hated, not hated, but you know what I mean, like kind of frowned upon, that I seem to be drawn to.
Mm. I love a cynic.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you're in the right place then. You love a cynic.
Yeah.
I do. I love cynicism.
Yes, divine spirit. They make me laugh too. That's why I love Benton. You know
Well,
what I
thank
mean?
you.
He's my type of friend that I would hang out with Benton outside of, like, if I met him somewhere, I'd be like, this kid's cool, not kid, but you know what I mean? He's cool. Let's keep him around. You know what I mean? Kind of
Well,
thing.
thank
Like,
you.
that's, you're welcome, and it's the truth. You know what I mean? You're very, you remind me of somebody that I cared for really dearly in my life, and I lost him.
I'm
But you
sorry to hear
make the
that.
same faces when,
Oh, really?
what? Sorry that you're the person, or that I lost him. It's
That you
okay.
lost him.
I
No, that you
really,
lost him.
yeah, it was
My
hard. I,
condolences.
I
Yeah.
he was. Thank you. I took care of him till he passed away.
Oh, man.
He didn't want to go to hospice, and he had a colostomy bag, and I took care of him till he passed away. But you make the same face he does when you're doing something on your computer. You make this same face. You kind of,
Yeah, I
it
make
makes
funny faces. It's funny that I'm not the only one that does that, I
yeah,
guess. Yeah,
the
that's
way you
funny.
purse your lips, kind of like, and you, when you're concentrating, that's George's face. I'm like, oh my god, that's George's face. And you've got a lot of the same mannerisms and the way you speak and stuff. So I immediately, when I found Chalk Body Outline, and then I think you guys were beefing at the time, like before this last beef. It was
Oh,
like
yeah,
a year ago,
yeah, this
probably
is
now.
there's been more than one of these that people may not know, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I came into the CBO crew pretty late in the game. They had already been, going or whatever, but you weren't exactly in the chat This
Yeah.
was before Davey died and stuff, but then, because I always heard Benton this, Benton that, Benton this. So I subbed to your channel, and and that's kind of how I found you. And then your hours are perfect because I'm up. The hours you're up, I'm up. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
it's just perfect, And I love your chatters.
Yeah,
Like
me
you
too.
got a great room. Yeah.
Yeah,
I rather have a
I'm
few
fortunate.
good
I'm very fortunate.
ones than yeah.
What's
Yeah,
that? Go
you
ahead.
are. Because
Yeah.
there's some other channels where I won't stick around because of the chat kind of. You know what I mean? Or I won't chat. I'll listen to the info and not chat.
Hmm.
But I like having that, 10 to 30 people that are, in it. They're not just there to cause hate and discontent. You know what I mean? I like the sense of humor and I like the knowledge. You know what I mean? And
Well,
there's
thank
a
you.
variety of people. There's women, there's ladies and men. So I just find it really, you know, almost homey. It's like, you know what I mean? It's comfortable. And I really like it. And there's just enough like information, and even in your monologues, like you just things that you talk about, your ideas, you kind of do what Beck does, just like talk out loud, or not talk out loud,
Yeah,
think out
yeah.
loud.
Like a
And
stream of
and
consciousness.
it's
Yeah, stream of consciousness. Yeah.
right, right, right.
Yeah.
But it's got like the right amount of, you've got that um like the sense of humor with the, to go with the cranky old man thing. And then you've
Thanks.
got the knowledgeable information that I can also learn something from, you know what I mean? So it's cool. I like it.
Well, I'm definitely glad you're here, and I'm glad Bex is around now. And this is probably as much love fest as I can do at one time. But thank you once again. Thanks for
Yeah,
being
yeah.
here. Definitely, definitely. And I want to say, because there's some
Yeah,
folks that may
man.
be confused about the CBO and some of these dynamics. If I'm not able to get along with certain people and they're not able to get along with me, I don't hold grudges. I'm not mad at anybody. Like, it's just what happens is
Right.
what happens, and I'm not on a
Right.
vendetta. But I think some folks just expect that. Oh, well, now it's a vendetta, and I'm trying to get
Like
even.
a
It's like I don't.
retaliation thing.
Yeah, I don't even think that way. It's just like, yeah, it's a bummer, but
No. No.
it's unfortunate, but
Yep.
it is what it
It'll
is, and
pass.
well, or not, but we'll just
Mhm.
we'll put our big boy pants on and we'll deal with it as it comes.
Right. Well, I've noticed, like, because whoever watches the streams but doesn't chat for some reason, noticed me in there, and I've gotten, notice me in here, and I've gotten, some kind of backhanded comment like, oh, anybody over at Benton's, and I'm just like, whatever, dude. Like, I'm gonna watch what I like. I don't
Well, I can
care
tell.
what
Yeah,
I
they're
don't
not.
care what
Yeah,
other
yeah,
people think.
yeah. I can tell you're not going to let anybody dictate where you go. So I understand. I get that. Certainly,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I get it. Although I get
Great,
I
but
just because well,
anyways,
and real quick, just because I talked about the elephant in the room, I'm feeling like there might be an elephant in the room with Bex and the some of the feminism and you said you didn't think women should be able to vote and all this, so I just have to at least bring it up. I
oh
mean,
yeah, I can't see the chat,
yeah.
so
No,
Well, no, I
I
just mean because I know enough about Bex that I'm not calling her a feminist. I'm just saying she's probably a little
I'm
closer than you are, Carrie. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I would say that I'm one of those people that
yeah.
is
Oh, I
pendulums.
know that.
I've pendulum swung from one side to the other in different aspects of understanding. So I
Yeah.
sat in the channel I sat in. The guy was I guess sort of a more of a confused Mosaic law. One of those guys that likes to pick and choose from different testaments and make up his own religion.
Right.
And he definitely didn't think that women should minister. I don't think he realized, I'm not talking about even just like in a church, but straight up to a man. Yet somehow used all my comments for most of his content and interviewed me twice
Oh,
and wanted me to
really?
call in and give him
Really?
content and stuff like that. Right. So I always, I can take what someone speaks and leave the rest. Now, the radical feminist, that, the sort of rad femme turfy aspect of whatever was going on for me a year and, up till a couple of years ago, I totally, sitting in that room, I got to find my center, because I am definitely someone who would have wanted to stay at home and have children. And I actually, refused to sort of like take on a professional job because I didn't want to misrepresent my ability to pay for a mortgage, even though I was educated. I took that education to be a better mother. And I was always planning on having children. So I only did jobs like serving and landlording and, anything that a mother would sort of do. I was really quite devoted to all of that. So, but you're right. Definitely, you're picking up on a lot of things, Benton, that, definitely weren't practiced in my life. And politically, I definitely I definitely someone who would take the bait until the last few years, like be like on the right side of things, throwing the book at people.
Right.
So, but no, I definitely honor that kind of stuff. I don't vote anyway. Well, whether I don't vote because I'm a woman or not, that's, that kind of stuff would be something that I would probably hash out sort of, your reasoning and my reasoning and see, where we were common on, but definitely reformed.
Well, I know your stance, and but it doesn't deter me from speaking with you and respecting and liking what you say in other areas. Like, it doesn't make me look at you any different. I love you just
my
as
stance
much.
on
Like,
what?
I'm not like the feminism thing. Like, where I believe certain things, I know that's not for everybody, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying every woman should stay in the house and serve her man and make dinner and watch the kids. I'm good with me doing that, and that's where I'm comfortable. But if anybody else wants to go do
I would
whatever, I mean, I was
bend
like
over
the
backwards
woman
to
that
do
was
that for a
having the man's
village.
job.
Yeah, and I wasn't
Oh,
trying to
that would
call
be
Bex
cool.
I wasn't calling Bex a feminist either. I was just
No.
No. But
yeah.
different
Yeah.
aspects are more
Yeah.
feminist than
No,
me.
and
Like, where
I was just going to
But I
say
mean, that's your life path.
yeah, I had mentioned hopping up and taking on a Lumatomy with a radical feminist point of view, right? Jumping up like ready. So I can
Yeah.
understand where, I was
Right.
really, really, my Facebook page, I have a lot of friends, not that I even know what it looks like anymore. I recently wrote a dear Facebook letter and posted it to my friends on Facebook. Actually, dear Facebook letter. I broke up with
That's
them for
awesome.
YT. And some of my older male, like an old friend, 70-year-old man was like, thought I was breaking up. I called myself a media monogamist. I've discovered I'm a media monogamist. And I've
Yeah.
been cheating on you for 3 years, right? And I broke up, and in the end I said PS to my as voyeuristic as you think you might be, Facebook friends, you're not ready for this shit, right? Like, don't follow me, but my point is over there I was really I had been really radicalized. I mean, I was on all the leftist stuff, like prior to 2020. Like, I had to unfollow all
Me
of that
too.
stuff. It was
I used to march
it
in
was
the gay parades, like
so
I was the left, the most left you could go. I had the purple hair, the fucking,
yeah,
but I mean, I never voted just because I just
you were
didn't.
like a wannabe gay.
But I was a very independent,
I was just joking. You were like a wannabe gay. You were like a wannabe gay without wanting to be gay. I was
no,
just
I
being
was
silly.
gay. I was gay.
Oh,
You were
wow.
gay.
I have had girlfriends, like that I dated for years. But I was that. You know what I mean? And my life
Yeah.
changed. My choices changed, and that's fine. People change, and I don't disrespect any you know any woman that wants to do.
Is she breaking up, or am I
Yeah.
breaking up? Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, Carrie. You might have
They
to leave and come back.
want to do, as long as
Okay,
you're
you're
not
back.
up in my.
Hey, come back, Carrie. I'm gonna remove her real quick. Yeah, she's lagged. You're lagged.
Well, it's interesting. I had a similar conversation on my channel this evening.
Oh, really?
Yeah, about my experiences in dating in dating women.
Ah, I see.
But it was so long ago. I
Uh-huh.
looked. I learned. I was looking for reciprocity in relationships that I thought I would see in an intimate setting, and I learned that I just picked assholes. Gender didn't matter. And and don't never really talked about it much on YouTube, but since I'd already talked about it tonight on my stream, and Yella was saying that she had lived that. I wasn't. I only had like one serious relationship, maybe a few other women that I dated. They all ended up turning out to be men named Alex. I'm being a little bit generalizing there, but
Sure,
yeah. But it was
Sorry, it did the thing.
You
it
back?
happened. Yeah, she's back.
Yep.
Yep, I'm back.
Good.
Cool.
It shut. It
but
did
I think
apparently,
I don't.
well, apparently Beck's also dated some ladies. That's what we were learning about in the intro.
Oh,
there.
really?
Yep.
Yeah. In university, I had a relationship with a woman that was 14 years older than me for a year and a half.
Me too.
I found it very.
I dated my friend that I went to school with's aunt. Is that weird? Like I dated my friend's aunt, who was 14 years older than me. Are you?
Well, I don't know. Is it weird? Is it weird that then years later, I dated my girlfriend's nephew, right? So I ended up at Christmas dinner. Twice with the same family.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty
big
funny.
Catholic family too. Big Catholic
pretty
family.
funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of I with my friend Brian, I had sex with I think twice when we were drunk, and then I dated his aunt. So it's kind of the backwards version of.
Oh, you
of
did
what
the
you
same
did.
thing. Look at that.
Yeah.
We do have a lot in common. Almost every
I
time we
know.
talk.
I know.
When you
I gotta
also,
take care of the,
oh, you got to go
I'll
take
be
care of
right
the
back.
baby.
I gotta
Yeah,
take
yeah.
care of the
Take
baby
take
for
your
a
time. We're just chilling
All
anyway.
right.
It's all
I'll be
good.
back.
I think Carrie
Cool.
has also mentioned that she considers herself on the spectrum.
Oh, okay. Was not
Yeah.
aware of that.
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, we
Yeah.
and I do want to point out a certain percentage of the audience is kind of allergic to some of the alternative lifestyle talk, but I'm pretty open minded myself, so we just sort of roll with
Allergic to the
it. In
previous alternative lifestyles of these two women up here.
no, I mean in general.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm kind of tired of talking about my own thing, but it's well known amongst people who pay attention that some of that applies to me as well. But I'm kind of over talking about it, and I'm retired from any sort of dating anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah.
but, it's not a secret. I've talked about it, but it's not that interesting to me as far as how it ties in with my own life, right? But
I agree. It came up tonight.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
not
I
that
just
yours is less interesting. Not
no,
that
that's what
yours
I'm
is more
saying.
interesting,
Yeah.
but yeah.
To me, it's not that interesting. But I just want to point out from a broadcast standpoint, we can talk about whatever we want, but some percentage of these people are just they ain't having it. But it's okay. Not everything is for everybody, as they say. That's because I'm going to start covering more trans type of stuff. I like there's some interesting trans related material. I found a channel. Did you know this, Bex, that some of these trans people are going MAGA? They're like Trump fans. Did you know anything about this?
No, but I'm not surprised. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just not surprised that there are. I mean, there's, it takes all types, right?
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a trend, is what you're saying. Is there seems to be a
Well,
political
it
trend?
might be. I think we're looking at the early versions of a trend. So to brag a little bit. I'm no good at predictions, but for some reason I get tapped into certain trends like ahead of time. And I think it's gonna be a thing. I really do. I'm starting to see some signs of that possibly happening.
Trans for Trump.
Well, yeah, exactly. And well, as we remember, Trump was pictured with the gay pride flag and with the pride flag and all of this. And
Yeah.
People they don't like that. Because I'm down here in MAGA country and they don't like it, when that gets pointed out to them. But yeah, there's something there. It's hard to put my finger on it, but the reality is more and more of these issues are going to be there. I mean, it's already in the forefront, but it's going to keep going. And my thing has always been, I don't want it to be, I'm just against it being promoted. And what I say is, there's always been freaks. Like I went to college in, 1993 in Arkansas, and we had freaks on campus, right? We just were like, oh, those are freaks. Nobody bothered them. They just did whatever they did, and nobody, paid him any attention. You know what I mean? And then it's like, now it's 2023 and the freaks are taking everything over. Like that's the part I'm against. I don't want, I think there should be a place in society for people, but why does everything have to be about, they're freaks, literal freaks. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with being a freak, but there's always been freaks. This is not a new thing.
Yeah.
It's not new.
Well, yeah. And, I would say that there's, we were definitely groomed into this, like, in terms of like queer eye for the straight guy being something that we elevated, I don't know that I know that there's lots of, we can all relate to each other, but when we culturally started uplifting gay men, telling straight men how to be men,
Mhm.
how to dress like men, how to design their houses,
Yeah. Absolutely.
go into straight couples and do makeovers for people and stuff. It was not the best message, in terms of like on a
I think it's
subconscious
definitely
level.
programming.
Yeah.
I dated a
And
trans, by the way.
Oh, wow.
That's how progressive I was. Yeah, I knew her before, and
Well,
then
wait a
she
minute. We
got
got to be
top
specific.
surgery.
Wait a minute. What did she start as? What was it
A
initially?
woman.
Okay, gotcha.
A woman.
Got
Yeah.
it.
And I knew her
Okay.
for years. I met her in jail. Isn't that romantic? But I knew her for years, and we dated when she was a girl, and then for only like a month or two, we just kind of like hung out and did lots of crazy stuff. But then I met her years later, and she had the top surgery, and she wouldn't let me penetrate her. I'm actually the only person who has ever penetrated her, but not that you really need
Let's
to
not
know
get
that.
too
But
graphic just because, well, real quick, let's not get too graphic just
yeah.
because Mitchell's threatened to get the channel in trouble. So, but please continue. Just
Oh,
try
great,
not to get too graphic
great.
if you don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was it. That was how
Oh,
graphic
okay,
that was
cool.
going.
Got it. Yeah, no worries.
But and then I dated. So she was Lee when I met her, and she is now Jonathan, and she had the top surgery. And that's when I was with her again, and then she had a really bad back, and she was addicted to some meds, and I couldn't do it. She ended up stealing my tattoo equipment and stuff, like, so I just left, but like I said, I was very progressive, I guess, very left, very open-minded. I fell in love with the person, not, like his soul, um, and not the body, right? So I was able to see past that part of it, and that's not for me these days, but that was that's the truth. That's what I did. That's my truth. So I mean, people just automatically think that I'm this, you know, uh, I don't know. I mean, I'm not anti-feminist either. Like, but I mean, but I'm
to
pretty
be
open-minded, and I don't hate anybody. But I
to
do,
be
if you keep it away from the children,
yeah.
the children, the crossing the line with the children is where my guns will be drawn, right? So
Yeah. To be clear, for me, I know my relationships were a trend in trying to understand how humans interrelate. When I
yeah,
was dating a woman, people asked me if I was going to date other people, if I was a lesbian or bisexual or what. And I always found it very
Yeah.
confusing that anyone would matter. I was like, I'm monogamously involved with this person, right? And they would get so
Yeah.
snoopy. I'd finally just confront them like, are you next in line? Is that what you're trying to do here? Because I'm
Right.
monogamously involved with this person, right? And
Yeah.
they really wanted me to pick a label. I never picked a label. I always said I'm monogamously involved with this person, you know. And I
Yeah.
found the whole community to be so shallow. Like when I first showed up, I had long hair, long nails, in a car. I drive up in my car. The next week, nobody paid me any mind, to whatever event I was at, like a gay and lesbian dance or whatever, just to check
Yeah.
it all out. And then the next week I shaved my hair, slap a sticker on my car, cut my nails. Everybody's interested right there. I was like, you're all so shallow. It's ridiculous, you know?
Oh, that's awesome.
So I know for me, when
I
I
had
left
half
that,
of my head
yeah,
shaved.
when I left
Like I
that,
was
I didn't ever really talk about it because I found that, it got
right.
couples into thinking I wanted to be with them, or some guy trying to convince us, me, and I definitely
Mm-hmm.
walked away from
Mm-hmm.
it and never looked back. So it was sort of more like a trend in high school or in university, right? But that being said, it is a big aspect of, it did end up being a big aspect of my understanding, my mate selection. I mean, mate
Yeah.
use very loosely there.
Can I
And
can I ask you something?
mhm.
Like so when like I had some things happen to me when I was younger, kind of traumatizing, well, very traumatizing, but I noticed that I gravitated more to women because I felt safer, right? Like I connected with women on a more intimate level that I wasn't connecting with a man, right? Like I I just found it very warm, but also it was very like our fights were awful. Like it would go from the best time ever to balls to the walls, fisticuffs, cat fight, right? Like it was polar opposite times. It was either really good or we were battling. And I just, like I did you find that, like, with a woman, were you more drawn to women because of the emotional connection? I guess that's my
I had
my question.
I had a romantic ideal that would be there, and no.
Yeah.
It was not. I
Mm.
was attracted to the same type of person regardless of gender. And I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew that a month into the relationship.
Yeah.
I knew that I stayed with that person because she was dealing with a major breakup. She was
Mm-hmm.
suicidal. Oh, is that okay
Oh
to say?
yeah.
Uh she was yeah, she
Just
was
don't say it again. Yeah, just
yeah,
don't say it
sorry,
again.
sorry,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry.
Or and
Yeah.
if you do, it'll be okay. It'll be okay if you do, but try
Yeah,
not to,
she
please.
was,
Thank you.
she wasn't well, mentally well. She'd had a bad breakup and stuff like that, and she was dealing
Mm.
with all sorts of weird stuff. So, yeah, definitely not. Definitely was my empathy and my not knowing how to, more likely not feeling she needed me more than I needed her.
Yeah. And as women,
And so
we want to be that kind of like provider and that safety and that, like, you know what I mean? Like I noticed that I always was with broken people, like before I healed and did work on myself and was single for years, like you said, it was always the same type of person, no matter what the body, right? Like that I was, it was like toxic relationship after toxic relationship, man, woman. And it's funny you mentioned the couple thing. Um, I had a few, I actually still talk to one of them. I went to school in middle school and in high school with this couple that are still together, but I was their, intimate partner. And then a few couples, but and we're all still friends. Well, I don't hang out with them, but we're cordial. Um, but it's different, the type of connections that you're expecting something different. but like you said, you're with the same type of person. There's still, and it made me feel like because I was broken. I'm still broken, not as much, but I was broken. So to be the person that was like in control and the safety and the caregiver, the person that I just like to feel needed, right? Like I needed somebody to need me because I felt empty in other places in my life. So I'd swoop in like Captain Save-A-Ho and be with this person that was just, you know, broken, But like Philip, the man that I'm with now, I would have been extremely attracted to him, whether or not, but he did healing. He had healing time too. We were very similar in our pasts, and but we've grown, and now that he like because he provides, he's got a really good job. He's always home with us, um, unless he's working. He does everything for me instead of me constantly being the one that did everything. Like I was always the one in the relationship that had the job. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
I was that. So for to do the switch and to be the one taken care of, it was hard for me to do that. But now I feel that sense of security and comfort that I never had felt before because I couldn't depend on the person. I was depending on myself.
Mm-hmm.
I related to Benton with the like when he was in a relationship, he would disappear for a couple days and then be confused as to why the girl was upset. That was me. I would disappear for a week, not answer my phone, and I wasn't particularly doing anything but just hanging out, drinking, walking, whatever it was, but I didn't want somebody up my ass for that week. And then I'd go back and I'd get in a fight, and I always was like, what the fuck's the problem, dude? Like go do something yourself, go you do it too. I remember I was with this kid that just wouldn't go do anything, right? And by the end of it, I'm like, go do something. Even I was telling him to go uh, hook up with another girl. Like, go the fuck away and do something. I'll be back when you get back, but go do something. Leave me alone, right? And like at that point, I just didn't care if he was with another person sexually. He got really upset and cried because then all of a sudden I didn't care about him. But I'm like, no, I care about you that much to where I'm not going to fuck you. And I know you need your sexual needs met. So go do it. Excuse my language. I just realized. Sorry. Sorry,
You can
Benton.
swear. We just can't be too graphic with the sexual stuff, but you can definitely.
Right.
We can be graphic. We just can't get too crazy with it. But yeah, you can swear all you want.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Some people are really, not, I was going to say Nazis about that, but, strict, like swearing and stuff. That's a main thing too. Every sentence I say has a swear in it somewhere. Like the whole I swear like a pirate or a captain or whatever. What is that saying? Yeah, But
Well, that might be me.
I don't mean to.
Hey, I think you're lagging. I think you're lagging, or
Oh
I am.
my
Well, I might be though. I think you might have lagged, but I think you're back now.
oh, I just looked at my phone and it said the mic was
Oh yeah,
off.
I muted you just because you were lagged. Sometimes when you
Oh,
lag
okay.
out, like you think you're here, but we can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's
That's
just the
why I didn't
lag.
answer.
Yeah, it's the lag. It's not a big deal. You came right back. It's just a thing that it does. There's really nothing we can do about it,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Yeah.
So Benton,
Yeah.
that thing that I was just talking about with, you would go
Oh, I
off
still,
for
yeah,
a
I
few
still do
days.
that, by the way. Yeah, I just disappear. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I've always
I
done
mean,
versions of
I
that my whole life.
me too.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I kind of think it's healthy in a way, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
I mean, to not have that, I mean, it gets so annoying when you're just trying, like,
Well,
I
and I'll
like to
say
walk
this.
and be alone.
Well, real quick, that's a way to avoid codependency. That's for sure. Because no,
Yes.
that you're not going to be with a codependent and disappear for 2 weeks or whatever. That's not going to
Right.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of
But I mean, it's
codependency out here.
also,
We know that.
yeah, it like really bad. Like, you know, I think that it's healthy in a way. Like if I say, hey, I need, but the thing is, I never said this is what I need. I would just do it. Right. But
Yep.
I think it's healthy to just say, look, leave me alone for a couple days, especially if you're not married and there's no kids involved. Go, do your own thing for a little bit. And I never understood why people got so mad either.
It's codependency. I think maybe they
Yeah.
don't understand what's going on, but some people need their alone time no matter what. I remember this
Mm.
famous story because I used to be into skateboarding and I still am to some extent, although I don't practice it myself anymore. But there's this very famous skateboarder, Rodney Mullen. And when he was a young
Mm-hmm.
person, he would travel around with all these skateboarders on these demos. And they said one time they were in the van and Rodney, who's very quiet, he doesn't necessarily talk that much at times. He just said, "Hey, pull over, pull over. I gotta get out." They pull the van over. He just
Yeah.
dipped off in the woods for like hours. And they're all just sitting there
Yeah.
like, where the fuck did Rodney go? And
Yeah.
I guess he's just so introverted. He had all he could stand and he had to have some alone time. And then he came back and they're like, everything okay, Rodney? He's like, oh yeah, I'm good. Everything's fine. And they just continued on their journey.
Yeah.
But the fact
I
is
relate to that.
yeah, and it's not like he wanted them to have to sit there. And for all he knew, he probably wondered if they would even still be there when he came back. But probably
Right.
he had to do that because it was too much interaction. You know, that's how
Yeah.
I view
Yeah.
it. And I think when I just disappear or whatever, it's a version of that. It's like, hey, I got to get away from whatever this is. But it's not that
Yeah.
anybody did anything wrong. It's like, hey, it's like a protection mechanism almost. Like
Yeah.
I got to get
Absolutely.
away from this for a while, and then
Like
when I'm better again, I'll go back to it.
my my man works all day. He leaves before 7 and he's never back, before 6 really. And I love that time. If we were together all the time, I would be, itching to just have that alone time. I love that alone time, you know. It's important to me in my I need to process things, especially like if there's a situation I need to be alone to just kind of process things, because if I'm confronted before I'm, like figured it out myself and my internal struggle, I react. I'm reactive. I react in a very negative way. I get angry. And I think that's got to do with the autism.
Mm.
Like I get, like that. I love Provost uh talks about the
Oh yeah,
autism,
me
but
too. Yeah.
yeah, it really opened my eyes, because I was, diagnosed with bipolar or whatever, but they didn't know what was wrong with me, and I just was very introverted, and I had, when I was confronted, I would kind of lash out, right, and then just run away. And now that I'm older, I see things now that I know myself. I can control it better because I say, hey, I need alone time to process things. And as a child, you can't really say that, right? So but it was eye opening to hear Provo speak, and then to hear other people that went through the same thing, and women mask it better than men. Like they say, autism is less prominent in the female, in the female gender.
Actually,
Yeah, not anymore.
I,
It was. It
actually,
was. It's not
yeah,
Right.
now. Yeah. Yep.
they
Not
Well, that's
actually
what
anymore.
I
used to
mean.
say it wasn't possible. They
Exactly.
Right.
actually, yeah, they
Early
actually
on,
used
they
to,
said it was only men. Exactly. Only
yeah,
males.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
yeah,
it's because of the masking. Women are able to hide it better. and it manifests out so they'll like wrongly diagnose somebody, you know what I mean? And but I mean, I'm completely unmedicated. I don't take anything but a CBD gummy if I'm nauseous. Um, and I'm great because I had that healing time, and I'm not I it took work on myself, but who doesn't need that really?
Hmm. I was gonna say, were you involved? Were you involved with women before you met this woman in jail?
Yeah, I was with women more actually
Hmm.
through my teenage years, and then I met my son's father, who I was 17 when I met him. He was 26, so anybody can say whatever. The same situation that Tommy talks about. That's why I relate. Like, I was the girl pursuing that man, and I was very, um, I was steadfast on him, and there wasn't any um, grooming involved or anything. And that's another thing that I say, loudly in chat when people say that about Tommy. I'm like, look, it's not as black and white as that. I was already promiscuous, and I was very, I had already done, things, I guess. But yeah, I was with women more, and then
Hmm.
through the years, I just always had, there's different women that I connected with that maybe I wouldn't have a relationship with, but I'd see them meet up and just hang out for a week, and it's just kind of
Do you
was
think
just
that there
always
was
my
anything
thing.
anything in the way that you defined your lifestyle and choices as a young woman that do you think there's anything with this whole idea of born that way or born this way? I mean, I know, um, like, do you think there's any aspect of that comes along with just the decision to be involved, like that you had to pick, that once you've picked a sort of side, and I know this may not be for people who aren't, don't see it that way, but obviously we're both two heterosexual women here, or,
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
talking
I
about
think
this.
it's
Do you think
sexual
there's yeah,
abuse.
yeah, I think there's a real uh there's a real grooming aspect to the society. I think even some
Yeah.
women do it to impress boys. I know they don't think they're
Yes,
doing it, but I think there's
they
some
do.
aspect of it that's like, oh,
Mhm.
that people don't realize that you're kind of like tempting. Now there's a temptation since
Mhm.
yeah, I think there's a lot more to the decisions that people choose to date and go against. Like I went against every fiber of my desire to be a mother, even knowing that whatever,
Yeah.
and that being said, it was a short duration. It was um, a phase in my life that I live in a town where, the president of the student council, the head of the sort of LGB community at the time, maybe there was a T in there.
Mm.
Um, she became the mayor here for the last 8 years. Like she
Oh
did the
wow.
same thing to this city that was done, while she was in power at the university, right?
Mm.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
she did that. I'm saying that, she's appointed as
She
as a
definitely
person to do
pushed it.
that.
Right.
Um, and and I definitely think that the only reason I chose to be with 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 uh with a woman was because my communication was so bad with men, and I'd always
Mm.
had a lack of since my parents split up, there was a lack of like physical contact in my household with a new mother
Mm.
and with a father. So I think that there was a weird desire to be close to your friends that you're having sleepovers with, that probably
Yeah.
just wanted to be sitting on a couch, touching, just sitting on a couch like you did when you were with your mom or your siblings before the
Yeah.
divorce. And then I think that those energies of being a teenager can have, at least for me, had me thinking, do I want to be with this woman? Do I want to be with, with
Yeah.
this girlfriend? I was a little bit infatuated with the idea. And I think it's more, maybe it's just being a teenager. This is in the 80s. So maybe it was more just being a teenager who didn't understand sexuality at all, right? And in fact, was
Mm.
taking the desire for any kind of human contact and the extra charged energy of a teenager and some
Yeah.
memories of childhood of women that impressed me,
Mm-hmm.
and convoluting those all in with the confusion of inability to. I mean, my father, he, he practices straight up Schadenfreude with me. Like, he's always been
Mm.
someone. I wear my mom's face. It's something psychological for her leaving, right? And it
Mm-hmm.
just is. It happened since I was 12 years old. There's nothing, it's not. I'm not all victim. It's just the way it is,
Yeah.
and so when I really look back on it and think about it and why I didn't really talk about it, and I'm only brought it up here because you brought it up, and I had just happened to talk about it tonight on my channel too. So it's there in a much more lengthy stream with a smaller audience, but still I don't have any shame in it. It's just more all the generalizations. 3 or 4 years ago, they came out
Mm.
with the once buy, always buy philosophy in this rainbow agenda. And I almost got onto it. And I was like, wait a minute. Like, why would I be
Yeah.
identifying with something because of an action I did when, no,
Right.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Like, no, I'm not. You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm extremely heterosexual, and
Yeah.
I'm 51 years old this year. Like, there's nothing I mean, if you think about how charged how juvenile our culture is, being so charged
Yeah.
with this sexual energy. And then just thinking about it now, how you were saying, oh, you as a teenager, blah, 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 not to minimize it to blah, 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 but that,
No,
your
I get it.
experience was as a teenager. And I would have jumped on that as a teenager, and I would have probably really confused myself. Like, don't not jumped on that,
Mm-hmm.
whoever, but I just mean, like, I really
Mm-hmm.
struggled to fall asleep next to my girlfriends, when we were having sleepovers. But I think that's
Yeah.
just straight up, that's straight up energy desiring to be, that wasn't desiring to
Yes.
be with my girlfriends. I didn't even know what being with someone meant. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't even active with men at that point yet. So I would definitely not active with women. That came way later. So, I think there's some sort of
Right.
aspect of it. When I really think about it now, as I'm talking about it, I think there's a bit of a untouchable aspect. Like, oh, if you got, if I can't make the right choices and I'm having explosive engagements, and we're not getting along, then at least over here, I'll find all these wonderful warm fuzzies, which were not the case.
Yeah.
Not the case. I mean, I dated a bigger, emotionally unavailable, the biggest, the least emotionally available person I've ever been with, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, was I the token, token university girl on the side of a, Butch Dyke's arm? Like, it was just like, it's so not me,
Yeah.
and
Right.
then after that, you try and have these conversations with people, and then all of a sudden, like I said, it becomes the next now you're just some sort of like kink idea to people. Like, it was just,
Yeah.
so it just became something I never talked about. I just didn't think it was important to.
Right.
And which is funny.
It's
I was in a stream recently, and someone was like, "She sounds like a lily licker." And I was like, "What is that?" So
Lily
I go in
liquor.
I go in the chat and I type, "Is that a lesbian?" And the person's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, how do I sound like that?" But now I'm really sounding like that. Now I'm really sounding like
Yeah.
that.
Confirmed.
Um,
Lily liquor confirmed.
but but yeah, I don't I only do. I sometimes fancy a man's toilet bowl earth is asking somebody. I don't know who he's asking, but I do know that that's the only kind of touch I fancy.
Yeah, definitely.
And that
Definitely
being said,
now
at
it's
50 years old, it's also really nice to like know that I can fancy that and stay right here, quite content. I
yeah.
fancy it. Do I engage in it? Yeah. We'll see.
Well,
I've got my work husband's moving in, becoming my roommate. So
yeah. What's his name? I can't remember, but
Dylan,
he's not
Dillaroo.
in yet. Yeah, Dillaroo, right?
Yep. Yep.
Um, but you were saying earlier a little bit ago that about the girl who tells people that she's attracted to women to kind of lure the man in, right? So I had a ton of friends this has happened to would tell this guy, upon meeting that, oh, I'm into women too, and I like threesomes, and then they hook up and they're boyfriend and girlfriend, and when the guy wants to bring in another girl, they hate it because it wasn't their truth, right? They lied about really wanting to be with women to lure the man in because they some way they think it would attract the man. I've seen so
Mm.
many situations with that.
Yes, kudos. Yeah, it should be known. It should be known to men that they can back out of that, right? I
Yeah,
think I think that it's not a situation that men get into and then consider the idea of like, whoa, what am I doing? But just in case, there are people
right,
that are like, you can always back out of any scenario, even if you don't have to go to your buddies the next day and be like, so last night I had this opportunity, but I didn't take it. You know, if you don't want to, or
right.
even like, yeah, it's a weird world of trophies and accomplishments and benchmarks and bases and you know um
Yeah,
it almost becomes like a what am I trying to say, like a report card or
like
like
not a commodity, but
a currency
yeah, like
almost. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, definitely. I had my one of my best friends, Casey, was a dancer, an escort. Like she didn't just dance, let's be honest. But I would drive her to her places, her whatever she was going to go do, and I would sit in the car with my friend, and she called me. She went in, this couple called and wanted to bring a girl in on their sexual experience, and I'm waiting for her, and she calls me and she's like, Carrie, we need you. And I said, fuck that, I don't know what you're doing, but and she goes, no, the girl's freaking out, like crying naked in a corner, like freaking out, so I went in there and mediated this couple's uh situation they were having, because she did the same thing that I just said, like she told him that she was okay with it, and then once, and she like played with Casey a little bit, and then once he started getting involved, the lady had a severe reaction to it, right? A very emotional reaction. She was very upset, like freaking out. There's probably alcohol involved. But we sat there and talked to them, for like 2 hours about, you know what I mean? You need to be honest with people, that you're not okay with it. And she's like, well, I thought I would be okay with it. And I said, well, have you ever done that before? And she said, no. And I was like, well, there's a lot of emotional things that go with it, right? Me and my ex-girlfriend Becca, Bex, that's literally what I called her, the 14-year older woman that I was with, we used to bring guys home. And like we actually picked this guy up hitchhiking, really attractive. Um, we picked him up and took him home, and he stayed with us for like a week. Well, we played and stuff a lot, and then I was the one that went to work, so I would go to work. Well, when I came back one day, they were on the floor, she was on top of him, you know, doing the dirty, and I lost it. I kicked her in the face. Like we fought. Like I'm like I felt cheated on because I wasn't there. You know what I mean? And it had been something that we talked about. Like we don't do that unless the other person's there, you know? So like I also, even though I was okay with it, I had that that emotional reaction. Like I felt cheated on, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. What I'm hearing is the LGBTQ plus influence in the sex worker industry, like the crossover there. Hearing the
Yeah.
I remember when I did, cut my hair. I actually cut it, dyed it purple, of course, eventually. But I went over to Vancouver to visit a girlfriend who had already been active in the lifestyle a long time, and was my best friend in high school, and probably someone who I had a crush on or had some weird confusion from those years in high school. But my point is,
Yeah.
I remember in the AIDS Vancouver Island mandate statement, its mission statement, its
Did you say
target
AIDS?
market. Yeah, I'm going to say in the AIDS Vancouver Island, yeah,
AIDS.
target market
Okay.
mission statement, when they're talking about who they were talking to, who their target market was for this mandate statement. It started out with, gay men, intravenous drug users, hemophiliacs, blah, 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 blah. And it
Mm-hmm.
ended with also men who have sex with men. Okay, so it started with gay
Yeah.
men and it ended up with men who have sex with men. Then I was this story coupled with going to visit my friend in Vancouver, meeting a lesbian there, Shanda, who was talking about her male lover, right? And saying that, and she had this saying that every lesbian needs a good deep dicking once in a while, right? So I thought, what
Yeah.
the heck is going on here? And then you go out into the world and you tell people these things, and they're all like, no, that person isn't, you have to be this to, that's gay. And then, oh, this is, a lesbian. And I think that, these conversations are really worth having, because I think that people don't realize how well, how not black and white it is, how
Yeah.
how much it's just a juvenile society of, there's no way we've been
Mm.
doing this for 2,000, 6,000 years, friends. Like, there's just no way. I
Right.
mean, the world is screaming, it's been in my lifetime, in the 50 years I've been here, that it's been screaming like immaturity and exploration that not even our parents or anyone really could do. And I think that I don't even necessarily say it's a healthy thing, but it's a juvenile thing. It's like,
Yeah.
um, and yet in doing so, people have been able to define what they are and who they are and what they want, as opposed to being,
Mm.
going down to a forest that used to exist here down in our biggest public park, right? It doesn't exist anymore. You used to have
Mm.
bathrooms out at truck stops and stuff. Doesn't exist anymore. Maybe those exist, but I'm just
Right.
saying, like, this is where, before the internet, this is how this happened. And it was really unsafe. It was really unsafe for the men interested in pursuing that lifestyle. And
Mm.
and at least we got to a point where we have these mandate statements that allow people to just define themselves as who they are. So I really welcome discussions like this.
Yeah.
I think it really helped me look back on my own experiences and understand that it was a level of grooming. There was a level of upset with the choices I'd made. I was really young, you know,
We.
and I do think there was some aspect of knowing in that definition that I was untouchable but still attractive to the men around me, um, that
Mm.
not that I was playing any kind of game with that. I just felt empowered, almost like celibacy,
Yeah.
I would say. Because just to add
Mm-hmm.
one more bit of knowledge to this, and I'm sorry I'm being so long-winded, Benton. I know you're back. Hello.
Keep going, please. This is great.
Yeah, it's like with this modern day language that people are really rejecting. So let's just take the idea of transgender versus cisgender and how people are like, I'm a biological. No, I'm like, we're not changing definitions. Well, imagine back whenever they decided to introduce the juxtaposition of homosexuality to heterosexuality. You would have been having heterosexuals saying the same thing. And if you really get down to the understanding of procreation and the ability to reproduce, then there's language around these things for a reason. So an asexual creature, it doesn't not want to sleep with things. Okay. An asexual creature reproduces without sexuality. So you cannot be an asexual human. Okay. Humans reproduce through sexual reproduction that involves the binary system. That's how babies are made, and so homosexuality, if it was to be something that humans could do actually in terms of sexuality and sexual reproduction, going along these languages, picking the whole asexual, also people are ace, they are also seen as they don't have sex, when in fact that's called celibacy. It's just a choice not to have sex. So when you get into this idea of homosexuality, technically it would be same mates with same. Okay, so you'd be looking at something more hermaphroditic. It actually is, it's not possible to have homosexual reproduction, and ergo we would have had people being like, there's only sexual reproduction. And so really what it comes down to is anything that isn't procreative, whether it's between men and men or women and women or men and women, it's all masturbation. That's all that it is, right? Even two straight people with a condom, it's just masturbation. That's what it is. It's mutual masturbation.
Masturbation using a tool. A human tool.
Yeah, or I'm saying, I'm just saying that ultimately, if it's an act that's not for the sake of procreation, there's nothing wrong with that. It's still a sexual act, but in terms of if we wanted to use proper language to understand homosexuality isn't a thing, right? It's in terms of definition, in terms of sexual reproduction, which is what sexuality is about, then technically homosexuality would be hermaphrodites mating, and gay and lesbian people would be gay and lesbian people. That's what they'd be, So we can take this one way and just we can ponder that all for a minute. But ultimately, what I'm saying, that we've already adopted this concept of homosexuality to express same sexual relationships, even though they can't sexually reproduce. So people got to just get on the cisgender bandwagon. We're already this deep in, it's just like the language will adjust. It has adjusted. It did it before. It just is, or we tear down the concept of homosexuality altogether, and we start using the appropriate words. We've got lesbian people, we've got gay people, we've got trans people, we've got biological men and women, and we start abandoning all this linguistic gymnastics. But there's my long dialogue.
See, I'm like not down with the cis thing. If somebody asks me, I didn't even know what cis meant until I started hanging out with the CBO crew, and I had to ask in chat, what the fuck does this word mean? I don't know what it is. And but I like you were just saying, the trans movement, are you a cisgender? That means so I was born that way. I really had to have it explained to me, even though I'm kind of,
it doesn't actually mean that. They invented that. That's not what CIS. It doesn't even mean that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, if you just type in CIS definition, it's some Latin prefix that it means.
I agree, TBE.
This side of or something. Basically, they want to call straight men. They want to call straight men a demeaning term. And when I was young, if you referred to me as cis, that is like calling me a pussy or a coward or a punk. Yeah, they want to call me a sissy.
Right. Yeah, like cis.
Yeah, it doesn't mean CIS doesn't mean what they claim it means.
Yeah, great point. Great point.
Right. Yeah, I like that.
I never thought about it from the sissy point of view.
You know how you
technically real quick, that would apply to them because we're the default. So I don't exist in relation to a trans person. A trans person exists in relation to me. But see, they've turned it around, and now the cis prefix that implies that I exist in relation to a trans person, but I don't. I'm the default. And that's just, they don't like that. They don't like the idea that I am the default because I was born male and I strongly identify as male. Like I'm strongly in touch with my, being a male, right? So there's no
Yeah.
reason to describe me further, you see? But a trans person, there's no way
Right.
to
That's
really,
what I mean.
there's no inherent term that applies to a trans person. So they want me to have a modifier at the start of my gender. Oh, cis male. But it's like, no, I'm male. I was born that way and I identify that way. We don't need to call it anything else. Like
Yeah, then so
nobody's
should
confused about me
Right.
being
yeah,
me being a male
yeah,
confuses 0 people.
yeah, and then so should sexuality.
Exactly.
Okay, then heterosexuality is a misnomer too, right? Just straight up sexuality. That's what it is. Where there's sexual reproduction that men and women engage in, and homosexuality is a misnomer. They can't make babies. It's not sexuality. It's it's getting your rocks off with someone else. You know, it's
Well,
and there's
you
nothing
know
wrong
how
with that.
okay, so the whole trans thing, when you say to procreate, when you're with somebody to procreate, I was on TikTok. Provo got me on this. Like I wanted to go on a tranny TikTok to just see the fucking ridiculousness, and I saw this dude, right, hadn't had the surgery yet, but getting the surgery, and you know what it said, that he or she, whatever, couldn't wait to be the first trans to
Yeah,
get an
I've heard
abortion.
this. Yeah, no. Yeah,
That
no.
broke my heart. That broke my heart. Like that is the sickest, like it's just so depressing. And
But
like I said
that's yeah,
earlier, I think that it's sexual abuse. I was very involved with the gay community, and all of my friends told me they had been sexually abused as a child.
yeah,
All of
and
them,
that's what it's
you know?
amazing that you would bring this up, because born that way nullifies ever looking for any history of abuse. And
Exactly.
what if
Yeah, it
everybody
discredits
out
that
there,
part of it.
yeah, what if almost everybody out there who thinks they were born that way has repressed memories? Um, and that
Exactly.
we don't
Exactly.
realize that it's actually a manifestation of it's actually the signal of a repressed memory of abuse,
Yeah.
you know.
100%. Like these parents that are like, oh, my little boy wants to be a little girl and that's okay. Like I was a single mom with my son. And when I would get dressed and put makeup on and stuff, when he was a toddler, he would, like, I'd get my shoes out, he'd put my shoes on, and, I'd pretend to put, like, he'd want me to do stuff to him. But he wasn't gay. It was all he saw, right? It was all he saw was mommy getting ready. So he would do it too. He's the straightest kid ever. He is a dude, he's 22. He's not gay. So when these moms, these crazy demented single moms are like, oh, he wants to be a little girl, it's like, no, it's all he sees. There is not a strong male figure in his life.
Well, and
Yeah,
real quick,
exactly, TV.
well, I think that's an important point too, is that, with me growing up with a strong father and a loving, nurturing mother, I wasn't around my
Yeah.
mother for any of that. I was off doing my own thing.
Right.
I had no exposure to
Right.
that, and I wasn't supposed to be exposed to that. I wanted to hang out with
Right.
my dad. I wasn't
Exactly.
trying to hang out with mom. I mean, nothing. I love my mom, but I wasn't trying to hang out with her either. And I want to say
Right.
this.
But you're
Listen.
bored,
Well, and I want to say this. When my dad wasn't around, I outranked my mom at our house by the time I was 12 years old. Meaning,
Yeah.
I was the man of the
Yeah.
house at that point. 12.
You were raised.
That's a real
that way.
thing, because as a
That's
male,
how it should be.
once the testosterone starts kicking in, I'm going to outrank her. And that's just nature. And that's how anybody feels about that is not my problem. It's just that's what it was. And I knew it, and I'm sure she knew
Well,
it.
look at the old, those
Yeah, go
old
ahead.
shows you would see, like the man would go off to like war or whatever, and always the oldest son, he would say, you look after the family. You're the man now. 12,
Exactly.
15,
12 years
whatever.
old. Yeah, 12 years old.
That
That's
was
right.
the way. Exactly.
Well, and I'm hyperbolic,
Yeah.
so I'm probably exaggerating, but it wasn't much later than that, certainly 13, 14 at the most.
Right. No, I get it.
13.
But you were
Yeah.
certainly in training, right?
Well, but once the testosterone kicks in, I'm a
Yeah.
male. I mean, I'm a man on some level, maybe not. I haven't achieved the status yet, but biologically, if I'm producing high levels of testosterone, I may not know
Yeah.
anything, but who's going to go out there and face God forbid somebody tried to invade the house or something while my dad's gone.
Yep.
It's not my mom going to try to fight.
And
It's
that's
going to
what we're
be
missing.
me, a 13-year-old Benton. That's just how it is.
Yep.
And then
And that's what
nobody
we're missing in society.
Yeah, and
The
we can. Yeah,
nuclear
exactly.
family is
Yeah,
broken.
and people can have whatever opinion they want. That's what it is. But we're losing that,
Yeah,
especially.
exactly.
What level of hormones are these 13-year-old boys making? With the fast food, and hell, half of them have boobs, and they're not
Right.
identifying as a female. They have
I know.
bitch tits. Half these 13-year-olds, so they're not making enough testosterone to be
Yeah.
the man of the house at age 13. They're just not. So, things have
Yeah.
changed drastically, and
Well, there's this theory.
I'm from the old days,
like,
but this is crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
You don't see it much, but the Bruce Jenner thing, right? So he was like a huge male, kind of like archetype, whatever, athletic, but he did probably all those hormones, right? And your endocrine system can only go so far, and after that's gone, you pretty much develop feminine, traits, aspects. Like when you said bitch tits, like that's the hormones, so these kids at an earlier time in their life now, with all the hormones, Alex Jones, they're making the frogs gay. Like, this is a real thing, it's definitely real.
There was a case I was looking at in 2020 that where there was a boy in California who'd been offered a trial medical treatment for his oppositional defiance disorder, right? Whatever the fuck that is, right? Like,
Right.
didn't want to be told what to do. So they put him on, a drug, kind of like what is it?
Hormone blocker.
Zoloft, sorry, not Zoloft, Wellbutrin and whatever Wellbutrin's a drug. It's an antidepressant, but it's also marketed as Zoloft or something like that. Yeah, that's actually an anti-smoking aid. Yeah, an anti-smoking aid. So, but depending on what you get it for, they'll call it one thing or another. It's the same thing. Well, this boy was put on experimental treatments. Turns out he was being treated with estrogen, right, to calm his oppositional defiance disorder. And actually, it got pushed through.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it got pushed through. There was a law made because of it that actually makes it harder it technically makes it harder for some of these kids to potentially get the hormones as well. It was sort of an added barrier to just jumping into things. But what I wanted to say is, what if some of these Ritalins or Ativans or things that they're treating young children for, and specifically young boys, before this sort of experimental treatment of a diagnosed oppositional defiance disorder, which is kind of like a sudden adult death syndrome. I think these buzz terms, the newest buzz term. What if some of the Ativans and stuff were actually laced with a bit of estrogen? What if what if we've already been treating hyperactive boys, I'll say, for now, because I don't know why. It might calm down women too, though.
Messing with people. Like,
yeah, I see what you're saying, Benton.
I've seen. What did Benton say? Oh, what before? What we were?
Oh, I was typing.
Or did he?
I like to type while I'm on the panel. Bex does it too. I think it's funny.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, I can't see the chat, so if anybody,
no
I haven't been able to see anybody's things, but like the SSRIs, that they put everybody on. Like, I was misdiagnosed as a kid, and I was drugged up at 13 years old. The Neurontin, Wellbutrin, Zoloft, Seroquel, and Klonopin, but it was lorazepam. And I didn't need any of that shit, right? The only time I was ever suicidal in my life was when I was on those drugs. You know what I mean? Like, but I saw people in my life that they're so easily put on, like you said, the Ritalin, the Adderall. My ex's 7-year-old son was on so much. I would cry in the morning. He was on so much drugs because we had him with us. The mom was not there, we'll just say. And 7 years old, and he would be sitting. I'd make them breakfast in the morning, and he'd be sitting at the table trying to get his food into his mouth, and his little hand would shake, and he was so. But the thing is, these people say something's wrong with my kid. He's got the oppositional defiance. Well, they're in front of a TV all day. They don't go outside anymore. There's no, like, the male figure, the strong male figure, even, the single moms, they don't put their foot down. And and consistency is key with children, so if you give in, that child's going to learn to manipulate, right? So that's that defiance, where it's not the child, it's the environment and the person guiding the child. Because kids need to be outside. They need to, people complain like their kids won't go to bed because they have had zero physical stimulation. They have had, it's all screen time. And you know what I mean? Like, I've never seen it so prominent before. And I'm not that old, but, we played outside as a kid. ADHD, I mean, to make a kid sit in school for 6 hours and sit still as a child is insane. And then when, they get out of school, they're all over the place, right? Well, now they're sitting inside. So that, yeah, of course they're gonna, they got to get their energy out and stuff. It's like those people that own dogs that will keep the dog in a crate all day while they're at work. And they get out of work and they let the dog out of the crate and the dog goes crazy and they get mad at the dog. Like, that blows my mind at this limit of understanding a human body, or not human, dog in that sense. That how could you argue with that? You know what I mean? Like, how could you say, oh, well, he's a bad dog because, when I let him out of the crate after being locked up for friggin' 8 hours, sometimes more, they run around the house, tear shit up. They're dogs. It's like kids, when, like, how people will say, oh, they're getting ready for bed, don't get them all hyper. That's what I do. Before bed, we get hyper, we get tired, right? Like, my child only watches a half an hour of one educational show, and we listen to Christian hymns, kids hymns on TV, 1/2 an hour a day, and that's it. There's not going to be any Nickelodeon or cartoons or none of that shit. We're not doing that. We're going to do physical stuff. We're going to get your energy out, and we're going to learn stuff that way, and that way, like, my daughter has no problem going to bed whatsoever. You know what I mean? Because we do stuff, even though she can't walk yet, where she's in her Johnny jump up, she's in her walker, we're dancing, we're doing stuff. And the kids these days don't have that. And it's their fault, right? And I say that in quotes, like, their fault. So it's something wrong with the child.
Well, let me real quick. Hey, let me jump in real quick. Part of that, I think we're back to the hormones, because the reality is, part of playing outside is that, especially us boys, we're so rambunctious. I would hear things like, what are you doing in the house? Go outside. And part of that was just, if I had a friend over and we're inside, we're going to be roughhousing. We're going to be, wrestling or whatever. And it's like, hey, take that outside. Like, what are you even doing here? Get out of here. Because the parent, the adults don't want to be around that. But then what if I
No.
didn't have the right hormones? And what if I had, what if I was overweight from all the food and the, sitting at school all day, and now I'm overweight and I'm not making enough testosterone? I'm probably not going to be running around wanting to wrestle and roughhouse and tear stuff up. So now the parents,
Right.
even if everything else is normal, the parents aren't going to be around that high level of energy. They're not going to be saying, hey, go outside and play. And with the fear mongering, now most people believe it's not safe to go outside. It's just as when I was a kid running around outside, there was crime, there was was dangerous, but the perception wasn't there. See, now the perception is, well, if this kid goes outside, something might happen. And it's really not true, although it might be true, at the same time. And then teaching the kid, we were taught how to deal with things, like, hey, if a dog is ever trying to chase you or attack you, don't run. You just stand your ground. And when it gets close to you, kick it in the nose. Like the older people told us how to behave just in case something happened. And I was 10 years old, and, it was like, don't talk to strangers and all this stuff. So it wasn't just, we're scared of everything, because they knew I couldn't be prevented from exploring the outside world. But now we're in if I was 14 years old now, I might not even have enough testosterone to want to go do all that stuff. It's crazy.
Definitely.
Yeah, I completely relate to that, and I've seen it so much. I nannied children for years, and then my man or woman, Kanika or Becca, they all had kids, and so therefore I had those kids, and I had my son, and just the expectations of a child is insane. Like you were saying, Benton, like my mom, when I got out of school, we got the fuck out of the house, right? If you want to drink, you drink it from the damn hose. Like my mom didn't know where I was until the streetlights came on. That was our thing. You know what I mean? Like as 80s kids, 80s, 90s, you were outside, but now it's like sit inside in front of a screen and don't move, and then trying to go to sleep at night is insane.
Well, real quick though, we watched a lot of television and we played a lot of video games. So I don't blame the screen time. I blame the other stuff that's no longer happening. Because I watched a ton of TV growing up, and I played a lot of video games, but every single day I was outside playing, no matter what, winter, snowstorm, if it was raining, it didn't matter. We were outside every single day of my entire childhood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me too. And my son, I was lucky. Like he's a musician, but he wasn't into like video games and stuff. When he would go outside, and we had what we called the sand pit. It was an old quarry, and he would go to the sand pit, alone or with his friends. He just was always happy to be outside. But a lot of the other moms, their kids didn't really go outside. You know what I mean? Like they weren't interested in it, right? Because they're like, how do you get him to do that? I'm like, I don't get him to do anything. I got to get him to get back in the house sometimes. But it seems to be a lost thing these days.
Well, and not across the board, but we're obviously generalizing, but yeah, more often than not,
right.
This is the case, more often than not, certainly. And well, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but unfortunately, I have things to do today. I'm more than happy to keep the stream going, but I got to go do shit. So that's up to you gals. If you want to keep going, you're more than welcome. If other people want to come up here, they're more than welcome, and I can still produce here and there, but I got shit I have to do. So this is, my participation is probably ended for the most part, but I'll leave that up to y'all. I mean, I'm not going to artificially end something that, people are engaging with, but
well, I mean, the baby's down for a nap, and my phone is dying, but I can go plug it in. But it's up to Bex really, or we can go to your channel or whatever.
I'm a trooper. I'm a trooper.
All right.
I'm a trooper. I'm happy to stay. It's a pleasure to, it's such a nice first time over here, Benton. I know I popped up and said hi once, but It's really nice. So I appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
absolutely. Thanks for being here.
are you
Yeah.
you'll be producing from the sidelines then?
Yeah, as much as I'm able, but that might be limited. Unfortunately, I'm on the level of StreamYard where I can only have one administrator, and that's Mr. Unslaved currently. So, or I would just go ahead and make you administrator, but StreamYard does only allows one other administrator other than me,
Mhm.
right? So,
Yeah, I've never I just noticed I was peering into those settings recently.
yeah, you got to pay more money to
Um,
have multiple admins, but
yeah.
yeah, I'll do the best
Well,
I can, certainly.
no, I just wasn't sure if when we do end it, are you there? What happens when we do end it? If you're not here, what happens to the
Oh,
stream? Um,
eventually it'll just that's a good question because I did that one time, but I think I was still on the free version. I have no idea, but that's my problem to worry about. So I wouldn't even think about if I was you, I'd just let me worry about that.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not too concerned. Either
Okay.
way, it'll work itself out.
You're like, it's Bex. You'll be here for 10 hours. I'm just
Maybe.
kidding.
Yeah, that's right. Beck's machine. You're now the Beck's machine. So you're very memeable also.
Yeah.
I'm memeable. Yeah, I gotta go. So y'all have fun. And if anybody wants to
Okay,
join the panel, hit the link. And when I see you, I'll add you. How about that?
cool.
All
Thank
right.
you, Benton.
All right.
Oh
Thank
yeah.
you so much, Benton.
Yeah.
It's a treat. We get to we're having a
Yeah.
pop-up. We're having a pop-up we're having our own little pop-up YouTube channel here in someone. It's like a pop-up store in the
That's
mall,
right.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that.
Me
You're
too.
supposed
Me
All
to.
right.
too.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
thanks again. I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you so much, Benton. A pleasure. It's been
All
a real
right.
pleasure. I
Alrighty,
look forward to
Benton.
more conversations.
Cool.
Thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, and then there were two.
Bye-bye.
I know
Yeah.
one thing that
This is pretty
one
cool
thing
because
that
I've never gotten to talk to you.
I know it's really cool. I know one thing that Benton touched on when you guys, I think we touched on when you first hopped up here that I wanted to make a comment on was the idea that people track that there's relationships where people track each other's, through their phone apps or whatever. Like it's normal to be in a
Yeah.
relationship that people want to know where each other was. Now, I've never dated on Tinder, but my stepdaughter has, and she's met her mate on Tinder. They've been together a few years now, but in the initial few months after like realizing you're serious and meet on Tinder, there should be a Tinder etiquette book, right? Where we go through the whole who deletes, do you delete the app, to what levels or
Yeah.
whatever. But I know that I've been
Yeah.
really lucky in my life to I've never even had an argument with someone where it's like, show me your phone. You know what I mean? Like I know I've admitted don't have a lot of long-term relationships or whatever, but still that level of possession and
Yeah.
that level of possession and lack of trust, like just the idea of someone ever,
Yeah.
I have said to someone, do you want me to give you my phone to show you? But it just, you can tell by
Right.
my threat that that's known that like, if we're at this stage where you want to look at my phone, we're already done,
Yeah.
because
My
I'm
name
not
was
someone.
my password.
Mhm.
Like I've never I had a ex that every time we fought he would take my phone. Like he didn't want me have the phone was like a control mechanism. And I hated that. But now like Philip, like I'm honest with who I talk to. Like if I do talk to a gentleman, like I tell him, like, oh, we talked
Mhm.
about this. That way he'll never find out from somebody else, like, oh, she's talking to somebody. Like he has faith in me and he's got my phone, if like he can have it whenever he wants. I'm not hiding anything. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Oh
Like
yeah, that.
our friend Machine Lies, he is going through a rough time, and I told my man, I said, I'm gonna reach out to this guy. He's very respectful, but he's going through a lot. I'm going to DM him and reach out. Is that okay? You know what I mean? Like, and he was cool with it. I let him, like I said, you can read our correspondence. He's not. He knows I'm very happily taken, and he's not. It's not about that. But I make sure that I tell. Like when I found CBO, Toilet Boat Earth, and EBT, first thing I did was when my man got home, I'm like, you gotta check this channel out. And I had already, um, went to their backlogs of their videos, and I was like binging because I loved it, right? And I found them
Mhm.
because of Archaics, and then I realized, like, oh, they like rip truthers apart, like, these shady people. So then I went from Quantum of Conscience, and then they had Owen, and I was like, yes. So I watched that because I'm not one of those people that needs to praise. Like, yeah, I liked Owen. He helped me in my life, like, see things that I wanted. But I wasn't like one of those people that if you say something bad about him, I need to, I didn't get offended. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a shit.
Mhm.
But, and that's how I found, um, that group. And so right when, like I had started watching them while he was at work, and I'm like, you got to check these guys out. Like, you're going to love them. And, he came in, like, he doesn't really chat or anything, but he watches them and loves them. And he knows that I talk in the chats, and he knows their, um, I guess, feel on things. Like, he knows, he feels comfortable with it. And I was honest about, hey, I'm, conversing with a bunch of people, you know what I mean? Like, but I think that's something that may come with age and experience, and like being honest about certain things. And I have nothing to hide, for sure. So I think that's a healthy thing. You know what I mean? Like, to ask your man, say, hey, are you okay with me reaching out to this person? You know what I mean? Like, this is who it is. And are you okay? And he doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? He was like, hell yeah,
Mhm.
dude, but, the control, the phone thing, tracking, and the weird shit. Like, if my man,
Mhm.
I know how long it takes him to get from work to home. And if he's gone any certain amount of time, my instinct isn't, oh, he's cheating on me. It's, is he okay? Did he get in an accident? Right? Like, I could care less. I mean, I trust him fully. Like, he's never, I do not, I mean, he even talks to his ex. I mean, he's got kids with her. He doesn't really see the kids because they're in a different state, but, that's cool with me. He was honest with me, like, hey, I still talk to her. You got kids with her, dude. Like, please, But, the whole controlling, like, tracking people on the phone is insane to me. That's
Mhm.
crazy. And I've seen
Mhm.
those videos where, like, the woman's like, I just followed his car because I put a tracker on his phone, and then they follow the guy, like, all over the
Mhm.
town, and, like, it is crazy. Mm.
Mhm.
I don't even
Yeah,
think that
the
should be legal.
I'm an open book. Like, my phone was always unlocked, and I would never was hiding anything,
Yeah.
right? So that's why, to be put in a position to be like insisting someone look at it, it's like you grab it any time. But
Hmm.
now that you're telling me, so I guess if for someone to have jealousies or insecurities, it either represents like I have broken that trust in the past, and now that's not me. So it represents their experiences, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, so that being said, like, I would have rather just not known that my ex-husband just looked at my phone occasionally, because it was never locked, right? So if he needed to set his mind
Right.
at ease, opening up my messages or something, like, I wouldn't have even known he did it. I don't have anything to hide, right?
Right.
So
Right. Right.
that being said, I
Well,
would have
I had.
never thought to look in. I would have never even looked in his phone. Like, that's where, and I know with Steven, I know he
Right.
wasn't doing anything. Like, but that being said, I guess it's a kind of blind naivety that could be taken advantage of. But in terms of, say
Yeah.
some of the other, the idea that, for men who aren't as faithful as myself, like, if I was involved with one of them, I might not know. You know what I mean? Like.
Mm.
It kind of depends on, again, I don't have a lot of relationship experience, so I'm sort of more just hypothesizing, right? Most of
Yeah.
I've had long-term lovers. I've had, love affairs for 10 years or 12 years, you know,
Yeah.
off and on, like, but not a not a relationship where someone would have been like asking about my phone or something, you know? So yeah,
Yeah.
it's just strange to me. And I think the tracking device, the setting up your tracking device on your boyfriend, I think would is probably directly positively correlated with meeting on a getting laid app. Like, I don't mean like, I know some people meet on relationship, in relationship forums, and I'm
Yeah.
not saying people don't get relationships from these get laid apps, right? But ultimately,
Right.
like Plenty of Fish was always like a different than eHarmony or whatever. So Tinder with the swipe right and swipe left, like sure, people do make relationships, but ultimately it is a hookup app, right? For a lot of people. So I think that with that
Yeah.
comes that sort of like we met. Yeah, I think that with that would come like, oh, you said you deleted your Tinder, but we'll just put this on because it's normal now, just to make sure, because you could have a second phone or a different, like, I don't know, incognito Tinder. Yeah.
Right. I was on Tinder and I met one person, my friend Adam, and he was so fucking cool. And we did hook up a little bit, but we ended up being really good friends. Like we had the funnest time together, just hanging out with dogs and going hiking. And like I even started seeing somebody else, but I deleted Tinder after I found him because I'm like, there's no way I could meet anybody else as cool as Adam, right? Like I was like, I found my gem. I'm done with this. You know what I mean? And I meant just in general, not somebody I was in love with, but just the bond and the friendship and the respect and everything. I just was like, screw. I was kind of, I'm not a real like, somebody that was really into it anyways. And it was kind of cool how we met because he had happened to be at the store right down the street from my mom when we were messaging, and I was at my mom's house taking care of the birds. And I was like, really? Like the Amatos on Broadway? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, I'm like 4 houses down. So we met, and then that was it. You know what I mean? He's like a redhead hippie that likes to go yard sailing and shit. Like he's really cool. So, but I got rid of that shit, and I've never been on anything else. But I did meet my man online. Like I did meet him online, not on one of those apps, but through YouTube, and then the friggin' Beartaria app that I was on for like 2 weeks or some shit. And we talked on YouTube and chats, and then my little group at the Brandon Bonanza podcast. I don't know if you know that channel, but really cool. I've met Brandon in real life. Like he came down to visit me when I lived in Florida. And then because Philip had already pursued me for like a year, and I didn't know it. I was completely blind, but I'd like to talk to him and stuff. And we related on some things. But Brandon came down and met me in Florida for the first time, who I met online as well. And he was like, you and Philip would get along really, really well. So then, because I never like used the Bear app, so then I got on the Bear app and I saw him. He had messaged me like periodically, like once or twice a week, like, hey, how you doing? Like reaching out. I never responded. Like I never, you know, I didn't know because I don't really check my messages on things, for weeks at a time. But we ended up being really compatible, and he provides, he's Christian, like he's amazing. He's a great dad. And I mean, some good things can come out of the social media. The online friendships are real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, and
Have
that's
you
where I
ever
would
met
say
somebody
that.
on?
Yeah, that's why I would say that, I'm a studier of sort of, yeah, I'm a studier of human behavior on some front. I read Craigslist ads for entertainment for like a decade before these dating apps came
Oh
out.
my
Like I
god,
didn't,
yeah.
I might have answered a couple, okay? But like ultimately I read
Yeah.
thousands. I knew Mr. Toot Sweet was back on the scene. I was like, I knew actually it probably made me really good at this whole YouTube thing because I studied people like crazy. I read all the ads and
Yeah.
I read the kind of ads I would never answer. I watched my empathy. I'd be like, oh,
Yeah.
Bex, it's a good thing you don't answer these men because I would get, after you read too many of them, oh, poor guy can't spell. I could help him with that, right? You're like,
That's
So
hilarious.
when Tinder came out, I knew it's not safe for me. Like I'm just saying, like I really tried to be the kind of woman that I thought men in the world wanted me to be, and I did not practice
Mhm.
like what I needed to have the skills to have a family, right? So now that I'm like 50 and
Mhm.
settled down and like at my prime, gentlemen, or like, I'm just like, I'm like it's so liberating to not be driven by that. You can't help but look at the sort
Yeah.
of patterns of the way people interact and understand that there's a level of there's people. It's sort of like, okay, I'm going to use the methadone. I'm going to use a methadone, people on methadone as an analogy first here, right? So when I worked in a methadone
Mhm.
clinic, you have like 3 or 4 different types of people that come into the clinic, right? So there's people who intend
Yeah.
to get off opiates altogether and use methadone as a stepping stone to a clean life. There's people who choose
Yep.
to maintain their opiate addiction and be on a certain level of methadone for life. There's people who use
Yeah.
it to augment their current they use it to augment all the other opiates that they may be able to acquire in a
Yeah.
given day. And it's just an added aspect of it. And on that note, in private clinics, the doctors are drug dealers, right? Like it really is that. So then you have the fourth type that comes in that's
Yeah.
actually just there to deal drugs. Which is rare and actually can be.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
on methadone, so I
Yeah.
relate.
So on that note, if you look at the different kinds of different kinds of, let's say, rehabilitation goals, right, of opiate addiction and using methadone, then
Yep.
this Tinder, this Tinder app represents so many different aspects of human behavior. And let's just say probably, a good more percentage of people are going on Tinder to hook up than they are to get a relationship, just like the bar scene that I was talking about with Benton a couple
Yeah.
hours ago, right? And so that being said, these Tinder, people really need to understand that there's a level of constantly, wanting to find that next best person because you've been able to shop for the person forever, with no
Yeah.
judgment. You're not standing in a bar, like saddling up in front of everybody else, and it's normal. It's
Right.
normalized and it's natural and it's better than, it seems to be better than most of the aspects of how we were governed to be together in the past. So, to be sitting here, so my point is that people on Tinder need to just be really honest about what they want, even more honest than the bar, right? Like, and women have to make sure that if they really want what,
Yeah.
like, say you have now, that they're really clear about going out and getting it and really learning to probably not hop straight into bed because that probably won't lead. It happens, but it probably won't lead to what they're looking for. So, it's easy. Go on a
Right.
date, go through the tension, have a man court you for a few, it could be 3. I'm not trying to prescribe anything. I'm just saying that, it's pretty simple because people are, I would say that's even where the prude community could take a page from the kink community and understand they're getting their needs met because they have conversations, right? And they have very
Yeah.
in-depth conversations about consent and needs and desires. And they actually have, I would say, on that same front, a lot of people in the kink community introduced themselves to sexuality in the kink community. As some of them did,
Yeah.
it's sort of as late bloomers, let's say. And some of those people need to learn to have conversations in their lifestyles to maybe talk about checking out just checking out having a different kind of relationship. Not that I'm saying people can't have monogamous, kinky relationships, but I'm talking about, the difference between the
Just
prude
the kink.
community and the sex party community, right? Like, so that,
Yeah.
so that people can understand that. I think this Tinder thing and this tracking each other thing and this mistrusting thing actually just comes back to people not, there's people not understanding if you're out looking for something, like me, that naive girl in the bar being like, oh, if I'm here and I want to have a family, then some man here wants to have a family too, right? But really the
Yeah.
pool of, the men there, if there was one or two, they really weren't there. They weren't there, I'm not saying they
Right.
weren't ever
That was
there,
the
but
that was the
yeah,
first conversation when I found Philip. Immediately I said, "Look, I'm 37 years old. I have a 22-year-old son. I have well, at the time she was 10-year-old daughter that I had given up for adoption because she wasn't conceived consensually, let's just say. But I said I'm 37. I want more kids. I want to be married and I want to stay at home with my kids. Like that, I right out. Like that's the first thing I said. And I said, if that's not what you want, there's no reason for us to continue talking because that's what
right,
I'm looking for. And he was
smart.
like, yes, you
Nice.
know.
It'd be so funny if I put that out. I'm 50, turning 51. I want to have babies and blah, blah, blah. People would be like, you're the most selfish, you
Oh,
sick woman. Is it even possible? Oh, it's funny.
oh,
It's funny. It's fine. It's fine. I just think it's funny that,
it's
you know,
heartbreaking
I
though.
even, but even if, let's just say I could, right? There's lots of cultures out there that would say you could go on a supercharged, like, yeah, there's lots of cultures that would say there's a chance. That being said, they've been saying it to me for 15 years longer than our Western culture, right?
Right.
Also, when I did date younger men, though, right? So let's just say I've been pursued by younger men as I've gotten older,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I definitely was interested in a couple of them, and I've learned actually that the young men that pursue someone like myself actually have really healthy relationships with their mothers, right? There's young
Yeah.
men that pursue a woman with me that don't want anything with me, that don't. Okay, it's the opposite. But that being said, I was pursued by a plumber turning pilot for a while, right? Like, and
Oh, wow.
yeah, and he's a musician as well. He drinks a lot. He's quite a bit younger than me, and yet he, we met, and it took him about 5 years to contact me, and I was like, "Did you just have to like grow up enough to call me?" Because I wasn't thinking of him, right? I was just a comedian who he'd met, even though I knew his brother,
Right.
so I did think of him, right? But my point is like if
Yeah.
I had dated that man and had children, even when I was, even at that point, people would have been like, "You're irresponsible, you're irresponsible. I can't believe." But I'm setting the child up with a father young enough, right? Like I'm just saying, like I have siblings that have
Right.
children that are, half siblings that are close to his age. Like I've got family his age, you know what I mean? He's got cousins his age. I just don't know them because they're just so much younger than me. But
Right.
that being said,
Well,
to me, it's just,
men don't live that long. So
but
having a
still, when
younger man
someone's
have
that
a
much younger,
baby,
when I'm like, well, he was quite a bit younger, right? He still
my
is
son's
actually. There's the same
friend,
age difference.
my my son's friend is 23 years old. And when I was visiting I went and stayed with my son and his fiance for a month before I moved to Florida because I just wanted to get in as much time as possible. And his friend, 23 years old, tried to kiss me, like leaned in to kiss me, like the weirdest, awkwardest time ever. And I like pushed him away by his shoulders and I patted him on the shoulder and I was like, no, like this is creepy. You know what I mean? Like it was the wildest thing because I'm like, I'm 37. I'm your friend's mom. You know what I mean? Like it just threw me for a loop that, I mean, can't blame the guy for trying, but that's, I was creeped out. And I told my kid, like, because he wasn't around at the time, they were upstairs. We were down in the entertainment room, like the TV and where all the like the band room, pretty much the drum set and guitars and stuff. And they were making everybody food. And
Mhm.
I went upstairs and was like, your friend, and he was black too. No, I don't know why I had to say that, but his name's Nas. And I'm like, your buddy just tried to kiss me. He was like, what? He went down the stairs and was like, get the fuck out of my house, bro. Like, that's my mom. You know what I mean? Like, he went full, like and they were like really good friends. They were making music together. Um, the kid ended up being a scumbag, and little did we know he was, and he had a girlfriend too, right? Um, but it just really odd situation for a mother to be in. And then when I think about it, there's people that have dated their kids' friends. Like I know in my life, and I never really thought about, that weird thing, but until it happened to me, I was like, oh my goodness. Like I never really paid it much. I mean, if you're of age, if you're in your 20s and your person, your other person is like in their 40s, 50s, I don't even care. That's cool, but there's a, when you're around my son's age, I'm not looking at you. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like I find it
Mhm.
really, I had this kid get out of the army, come back from Afghanistan, and we had, like, he lived down the hall, or his dad did, lived down the hall from me, or his brother, older brother, and lived down the hall from where I was staying, and we started hanging out. He was a wicked cool. I mean, he was a man, right? But we're walking down the street, and this local bar, like my family's bar that I went to, biker bar. I was like, let's go to the bar, and he's like, I can't, and I was like, why? And he's like, because I'm not 21. I was like, what? Because he was a full grown. I mean, he was a man, right? Like I did not expect him to be that young. We hadn't done anything at that point, obviously. We were just hanging out, but I'm like, this is fucking weird. I was like 33, 34 years old. You know what I mean? I'm like, what would you want with me, dude? You know what I mean? Kind of like, but I guess it's people's thing, it's their kink or whatever, like we were talking about. I mean, but it makes me feel a little creepy. You know what I mean? Not a
Well,
little,
yeah,
a
like
lot.
I said, definitely, yeah, I would say definitely. Uh, when I expressed that there was a vast age difference between myself and my plumber turned pilot friend, turning pilot friend, I should say. He's probably not finished that yet. That it definitely wasn't like too young. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
And I don't have kids. Not that there wouldn't be an age where, I wouldn't look across and be like, oh, this could be, the older I get, obviously that horizon comes with me. And I'm not a pursuer of younger men. But they, like I
right.
said, they, pursued me. And um but my point is that yeah, it's usually that kind of come on. I guess if we go with the whole, they're saying that our brains don't develop till we're about 25, then I would say
Mm,
that don't finish developing till we're about 25. Then I would say, at least for myself as a mature woman, that I can safely say that even as a grown adult, I've not, it's safe to say I've stayed there and above, and a much shorter
mm,
age than I'm not saying right now, because I mean I haven't dated in years. So, at 50, I wouldn't be I wouldn't allow that to be like, oh, there's my cutoff point, and he's young, he's old enough, right? Like that's
right.
not. I'm just saying, like in hindsight, if I were to look at the largest age gap that of someone who's pursued me was 18 years, you know, and that is big.
Yeah.
But it's a family where the men still go stay with their parents when they're in between homes, right? One of his brothers still lives there, and it's not because he's dysfunctional in the basement. It's because the family started young and they're close and strong and they get along, they're friends,
Yeah.
right? They're just a strong family. And that's part of why I think that it was easy. I'm just a down to earth kind of person, and my comedy was really good. And, yeah, I just think it's really, I always felt really blessed to be brought into this man's fold, right? It's very unique, and, it was a very infrequent interlude, but it was still, I learned a lot about people who aren't following an agenda through him, and we had a lot more in common than a lot of other, he doesn't carry baggage. I'm past mine. We're not talking relationship. We're not worrying about my desire to have a baby, like the age gap was definitely created for a lot of similarities, and with his, interest in what he did, the kinds of interests he had for employment, like, and being a musician. And in fact, usually when he'd call me, I realized that it was about, he didn't know how to communicate, how to go talk to women. So, when he did contact me, trust me, this guy's been turned down 10 times to every one time he's contacted me, right? And I don't mean that to be like, oh, he pursues me so much. I'm just saying, like, it's maybe 5 or 6 times every 10 was an exaggeration. But very, very, but the thing is, I would encourage him when he'd message, I'd be like, hey, okay, contact me when you're sober sometime. Right.
Yeah.
And then when we would talk, when we wouldn't always just contact me to get a hold of me, we would talk sometimes, but if he was inviting me to be with him, it was, I'm way too old for that kind of stuff. Right. So what he did learn through dealing with me and contacting me when he was sober was that he could communicate with women and find the kind of women that he wants to by having the kind of conversations with me, yeah. And I haven't heard from him, I don't know, in a year and a half or so. And I hope he's well, but I know that was a growing scenario for me. That's not something that, I didn't like hide the 18 years because I'm ashamed of it or anything, but it's,
Right.
yeah. So sorry, I saw a chat there.
I
thought I'd answer.
Really older men. There was this guy who's actually one of my favorite people in the world, but he was 73 and he was a redhead. He was Irish, and he is like, besides my dad in my city, he was the badass. Like, he could clear a bar out. He was Golden Glove boxer champion. Like, just he's a legend, right?
Yeah.
And he would hang out at my bar, not my bar, but my frequented bar. And I would get out of work every day and he'd be there, and he just is the coolest. Like, he would dance, he just cracked jokes. Like, he was really like protective over women. Like, if somebody was uncomfortable with somebody else, he would stand up for that woman. Um and he's just a legend, right? And like, you can't say digger. You can't say, well, digga, because Maine. You can't say digga from the hill in Maine, probably anywhere, and they wouldn't know who you were talking about. You know what I mean? Like, everybody knew digga. And so he was 73, and I was probably, it was right after my dad passed away. So it was like 2012, maybe 2013. And we started hanging out a lot, like meeting at the bar, you know what I mean? After work, I would, just see him, or I'd go down, because I used to hang out down the docks, like, because all my friends are like fishermen, captains, and I just was always down there. And that's where he was too. And I didn't really, like I had never hung out with him before, but I knew who he was and I knew his kids. And he has been with this lady for years, like since they were like 30, 40 years old or something. And she's just awful to him. He's a social person. She wants him home all the time. Like the controlling, they're not married, like, but she throws fits. She's really abusive to him. She hits him. She wants him home all the time, and he's just, he's invited her, like, come out and hang out, but anyways, he had never been married, and we were talking and we'd hang out and stuff, and everybody started calling us like the bar's couple, right? The odd couple. And he was like, I've never been married and I want to have a wedding. And I was like, oh, you're going to propose to her? And he was like, hell no, but will you marry me? And I was like, what? So we got dressed up one day. We went to the park. I wore a little white dress. We went to the park, and our friend who was a chief, native Passamaquoddy, did this little like ceremony thing, like this really cute kind of like mock wedding. And then we went to our bar and it was decorated, and we had like a like a wedding after party. And we not slept together like sex wise, but we would go and spend the night at somebody's house or something together with a bunch of other people. But we weren't like up each other's asses, and I wasn't like, where are you? And he was never like, where are you? But when we saw each other in town, I'd hear, hi, Mrs. Diggins, like from behind me, and I'd turn around and be like, hi, Mr. Diggins. Like, it was like this thing that just became like for years. I mean, I could go back to Maine, and if I saw him, it would be the same thing. We were never a couple, but we just played that fun couple out,
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
like me and my work husband. Like me and my work husband who's moving in. Yeah. But I did announce, he does know I announced the metadrama to the universe multiple places. I have, sorry.
So he's the one that plays the music? What?
Yeah, he plays the music. Sorry, I suddenly had a moth. I had a moth in my hair or something, friends. I was freaking out. I know I maintained composure on someone else's channel.
It's a bat.
Yeah, sorry, I had a squirrel moment though. What were we talking about? I got distracted by that. There was a bug in my head.
Dillaroo.
Dillaroo. Yeah, my beating heart. Be still my beating heart, friends. Yeah, my work husband, I never had one. But I had such a good teammate that actually I left my job, and I'm never going back now because they didn't replace me and they didn't hire enough staff for the summer. So my work husband's been doing all the work. In fact, he just took last week off.
Oh, that's
but
cool.
Like I said, he has to move in here because his family's his son and his son's mother have moved back to town. She went away to be somewhere for 6 months once and got pregnant and had another child. And so now, has, kids on either side of the country, and children, I should say. Anyways, they've done they've done very well as a family, like meeting every year, every 6 months for a month. She comes here and lives here, but now she's moved here. So now we have joint custody of my work husband. Benton's back. Surprise.
That's pretty cool though. And that'll be cool to have a new energy, male energy in the house, kind of like,
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
I've
and it's been fun.
Gotten along with men better.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, it's nice because it's not going to be the everyday. Although, hear me out on this, it did start out as a couple days a week, right? But then he knew there would be a month of overlap as he moved out of his other place, got his stuff sorted out, and then they had an extra 10 days where they were going to be gone, which is why he's not here yet, right? But that being said, he also
Yeah.
initially said only 2 days a week, because he wanted to spend time with his family. But veganism, he's feeling weak. He's feeling weak and he needs meat for dinner. So
Vegan.
yeah, so then he's like, suddenly he was like, well, 5 days a week is okay, right? And I was like, oh fuck, like I don't know. Because as much as I've been romanticizing this whole thing, like this is my house. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
Yeah.
I don't need a roommate. It's nice, the economics will be really
Yeah.
nice, and the company will be really nice, and the man, he loves me and I love him, and we get along really well, right?
But he works,
You
right?
know?
Like he'll
Yeah,
go
he works. Yeah,
elsewhere,
he
right?
works
Like
full
he
time.
works.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and money's not a
Right.
problem. Money's not a problem. Even
Right.
if he wasn't working
Well, I
for a
mean, just
while,
like
but
we were
it's still,
talking earlier, that alone time is really important, and you've been alone for a while, right? So you might feel a little claustrophobic, or you know what I mean, like a little smothered with somebody else in your space all the time. So that's cool. Like working, that's awesome. And then he's got his other stuff, and it's not gonna be a romantic thing.
well,
Like that's
here's
not
the
a
thing. Here's the clincher I've been leaving out, right? First time heard on this channel. Not first time heard
yeah.
here in general, but yeah, like there was, he does take relationships. He doesn't have relationships loosely. He's a very creative
Yeah.
man. Like has lots of interests in life to keep himself busy, has relationships like metaversal relationships like this, like not through YouTube necessarily. I don't know how he's met his friends, but he has friends all over the world he talks to. And one day I was talking about how when he said he was staying 5 days a week instead of 2, I was like, oh, because I really had a good plan between the 2 days. I have 2 beds, right? Like I have a queen size bed and a double bed, and one's soft and one's hard. And I obtained one after I had a roommate for a short time, and I had been living in the living room. I never moved back in. And then I did some work for somebody and got a bunch of furniture, and I've got a spare bedroom set up, right? So, which makes me feel very wealthy. I'm not going to lie. I'm just a renter. It's nice, but I sleep between these 2 beds quite regularly. Like which one, like I'm the whatever it was. I don't even know. The Little Red Riding Hood or whatever. Only with 2 beds. So recently, I was saying to him that I would probably sleep in either bed
Yeah.
when he wasn't here.
Goldilocks.
Yeah, Goldilocks. Thank you, Goldilocks.
Right.
And yeah, and so, but he was saying, oh, well, yeah, that's fine, sleep in either bed, sleep in that one when I'm not there, or maybe we'll sleep in the same bed. I was like, what the fuck are you doing,
Do you
Dillaroo?
not have? Do you have 2 bedrooms, or is it?
I have a bedroom. No, I have a bedroom and I have a gigantic living room. Like my living room is huge. Like
Oh, okay.
I have fold out wooden, I have fold out wall. Like I can deck it out super private. It's really pretty too. Like I have a huge space. So
Oh, cool.
it's
Yeah, that's cool.
yeah, it's a blessing. It's still living on display, right? Like I lived like that before. And my roommate that was here, I said, what do I need? And she's like, how am I going to get coffee? Anyways, I got up every day for 3 months at 6:30, having the coffee ready for my roommate because she was going to walk through my bedroom anyway.
Oh,
Even on her last day, she's like,
right.
comes out, she's like, where's the coffee? I was like, fuck off, bitch. You're fucking out of here. I was like, it's at Tim Hortons. Like you
It's
fucking
at Tim
self-centered.
Hortons, exactly.
But I got paid back. I was a very particular woman to live with when I was young, and my rules were not less. My rules were like, all like, don't use the dishwasher. It's bad for the environment. Who taught us that? You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I do. So,
Yeah.
but this whole, so it planted a seed that then I romanticized all over the metaverse. And then as the horizon was coming closer, I was like, what the fuck? Right? This is reality here, Like I don't want to clean my house for this guy. I mean, I will, and I do, and I'm looking forward to it, but all because someone planted a seed,
Yeah.
like, oh, maybe we'll sleep in the same bed, or maybe we won't,
Right.
Um,
Right. Yeah.
is in the
I've
house.
had that situation happen a lot where somebody will ask to stay with me, and I always used to let them, anybody, any of my friends, but it always, because like in my room, I had me and my uncle had an apartment. I rented a room off him, and I would let somebody stay over, but I was like, you will be sleeping on the floor or the couch, right? And I liked my uncle. He was a Marine, and I liked him to have, because he was very routine. Like, he would get up every morning, make coffee, he let the cat out, very routine man. But a lot of times I didn't want somebody else on our couch because I knew George's routine, and he was very particular. And but I would let my friend stay there, and then I'd be like, well, why don't you sleep in my room just to give George his space. And I came home from work, and I made a little bed. Like, there was a little one of those, like, camping, little blow up camping mattresses, and I made a little bed, and my room was massive. So, and I put a bookshelf in between because I don't like people looking at me when I sleep. I'm kind of weird like that. But
Mm-hmm.
but when I came home, he was in my bed, and my initial reaction was like, get the fuck out of my bed. Like, I don't like other people, like, especially with their outside clothes on, like, crawling in my sheets. I'm very weird like that. Like, I don't like people touching my blanket or my pillow. I put my face on it, I wrap my body with it. Like, and he wasn't a dirty guy at all. I just didn't want that guy in my bed. And
Mm-hmm.
I flipped out, um and was like, dude, get the fuck out of my, like, what are you doing? And he was really sorry. He was like, I'm sorry, I just, use the bed or whatever. And I'm like, look, these are my boundaries. And I didn't say that to him initially in the beginning. So on my part, you know maybe I could have been more honest and said, look, this is what I am not okay with. And you know what I mean? But he was really respectful, and it didn't cause a rift in our friendship at all. But that feeling of maybe he wants more to do with me. Like, you're in my bed, that's pretty intimate, right? Like, you're
Mm-hmm.
smelling my pillow, and, like, and I don't mean like he was sniffing my pillow on purpose, but you're in my place, like my safe zone, my cocoon, my nest. But I immediately went, oh my God, he's gonna try to get in bed with me, right? Like, I was.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of went off, kicked him out, or I said, why don't you go get up, take a break, let me cool off. And my brain started going, and I texted him and I said, look, I just need to put it out there. Like, I'm not looking for a relationship. I love you as a person, which I do. Um, but this is what I want, and it's not you, right? And he was so cool with it. You know what I mean? He's like, Carrie, I never meant to, I didn't know, like, and I'm not trying to be with you. You know what I mean? It turned out well, but that's where my head went, was like, no romance. There will be no sexual relationship. You know what I mean? With, this particular person. But I've had guys spend the night at my house and immediately try to, because I'll give somebody a place to stay, and then it becomes a week thing, and then they try to hook up just maybe for the place to stay and the hookup. But I'm like, no, dude, like, you can sleep on my floor or something, but you know what I mean? This isn't, like I said, I was single for years. Nobody sexually. And that's how I was able to heal myself. But
Mm-hmm.
there is a line that can be crossed, living with somebody else, male or female. It's kind of, you got to, like what we were talking about, you really got to put the boundaries out there if that's what you want. You know what I mean? Like, you can touch this, you can't touch that. These are the times that I need this space. You know what I mean? Kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do.
Yeah.
That gentleman that was in your bed, where did he come from again? Not to sound like.
He was homeless.
Mhm.
I've known him for years and years and years, and he's somebody I hung out with all the time anyways.
Mhm.
But I met him at the YMCA, and he worked at the local detox uh center. He was there for 7 years, and I met him through my recovery. Actually, I met him when I was on the clinic, the methadone clinic. I met him through those people because he worked there, and I was trying to get my friend into detox. And then come to find out, he had grown up in my hometown, which was just one town over. And he knew my dad and my aunts and my mom. He was a lot younger than them, like by 10, 15 years. But he ended up being, he still is a great person. But yeah, he was in between places. He worked at the rehab and then was at the YMCA, and whatever happened there, I think he let somebody stay with him, a female, and they kicked him out because you're not allowed to do that. And then he was homeless, and he paid me. I had a puppy at the time, and when I was at work, he'd take her out for me, and I trusted him to do that. You know what I mean? So it really worked out. But I didn't tell him no. Like, he was curled up on the bed with my dog, and I just didn't tell him no, like in the
Mhm.
beginning, like, this is okay, this is not okay. So it was a learning
Mhm.
experience,
Mhm.
you know. And of course,
Yeah.
like, our female brain goes, he wants to sleep with me,
Mm.
like, I'm not ready for this.
Me Meanwhile, he's homeless and he just wanted to lay down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep,
Mhm.
absolutely.
Mhm. And saw the bed and
And
was like, Go ahead.
Betty, my little dog, who was half Chihuahua and half Border Collie, had eaten the blow up mattress. So it wasn't, and I just didn't see it, like, it was on the other side of the shelf, right? So his bed was a mess, and the dog ate the mattress. So it wasn't like he just was like, I'm not going to lay down here. He just laid down after his day of work. And I was working nights at the time. So when I got out of work, I walked into that, like, this dude curled up in my bed with my puppy. I immediately, like, you know, but everything's cool. He's awesome. I
You
actually
didn't,
saved his life.
I was just
Huh?
gonna make a bad joke. I was gonna make a bad
No,
joke, nothing.
make a bad joke.
No. I was gonna be
I
like, you
like
didn't
bad
pull out
jokes.
the DDT. You didn't pull out the DDT and spray them. Isn't that what they used to spray people at
No.
the beach? They sprayed the
Yeah, the
kids at the
pepper spray.
beach. Yeah, spray the.
No, I
I don't
tased
think
him
it
right
was
while he
no.
was
It wasn't
sleeping.
pepper spray. It was a DDT. I think it was a
Oh, like that
anti-pesticide or
poison?
anti. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it definitely was poisonous. But people used to take these. I think it's if I'm wrong, someone could correct me in the chat. That'd be helpful. But I think it was DDT. Um, that they would spray on people at the beach. They would spray on everyone coming across the border for a day's work, on the
oh
way in and
yeah,
on
for
the way
like
out.
lice
Like,
and stuff.
like big, yeah, like it was called a
Yeah.
delouser, yeah, but it was like really,
Yes.
really poisonous. I was just kind of joking
Yeah.
that you'd have it. I just imagine this poof, like disinfectant of the 1950s.
Yeah.
No
Yeah. I
disrespect
just
to
like,
people, no disrespect to people who don't have a home, And in fact,
no.
but isn't that speaking of no disrespect to people who don't have a home, one time recently I was getting breakfast at the local free breakfast place, and I met a woman and I was trying to be all like, I was so concerned. She was so young. Oh my God, I got as mad as I did when I got flashed on my screen the other night and my eyeballs got graped, by some stranger in the back. Anyways, my point is, where was I going? What was I talking about? I got sidetracked. I'm using myself.
You
Um,
went to the local food,
yeah,
free food
yeah, for the
thing, and the
local.
girl.
Yeah, and I met the girl. Thank you so much. And I was so concerned because I was so mad when I first met her. I was like, we don't get to have homeless women like this and a world full of pornography. I was like, oh, fucking, you get it one way or the
Yeah.
other way. You know, I was so mad. And not
Yeah.
just for her. It's like all the boys, all the girls, all the people. That being said, I remember saying to her, like all politely, like, I think I'm all so great. I was like, so are you unhoused? Then I like spat up in my throat a little bit. I was like, and then it
Yeah.
echoed right throughout my head for the rest of the day. Are you unhoused, 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 unhoused? And then every time it echoed,
That's
a little bit of throw up, right? Like I thought I was being so fucking progressive. like we
yeah.
pay all these taxes and we go from like hobo to, or we go from vagrant. Are you a vagrant, miss?
Right.
That would have been more polite.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah. My point in telling that story was actually,
I've been
yeah.
homeless multiple times.
Well, I wrote a pretty powerful Facebook post. You know, so was my breakup letter to Facebook powerful. But I'm not here to read all my Facebook posts for on YouTube. And I'm a serial I'm a media monogamist. I've decided, like, I can't just pull up Facebook on YouTube. My goodness gracious, you know.
Right.
I just broke up with Facebook.
Yeah.
Come on. But I do write really good.
Don't go back in.
I write really good posts over there. My political posts are like on Facebook. The whole you know 3 lines that I should send to the letter of the editor when I spit up in my mouth after saying unhoused. I could pull it out. I should go look.
I have
go.
like 7 Facebook accounts because I never could remember my password and I always lost my phone, so I'd have to make another one. It's crazy, but I can go there and look at my old pictures there and stuff. And but I haven't been on I had a Facebook back when I met Philip, and I just haven't been on it for like over a year. I think maybe a couple posts. No, because I did when I had the baby. I said that I had the baby. But I just hadn't been on it. And he goes, they erased your Facebook account. And I was like, what? And he said, yeah, I guess, I mean, it must have gotten hacked or something, but my whole, that one whole page, the account is gone off Facebook. I did not know they did that. Like, no.
Yeah,
I thought like they
I've
were
only
there
had
forever.
the one.
Yeah. Dude, I've got
But here's what I
tons.
wrote. Here's what I wrote.
Yeah.
It's just short, friends. I wrote this. Unhoused is another nonsensical change in language to make the people talking it, not living it, more comfortable. Hobo, vagrant, homeless, unhoused. How civilized we appear now. We can't say gypped or Jude, but we can say junkie and crackhead. In fact, we can assume it. How much money goes into the campaigns to keep us on our linguistic toes while nothing changes but the language? In fact, that change alone emboldens the housed to think they have done enough. Oh, how I loved calling the people housed. That's the privilege on the planet, friends. That's the only privilege there is. That's the only real privilege there is to be securely housed and to own it and to, you know. But yeah, I offended myself so much. I had to get the puke out of my mouth. Okay, so as an amusing thing, okay, just for an amusing thing, we'll put, I'll just read my little breakup letter. It's very short as well. It says, Dear FB. Dear FB, I'm sorry I'm writing this letter so long into my new relationship. I've been cheating on you for 3 years or more. I have essentially realized I am a media monogamist and I have left you for YT. I will pop in from time to time to say hello. Sincerely, Bex. P.S. Facebook or FB friends, as voyeuristic as you may not even know you are, you may not be ready for what I've been up to, with sneaky smiley faces and such. Right? Don't come find me. Right? Don't come find me. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was just recent. That was just September 6th. I was like, I got to do it. I got to let these people know I'm not here. I'm not coming back. And don't follow me. In fact, I got to change that edit to the end. Like, you definitely are not voyeuristic enough.
Right.
Yeah.
To on the homeless when you said houseless, right? Or not houseless. What'd you say? Unhoused.
Yeah,
I
unhoused.
I used to say I used to say houseless, not homeless, because home is where your heart is. But I used to see this old guy that had a sign. He was one of those signers, like the homeless guys, and his sign always said, "Homeless, not hopeless." And I like that, like, kind of,
Say that
and
again.
I mean,
Homeless, not
he
hopeless.
had homeless, not hopeless. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I like that. You know, a lot of these people don't want to have a home. Like they really don't. A lot of, I knew like all of the town homeless
Well,
alcoholics, um and they just, they'd be given an apartment with a voucher and stuff, and within a month or two they're back on the street. They never
uh-huh.
even went home. They'd still stay on the street, and I'm talking like winter in Maine is rough, right? And but they wouldn't go to the shelter. A lot of them are vets, um but there's just something about it that they can't let go, you know.
Well, it may be our inherent right to exist on the land,
Mm,
and have and plant a tree. Um, uh, there, that could be that sort of like, I know this is my right and I can't afford it. And I'm not, and I'm broken, because I know
mm,
I definitely have been to that point. I'm a very hard worker, but I've also like I've also burnt out multiple times in my life. I'm working so hard for people to take 3 transcontinental
yeah,
vacations a year to bring me a bar of soap back. Thanks, friend, boss, friend, whatever the fuck
right,
that is. You're blocked now, motherfucker. Don't ever call me again. I
yeah,
just ran into him recently, my old boss, and I was like, yeah, nice to see you. Um,
yeah.
what is we have a screen appearing. A screen appearing. Well, hello.
Oh,
Hey,
Benton,
I'm not
there's
really
that
here.
face.
This is the only way I can see if anybody's trying to join the panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
So I'm at the pawn shop, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Sorry
Okay.
for interrupting.
Nice.
No problem at all.
No, you're
Yep.
fine, man.
It's our
Yeah,
pop-up
I
post.
I really like. Yeah, yeah. I really like Benton's outlook, because he talks about his adventures being, on the streets. I was somebody that, like, a lot of times I did not have a home. I would, like, urban camping, they would call it. I slept under the bridge. But I always had a job, and I even had people that would let me, hey, Carrie, why don't you come here and stay on the couch, or you can rent this extra room. And, like, how many times I've given people money, and I didn't drive until I built my bike. I would give people money, but then my work was so far away, I just end up sleeping somewhere outside anyways. I never
Mm-hmm.
made it back to the house. You pay for a week of rent and you're only there one day. So then, like, just for years on and off, like, I would be technically homeless. And there's a certain, I found it, I was okay with it a lot. I mean, not all the time. I'm not saying I didn't struggle, you know but there's a certain thing that I find it really freeing. If you don't have, like, my son was grown. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I just didn't have a need to have a home. And I in my head, my weird ass head, I was like, why waste the money on an apartment that I'm never going to be in because I work so much? You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And then I had a job cleaning medical buildings, and I painted for years. I had my GC insurance, and I would take accounts, contracts, and a lot of them were business buildings. So I painted at night. I cleaned and painted at night. So why have an apartment? And I'm a minimalist. I don't have shit. I don't care to have shit. I'm not somebody who needs all the stuff. Um, but in my head, I was like, why pay for a place when you're sleeping? You know what I mean? I'm not going to be there ever. And then when I got my job after I got in my bike accident, I couldn't paint anymore because my nerve damage in my hands and stuff. I have really bad hands. So I went and got a job at a cigar shop where I poured beers and sold cigars and cooked some food for a living. And my boss, Ali, didn't know this, but I was homeless at the time. And when he found out, like, I was less than 2 months into working there. And he had found out through somebody, because I changed my clothes, I showered. I wasn't looking homeless, like I was presentable, I dressed nice. I had backpacks at like all kinds of friends' houses. I'd go and shower there or whatever. And when he found out, he lost it. He goes, "Get in the office." I was like, "Oh my God, am I getting in trouble?" And he followed me in the office, shut the door, and was like, "What the fuck, Carrie?" And he was a little, he's Iranian, like a little Iranian man. And I was still feeling him out. He's very respectful, awesome guy, married, whatever. But he flipped out on me and was like, "You're sleeping under a friggin' bridge?" And I was like, "Some nights, he's like, "What the fuck, Carrie? Like, I can't have you, I can't, I can't have you out there doing that." And I was like, nobody that is going to see me. And he's like, I don't care about what I look like, because somebody homeless is working for me. I care about you and your safety, and I need you at work. And he offered to, he said, "Look, find an apartment. I'll get you the money and you can pay it off weekly." And I was like, whoa. Because they were training me to close, and they only had 2 other people that worked there. And really, you need 4, and to run the show. But I was really good at it, and I juggled jobs and stuff. I learned everybody else's job. But anyways, so I was the closer for them, and he needed me. And so he said, "Find an apartment. I'll pay for it. And you can pay, and I've never been one to take loans like that. I've never asked people for money. But instead of doing that, my uncle had a spare room because his roommate, well, he kicked the guy out because the guy was an alcoholic and a mess. But I would go there. Like I rented his closet out to store all my clothes in and stuff, so I could go there and change and do my laundry and whatever. And he was like, "Rent my room out." And I'm like, "Really?" I'm like, "What happened to Phil?" And he was gone. So it worked out perfectly. I didn't have to put any money down. I didn't have to borrow from my boss. I just paid weekly rent. And so, it worked out. But that was like, the first time I had a boss that wasn't trying to get my pants or whatever, and just was really genuinely worried about me. He
That's
treated me
actually
like his daughter.
Yeah, I
Huh?
also I was homeless after my job. There was a fire next to my job. It closed down, and I'd extended my degree out as long as I could. And but I wasn't I spent a couple nights in my car, but I had cats. I got my cats to a friend's house, and then I ended up staying with a friend who's had recently separated from her husband, and her youngest child was sleeping with her anyway. And I stayed in a upper level, one of those bunk beds, doesn't have the bottom bunk, like it has stuff underneath it.
Yeah.
I stayed in that up.
Yeah.
I don't even know now. I don't even know. And for a while I didn't pay rent. I was very helpful around the house. And then I got back into
Yeah.
a job, but that was sort of like that period of time was the first time in my life I hadn't been like, even though I didn't have money, I had no, I didn't know what I was doing. Right. I never went to school to get a job.
Yeah.
to get a different job, and my job burned down, and I'd been there for a long time, and it was a waitressing job in a really well-established restaurant that I was working towards, getting a mortgage because of it. It was so well established, right? Like it was a really good job. The bankers even broke the rules, knowing you made $500 a night in tips, 300 to 500 a night, it was good money.
Yeah.
Like, and so I didn't care that I'd overpaid
Yeah,
for
yeah.
this stupid degree. And, no one, I've got this, I was neurodivergent, undiagnosed, had a family of medical people telling me to go get diagnosis. Every time I came back with any kind of diagnosis, they'd be like, you tricked the doctor. I'm like, you people are crazy. Right? I didn't even want to go get one in the first place. Like, oh, you're smarter than the doctor. That's how you're like, you're fucked.
Mhm.
Gaslighters, like extraordinaires.
Yeah.
We didn't know that term back then. But it was so you end up, I ended up though in that time period not working for the first time ever, and like waking up like with such revelation. I got lost in the dictionary for about 4 months, like people get lost in Bibles, and actually that's
Oh, that's
where a
cool.
lot of my smarts came from. I'm not gonna lie. Like I just read the words, read the etymology, read the times, interpreted my own understanding. I made up words for the understanding of the acronyms and stuff, but I think I did a pretty good job. And when I came out into this community, studying sort of like people's content and stuff, I was like, oh yeah, you got that. Cause I knew 1,000 words from 1888, weird words from 1888, friends. Like, and not just like,
Yeah.
mid 1700s or whatever. Like some words are like put like down the date, you're like weird. So yeah, but in doing so, even into understanding like like different biblical lore and different, different religious characters and who they were in different. It was like I didn't read it cover to cover. I just hopped around, flipped it open any day and start reading, checking out words,
Yeah.
whatever interests me, and it always leads you to a word that that you didn't know, and I learned all sorts of science and history and everything in that thing.
Yeah, that's a great
Yeah, it
idea.
was and it was, but at that
And I love
time,
the
because I
thesaurus.
was so lost. Yeah, and rhyming dictionaries, all the words, they're beautiful. But I literally took this idea of like the word, and wanted to study the word, and with it though
That's
came
cool.
like peace, and understanding and a sense of
Yeah.
like existence that I'd never had before, that supported sort of a philosophy moving forward. Where as much as I did many years of working way too hard, I've also been blessed to make sure that like I've worked a lot less times. I've worked a lot less years too than a lot of people my age. And it takes a while to get comfortable not being quote unquote productive like that,
Yeah.
And in fact, it was
Yeah.
my goal many times going back to work was to save up just enough to take time off. And until 2020, I never had that. I never had that opportunity again, really, with that kind of support. And we got really blessed up in here in Canada to have like 2 years of support, especially since a lot of the industries hadn't recovered. And
2 years of support from the
so,
COVID thing, like the money.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it might have been 18
Right.
months or something, but in hindsight, it were, I think,
Yeah.
closer to 2 years.
Yep.
And and that time was the first time I'd ever gotten back to that place, right? Only it was way better because like all of us were here, like just so
Yeah.
many people like resting and learning and maybe stressed out, but not about the day to day.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. I didn't change a thing. I still went places. I didn't change a damn thing about how I lived. I got in multiple fights because of the mask and the vax and but I didn't let it, really change my life. And it's funny too cuz I ended up losing my card, my whatever card they called it that your money would go on every week. And um I would fill my thing out because like for some reason, oh yeah, because of the stimulus checks, and I had only gotten one. I went. It was like 7. It was under 8 months. It was 7 and some change months that I didn't receive benefits, and because of my, I didn't have the card, and I didn't have, like, I don't know what the fuck happened with the mail. Oh, and every time I would get on the call, on try to get tech support or whatever, because I don't even remember what happened, but it would go to 46 minutes like on hold, and then as soon as 46 minutes happened, they would hang up. So I never could get in touch with these people to order a new card. And I get frustrated with things, so I won't try for, a week or two at a time. And like I said, I was making cash at my job, so I didn't really need the money. Well, come to find out, right before I left Maine, like 5 months before I left Maine, I got in touch with these people. They owed me, so they still do. The amount of money, like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. So if you take $800 a week, it was like 22 uh was it? I don't I think it was almost like, I don't remember how much it was, but that plus the two stimulus checks were the two big ones, like $1,500. It was like $22,000. They said that they could what do you call it? Back pay or whatever the fuck. And I never claimed it, like, cuz and then I was like trying to get it right. I was like, wait, how much money? And I was on speakerphone, or not me, but the phone was on speakerphone. And my two friends were sitting there, and we're all broke, you know what I mean? And they said that, and my friends looked at me like, what the fuck? I was like, I haven't had it. And I never stopped filling out the weekly thing just in case. And I ended up, I didn't have an address to get it. I did get one card mailed somewhere, but I never received the card because I wasn't living there, and somebody either stole it or whatever. But I never got it. So I had like this like almost open ended thing that I never got resolution from, but it was a shit ton of money, like a lot. You know what I mean? Like it might, and then I just left.
Mm-hmm.
I decided to move to Florida with a friend, snowbirding it, because I had a job down in Florida set up. So I just left, and I haven't been back. And I don't even care to really get. I'm not a money person. You know what I mean? Like I probably would have died if I had that money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I got well, I was making a left-hand turn into my work in the turning lane on my bike, and it was a motorbike, a little 2-stroke, 80cc 2-stroke. And I let the car pass, like coming the other way, and then it was my turn to turn in. Well, this lady in an SUV did not see me, and she was stopped behind the other car that passed, right? She didn't see me, and she drove right through me. My bike, I mean, there was gas everywhere. My tires were crunched. I went flying in the air. She flipped out. Like, she kept driving a little bit past. She pulled over in the grass and jumped out of her car and started screaming, right? And I'm in the middle of the road, and I stand up. I got my pants are ripped. My Converse All Star had a huge hole in it. I'm bleeding from both elbows. I was hurt really bad, my ankle and everything. But I had to go to work. I had to get money because my uncle was sick. This is when I lived with my uncle, and he was sick, and we needed money, And so they were like, we can, you can sue. Like there was 2 other people pulled over that watched the whole thing that was like, I can't believe you're alive right now. And I'm like walking around grabbing the pieces of my bike, like I got to go to work. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to be late for work. And they're like, You just got blasted across the street. Like they're like, don't get up, don't get up. The whole thing. And I signed the paper. You know, no medical treatment. I had to go to work, and I limped for months, and my wounds healed. But I allegedly, definitely could have sued her, gotten compensation, and I didn't. Like I'm not that kind of like money hungry person. I just never, and I felt bad for her anyways, because like she was messed up. When the ambulance came, she climbed in the back of it, and the sheriff or state trooper looked at me like confused, watched her. He goes, "Aren't you the one that got hit?" Because she was fine. I was on a bicycle with a motor on it. She didn't get hurt, but she emotionally and mentally was like, she had lost it. I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I just got to go to work. Give me the fucking paper. I'm out of here. And I could have definitely gotten, because like the two people that pulled over watched the whole thing, and it was my time to go. Like, it was my, time to turn, and she just wasn't paying attention and drove right through me. So that's another instance that I could have had a shit ton of money and just didn't, you know?
I do know I was agreeing all along, but my mic was on. My
Oh,
mic was off. Like I was there. I've
yeah.
been, and
Yeah. I do the same thing. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy the stuff that we go through. And like, even I did have a ton of money when I was an asshole and selling drugs. And I was pretty materialistic. Let's just say I lived in my root chakra. Um, and there was a time where I pursued like, fancy things and all the stuff and all the new technology. And, I had the first flat screen TV and surround sound and totes of DVDs and the little Sony Handycam camera, and I wanted all the nice decorations. But, I just had, ever since I kind of got off the drugs, really, I just haven't been that way, and I'm much more happy. you know
yep,
like I was miserable when I had all the stuff and all the money, thousands of dollars hanging out of my pocket. I was miserable. I didn't know it. But now that I have, I mean, he keeps $300 in a drawer for me just in case if there's an emergency ever and he's not here. I've got money, and plus I got my own in my wallet, but I don't spend it. I don't have anything. We're not extravagant. We have a beautiful place. It's simple, you know what I mean? And I love it. Like
yeah,
my life is happy, you know,
yeah.
without all
That's good.
those things.
That's good. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it. Yeah, I've never been.
Yeah, it's more than it's
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Go
I've
ahead.
never been really motivated by material things. I mean, I wouldn't say that that's I got a car. I bought myself a car, saved up for a car. Like there's been certain goals I've had in my life, but you take that
Yeah.
I was getting what am I trying post-secondary education was at least in my opinion was just that
Mm,
not wasn't an option not to, you know? And so kind of my ambitions, any kind of ambitions got
yeah.
hijacked for what I thought was expected of me. And so I worked really hard and had a lot of money at different times in my life, but it all went towards education or um or paying for tuition while I was working. So I never I got quite good at being frugal and not I've never been I hate shopping. I'm not gonna lie. Like I cannot stand like any kind of shopping except for grocery shopping. And even that's been sort of lackluster since 2020. Um, but that definitely I would, you
Yeah.
know, I would like to have a bit more comfort in life. You know, I think that I always thought that I did sort of Orwellian style hands-on research into poverty, you know, but my uncle pointed out that I probably hadn't embraced poverty. It had probably embraced me. Um, and I guess it's sort of the idea that I had this education I could have used, but actually, you know, I don't think people realize that your tickets are only good for so long, you know, like you'll always get
Well,
some kind of, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask you about that. So you paid to go to university, right, or college,
Yeah.
whatever. Um, how do you feel about? Because did you go into debt, student debt?
I did go into student debt, not for the whole duration, and I did qualify. I was very vigilant at having a summer job and filling in some pink slip
Okay.
of paper I sent in, and ending up with a smaller debt than I'd borrowed. That being said, the student loans were taken over by the banks at that time only for the 5 years
Mhm.
I borrowed money. The rest of the time, it's always been like straight off your taxes. It comes if you don't pay. So the
Ah,
banks,
okay.
yeah, it was interesting too, because even if the banks have some sort of inherent pay the interest forever, which they probably do, right? Because
Yeah.
why else would the government have said, hey,
Yeah.
pay for the schooling? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then if they didn't have that, then why would they offer it? So that being said too, though, I went to school, you know, with by the time I was in my grad degree with 80% Asian students, right? And a good chunk of them had done high school here, first generation, but still a good chunk had done high school here. You know, their parents had bought a house and a couple of them moved over, and you know, what's the proper language so I don't sound judgy? I'm just saying, so they access the system, you know, access the system by buying property and paying
Yeah.
property taxes and putting their children um, through the public school system to end up, you know, making money on a home and paying less for education. They pay 3 times the tuition. No, they pay a third of the tuition they would pay if they hadn't bought the house, which going to appreciate. Anyways,
Mm,
long and story short of it, if my friend Wing didn't have to pay back his loan, okay, I'm just going to say that I wasn't, you know, when the job burned down and school was over and I'd done a 2-year degree in 5, I'd excelled at all the classwork, but I'd gotten through 7 years of post-secondary education, stretched out to 10, but 7 years of classwork and
mm,
post-secondary education that nobody had ever really demanded me to write a paper. Like I'd skirted that long with the whole, can I work with someone? Like,
mm,
what if I just, and in fact, lots of times I'd take courses where the paper was worth 20%. The prof didn't fail you if you didn't do part
mm.
of the course, because sometimes profs would fail you if you didn't do all
Right.
aspects of the course. And if the paper was 20% or less, I just didn't write it and I get 80%. Like my goal was not a mark off,
Wow.
because you can still get your A and not write the paper. So by the time I
Right.
got to my master's degree and they extended it out for the 3 years, I allowed them to, but I was working at this fine dining restaurant. I paid like over $2,000 in tuition times by 3 times a year, times by 3 years, right? Like that's fucking,
Oh,
what did
that's
I just
not
say?
that bad
That's
then.
$18,000 extra, right? That school took from me,
Oh.
minus the last term that I didn't pay. That's extra. Like
Oh.
I wasn't
Wow.
taking any classes. I wasn't, you know, I was being guided by, I had a, whatever they call it, your supervisor, who's, you know, their
Yeah.
tenure track depends on supervising successful students, but then they make you feel bad because you're
Yeah.
not helping them get their tenure track. And then they're lecturing you like a child,
Mm,
you know, meanwhile you're like a fully grown adult and you're like, what is this, my fucking family? Like, come on, you know, trust
yeah.
me, ladies, breed well
Yeah.
you can, or people treat you like a juvenile your whole fucking life. It might just be my maturity level, but um but yeah, so I did, though, to answer your question, I did borrow for 5 years. I didn't, not for those extra 3 years. By then I was working as a fine dining waitress, you know, like paying
Yeah.
$6,000 to the institution a year, and to only show up to procrastinate, not doing anything with a new professor. You know, I should go up, I should sue them
Right.
MFers. Um, uh, anyways,
Well, it's crazy how much money. Yeah,
yeah,
it blows my mind that kids, like, it's so it's normal, and it's almost pushed for these kids to get right out of high school and go into so much debt for a degree that you don't make the money back on. Like,
yeah,
you
I
don't.
would have,
My little sister.
I, yeah, I
Huh,
would have my undergrad degree alone. When I finished I did a co-op term in my undergrad degree. Actually, no, it must have been my grad degree. Anyways, I would have, coming out of my master's degree with economics. I want to say it was my undergrad because I know friends didn't go. I can't remember. Okay, there was a accelerated economist training program straight out of university where I would have gone to 4 different ministries, 4 specific ministries over 2 years, 6 months with each ministry, and I was guaranteed within the 2 years to be at a 6-figure income at the end of the 2 years,
oh, wow.
just in that program alone. Yeah, but I never went to school to get a better job. That's why I was like, they lent the money. I was like, dudes, you should have done the debt to real income
Yeah.
ratio, and you would have seen that I was like, totally, it's infinite.
Right.
I had no income, and you lent me money. You can't do debt to future predicted income
Yeah.
without asking someone if they're going to go get a good job with the degree that they're taking. They were giving the money to philosophers, that
Yeah.
giving them, I could change my major at any time, so so to be
Yeah.
honest, I could write a book on how I dealt with the collections agents that tried to call me for debts when after I didn't finish the degree and they wouldn't let me pay for any more terms. Thank God for that. And my job burned down and I got lost in the
Yeah.
dictionary. It's a funny story. I was actually telling some of it over my channel to Benton earlier, but I didn't tell him the whole, the whole philosophy of how to be a loser 101. That's said in jest. These collections agents would call me and I'd be like, dude, do you make a percentage of what you collect today? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, you need to hang up the phone right now, right? Or you will make no
Right.
money, but
You're wasting time.
yeah, you're wasting your own time, and trust me, I can talk. Okay,
Yeah.
we can talk.
Yeah.
You'll
Yeah.
enjoy it. By the end, you might be quitting
Yeah.
your job, right? But by
Yeah.
I can't even get into the stories of how I got to the point where I was asking different debt collectors, where can I send my invoice, Maggie? Right? Are you senior collections aid? You're the senior, how far up the ladder are you, Margaret? That you're the one calling me now. I've got
Yeah. Yeah.
good luck, Margaret. But I did end up saving up a bunch of money. I saved up a quarter of the debt 10 years later or whatever. I saved up a quarter of the debt and bitchy Maggie, okay? She's like, that's not good enough. Cause I'd mentioned my parents had money sometime. Well, fuck, my parents have never given me any money. So that's ridiculous that I would have even mentioned it. Greedy little debt collector, And she didn't know how many times I'd had these conversations. Well, she probably did because they tape this stuff. But by the end, I'd always be explaining to people have you ever been to BC? Robert, right? You're in, have you ever been to BC? And then, no, well, I'll let you know my values are such that I would, if I had any money right now, actually, I'd ask, is your boss's child unwell or anyone in the office unwell that might need this payment, to MBNA Canada? Is there anyone ill that needs medicine, that I got to go get a job for? Oh no, we're in Canada, right? I was really cheeky with them because they wasted so much time. By the time Maggie came around with my student debt, I was like, so I saved up $6,000, a quarter of it, and then offered it to her, and she was like, no deal. And I was like, bye-bye. And a couple of years later, another guy called and I told him the story of Maggie, and he's like, oh, we'll take that now. And I'm like, yeah, good luck. Right? It probably wasn't 10 years because it disappears after 7. So I'm exaggerating, but it felt like fucking 15 years of harassment is what it felt like.
Your debt disappears after 7 years?
Yeah, friends. Thanks to the Jesuits. High five the bad guys. Okay. Thanks to the bankers themselves. If you don't pay a dime on it, it's not government debt. It happens in all credit, I'm sure.
That's different. I wonder if it's different in America.
Mm-mm. Nope,
No?
not if, yeah. I'll look into it, but I'm pretty sure it has to do with the credit. It's a quote unquote, I don't want to use the wrong term, but some form of natural law turned banker law, like, but I
Oh,
know that, and if not, then what it is the greedy M&Fers at the top have this law, right, that works for their debt, right?
yeah.
And they sell their debts off to each other and stuff anyway, right? So
Yeah.
they already write that stuff off last year. Oh man, I could
Yeah.
talk for 3 hours about these collections phone calls and how I ended up dealing with them. But when someone finally called for my student loans, and I already knew, like, if once you put yourself in a position of negotiation with the debt collector, like as soon as they make an offer below the debt, you are in a position to negotiate, right? Like they are the ones admitting that the debt's gone down by offering
Mm,
you any deal, right? So I was the one that made the first offer. Maggie said, "Oh, I don't
right.
have the clearance to do that. My title is such and such." So when the guy called the next time, he a couple of years later, and I told him the story, he was like, "Oh, well, we'll take that money now." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm sure you would." Right? Like, duh. You already had that
Yeah.
deal offered.
Yep.
You don't get 25 cents on the dollar, you know? Yeah, I have
Right.
settled out personal debt for 10 cents on the dollar before. I've had debt stay with companies that they should have sold it because I was so, um, I don't know, skilled well, I guess because I was on their radar. I don't know. They never even, when I finally settled out some of my debts, there was a credit card company that was like, "I don't even know why we didn't sell this." I'm like, "I did. I do." Training. That's what I was saying. Because they got so much training out of me, so many training videos, what not to
Yeah.
do, what to do, right? They sent their
They
best
should be
fucking
paying
agents
you.
to me. I know. Look at
Yeah.
Rob
It's
Cleveland. What the fuck is this? Where's Benton? We don't know. We don't know. We just set up a little pop-up shop,
he's
hacked
at the
into the
pawn
system.
shop.
Yeah, we hacked into the system
Yeah.
and hijacked your channel's next, Rob.
Yep. Yeah. So my sister went to school for she wanted to be a surgeon. She's an RN. Um, but the amount of money that she owed, and she worked at KFC and put herself through college. Like she's a very hard worker, but it's like the amount of money that she paid and still is paying to have to work 16-hour days on her feet in a death camp, she calls it. She's like, "I hate my job, especially with COVID." And I say that loosely, because her unit, she works on the cardiac unit, and it turned into a breakout unit. And I'm like, breakout like COVID, And she said, "Yeah, but they are all V'd. They all got the thing." And
Yeah,
she's been telling me some horror stories, but that's a whole different situation. But the amount of money that she paid, and then just to be in debt, and now she's got her husband, and thank God he has a good job and stuff, because like they weren't gonna be able to get a house. They got a loan. He got a loan, but it's just kind of sad because you're setting these kids up for I mean, not so much for failure, but for definite, it's discouraging, and it's stunting. It's like, like I don't know. I've never had a credit card, and I'm not in debt. Well, medical debt, but I just the stories that I hear, like, of people that owe so much money, they're like my age and don't even use the degree, and they can't friggin' buy a car because they're $20,000 in
oh,
debt. It's
I
like
know it sucks, but I got
crazy.
to tell you, their skills at call centers were so useful in 2020 and beyond. Now that they work from home, you can hang out and make new friends anytime you need to call any kind of problematic place or any kind of like business related phone call to any company. You're like, "Hey, dude, you at home? Yeah, what you doing?" Right? Do you like it? I loved it.
Yeah.
So And I definitely, in terms of that kind of emotional distress that people might have been under, or even the adjustments post Stockholm syndrome or whatever, that definitely those skills don't go unnoticed by a neural divergent like me when I'm dealing with customer service agents. I'm always like, thank you for your degree, right? It was very helpful here.
I heard
but I do
a
understand that it
rooster.
is a huge scam of a system. Like I get that. That's what,
Yeah.
we sit here in debt with degrees we don't use. I know for some people that's a choice. For
And then
some
they
people
can't
it's
buy
not.
their
They head out
house.
into a job market and there's nothing.
You know? Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just really sad that they put they're kids still, like you said earlier, like, we're learning that we don't really develop till 25. Well, now they're in so much debt, it's overwhelming. They can't, if they wanted to get married and have families, they can't even pay for it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, it's just kind of,
Yeah. And if you're a
it
single
seems
guy
like a
going to a,
strategically
yeah.
placed.
And if you're a single
Yeah.
guy going to a food bank, you get the least. It's not like you can go to a food bank and be like, excuse me, kind patrons of of food gifts or whatever, I'd like to have a date, I'd like to procure a mate, right? Could you please supply some surplus, right? Like, no. Like, no, there's no date food at the food hamper, at the food, as you can tell,
I'm
at the
gonna
food bank.
go because I just heard the baby squawk in the other room, and I'm spend some time with her. But I'll be listening, and maybe
Well, yeah.
if Benton's still going.
I'm fine. I can amuse. I was going to go off a little bit about how we oh, hey, I'll say good night now, and then I'll start my.
Yeah. I'm still
Yeah.
listening. I'm just gonna
Okay.
jump off and grab my baby. This was
Perfect.
awesome. Thank you,
It
guys.
was, yeah, I really look forward to doing this again, Carrie. It was really nice to actually hear your voice and talk in person. And Benton's back.
I'm back. Perfect
Nice to see
timing.
you.
Thank you all
Yeah.
for holding it down. Unfortunately, I've had to sell quite a bit of my guns and ammunition, sadly, but I'm no longer the owner of a fairly decent amount of guns and ammo. That's what I had to take care of today.
I see.
Yeah, my audio might sound bad. I'm on this headset I'm on doesn't sound that great, so I might switch
It's not
here in a
bad.
minute.
It's
Not too
bad.
bad. Okay.
Nope.
Good deal.
No,
Awesome.
I was gonna say, like, how I allowed my alleged lady stream to become man bushed. Over here, we man bushed you.
Oh, ma'am bush. I love that.
We man bushed you, and on my lady stream, I man bushed that one. What a treat, though. What a treat.
Yeah, it's great. We're definitely going to have you back, and I'm not kicking you out. I just know you've been doing a lot of streaming, so
I know.
I'm trying not to pressure you to stay, but it's like at the same
what am
time.
I on? 7 plus 12. 7 plus 12 is 19 with an hour in between. That's 20 hours. Well, the first week I devoted myself to this. I did a lot of streaming. I was up for 114 hours with a 4-hour sleep break in the middle of my sleep fast.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fun. It was good. I mean, I wouldn't encourage it. It's not medical advice, but I mean, maybe I would encourage it, but it's not medical advice. It was a very enlightening experience. I don't think I lost many brain cells.
Those are the weak ones. That's what people say. Well, you're just getting rid of the ones that weren't up to snuff anyway, right?
It's true. It's true. Very true. Well, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not addressing the pawn shop thing, but you did say unfortunately, so I'm sorry you had to part with your gun.
Yeah, I don't get that attached to my possessions, but I mean, it's a bit of an unfortunate thing. However, the way I've chosen to live, I really probably shouldn't have bought all that stuff in the first place, realistically, because it's just, I don't live a lifestyle where I can really move that stuff around, And if it actually, God forbid, it actually ever gets bad enough, I mean, I'll be able to procure whatever I need, as that happens. So realistically, I'll tell you, Bex, here's what happened. I went temporarily insane, and I drove a truck for for 6 straight days, or I'm sorry, 6 straight months. And I spent a lot of my paychecks every week on guns and ammunition for 6 straight months. Yeah. So I something happened to my brain back then, you know, during the George Floyd riots.
Yeah.
And
What happened for 6
yeah.
straight months, did you say?
When the pandemic first hit,
Yeah.
what I did was I literally drove a big rig 7 days a week for 6 straight months,
Yeah.
because that was my way of dealing with all the changes in society, was to
Yeah.
hide out in my big rig and just stay away from everybody as much as humanly possible.
Yeah.
And not out of fear of a virus, but just because I could see how it was making everybody, myself included, lose their minds, right?
Yeah.
But I was convinced that there was going to be like a Mad Max zombie apocalypse. So what
Yeah.
I realized is that, you know, even if I don't need all this ammunition, I can trade it for whatever I need. If that makes, like, it has a value in an actual Mad Max scenario. But looking back on it, I had lost my mind, because I now understand the chances of an actual, you know, breakdown of society. You know, this is the breakdown of society as far as I'm concerned. It's not going to be, I think we've been predictably programmed, especially men, to think, oh, you know, there's going to be some kind of just a complete lawlessness, right? Which we've seen versions of that already. But the point I'm making is, what I realized is that I have a certain psychological makeup where I wanted there to be the breakdown of society, if that makes sense. Like, I was looking forward to it. So I was actually preparing to go out there and, you know, like a LARP, basically, like a live action role playing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, now I'm going to have all the equipment to go out here and be some kind of fucking warlord or something. It's ridiculous. It's completely fucking ridiculous.
But it's it's not so much, actually. I was just thinking, I love how astute your observations are, because it's a physical manifestation of everybody's preparation now, like that, you know, the chat cheerers that are like, we're going to get the scum, like, you know, it is a manifestation of that desire for the breakdown of the system, period. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
and that's what these are just my opinions, but I believe this is what we're living through, is the collapse. Like, you know, the financial system already collapsed, and, you know, we see all the social problems. And so, you know, how much worse does it have to get? And the fact is, you know, my thing is that humans adapt to their environment. It seems to be the number one thing that people do. So as it gets worse and worse, we just adapt to the worse and worse. So, you know, and this is the fucking Mad Max. But yeah, go ahead.
It reminds me of a sort of reparenter that I had, let's say, like an uncle figure that came into my life through serving him and his family. And he just seemed to be a really strong advocate. He didn't understand how I'd gotten to where I was. He saw like myself, like his daughters in me, their capabilities. And, you know, he became a rah-rah cheerleader. It was a bit over the top, but he was a big proponent of me making better choices in my life. And he used to say that, you know, that I was throwing pearls in front of swine, or taking care of a bunch of Honda 150s when I had a Ferrari in my own garage. When it came to like who I hung around, he didn't want to hear about my single mother friends or anything like that. And I thought he was super smug, right? I thought that was really smug. You know, it didn't really rub off on me. But then I went up looking up the definition of intelligence and discovered that one of the definitions is like, you know, the ability and speed at which a species adapts, right? And then I would go back to him and counter him that I'd say, if the bar is set at 100 IQ in a society, right, then how do you not know that those children adjusted in the crib, right? Like, how do we not know that they're smarter? How do I not know that they're not smarter than me, right? Because they adapted so quickly, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's and.
Oh, you bogged a little. Only heard the that's. You'll be back. I appreciate that, Tiny Chud. that I seem subdued today. I appreciate that. I am on the 19th hour. 19th hour of let's see what my brain can do. Let's see how the brain translates to the mouth. I've had a few slip ups.
Am I back?
Excellent. You were saying that's.
Hey. Yeah, I actually don't remember what I was saying. Actually,
I said something about intelligent babies adapting in the crib to the bar set for them in
Yeah,
society.
yeah, absolutely. So, I'm firmly convinced that whatever is managing and running, society, whatever that may be, it knows how to use our own human tendencies against us, and I think that's what's happening. So, of course, people are just not, they're not able to counteract a lot of what's being, sent their way.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep.
That's my basis for compassion for a lot of people, because it's like a lot of them really, what chance did they ever have,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And again, these are, it's just my opinion, right? It's its value, it has as much value as anybody else's, which is not a lot.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think it's important to sort of frame it that way. So, and I lived in the streets with nothing for about 10 straight years. So, yeah, it kind of sucks on one level to get rid of some really cool things that I'd worked hard and purchased. But at the end of the day, I'm blessed that I have the money. And, now if my car needs an expensive repair, I can choose to repair it. Or maybe who knows, I might trade this car and some money and get a different car. Who knows? It's good to have options is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's in no way a bad thing. So I'm pretty excited overall, I would have to say. And then, here's how macho I think I am, Bex, is, I purchased the types of weapons, and I know you may not be into guns and ammo. I don't know what you think about that, but I'm from Arkansas. We love guns and ammo here. But, what I had was very large and heavy. So when I was still in good physical shape and I was very strong, like I could carry this stuff, even just trying to carry this stuff around, even if God forbid something happened, it's just not really going to work for me, if that makes sense. So in a way, if for some reason, and I still have, I don't know if you know this, I have a firearm on my person everywhere I go, Bex.
I had heard you mention that, and I did witness it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So that's not going to change. That part of it's not going to change. And realistically, if for some reason I need to get more weaponry, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to. And then as far as an actual Mad Max scenario, my opinion is, especially, and I think I have a unique perspective because of how I used to live and how I'd still live in a way. And shout out to the Machine Lies real quick. I saw he was in the chat, but I have an advantage in that. My view of it is that if society actually breaks down, I mean, I'm talking about an actual, if it was a real full-on Mad Max, most people psychologically, it's not going to matter how well prepared they are physically if they're not prepared psychologically. And I am prepared psychologically, and on some level, that's all I need, realistically, because somebody, and I hate to think that this is back to the fetishizing and the male fantasy of, well, now I get to be a warlord, right? But the reality is I could get fragged 5 minutes in. Like, there's no guarantee that I'm going to make it past minute one of the damn whatever it's going to be, right? So it's just some sort of crazy male fantasy on the level. But realistically, somebody somewhere is either going to just have extra and say, hey man, you can, here's this rifle, you can have this. Or unfortunately, some person who prepared is not going to be psychologically in any state to do anything other than watch me take their shit and leave. Unfortunately, right? I don't want people to be in that situation, but some of these people would just be catatonic, if actually that were to occur. And that's another reason why I think it's not going to happen, and that in fact this is the collapse. What's more of a collapse than the 13-year-old boys have female breasts? God knows what we're being attacked with chemically. And I am going full doomer, obviously, but the point I'm making is it's bad enough now. Like I don't need it to get worse so that I can have some bullshit macho fantasy. You know, this is bad enough.
Well, and I know they called some war in the past a civil war, but I would say that we are in probably and have been in the most civilized wars of all times. And I know that can be said from definitely that's not talking about places where bombs are being dropped today, you know? But I think some of that still goes on just so that we don't think we're at war.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then on top of it, weather manipulation machines, they're not allowed to use them at times of war. No, they're not allowed to use them to force drought or famine or that kind of stuff. But conveniently, when you're not at war, you can use the weather machines to do that stuff, right? So interestingly, yeah, they can really screw around with things when they have many rules in place for us to be in denial. And that's why for me it always comes back to that, JFK and his sons in the newspaper, death day and birthday on the same day. It's just it's evident as if we look backwards, it's hard for people to take hold of, but actually, like, ain't nobody lost the World War II, Project Paperclip proves it, right? Project Paperclip is the proof. And if you follow that treasure trail back, then you'll find that, I mean, treasure trail's an exaggeration, but if you follow the little breadcrumbs back, you'll find that, like, the whatever happened with the Bolsheviks and the Romanovs, and suddenly you've got Russia invading Germany, losing, right, to the Germans, right, and then the Germans and the going here and they lose. So it seems to me like this imposter victor scenario goes, at least I've traced it into Russia, and just decided not to go any further. Because, yeah, I mean, not to knock the Russians or anything. I was like, oh, the Russians. I'm like, we might already all be Russian friends. Like, oh, we are in Tartaria. Voila! Yeah. Here we are.
Well, and that's why I found the Ukraine thing fascinating, which is I haven't followed any of it, but it's hilarious because I still pick up bits and pieces of the Ukraine Russia thing, and then I don't know a lot about history, but I know the official fiction when it comes to World War II and Russia, and Ukraine having this famine and all of this, and I'm laughing at the Americans because it seems like Americans are projecting our own idea onto that war. If that's I don't know what's happening over there. And I don't even, on some level, I really don't care. I mean, I hate to sound callous, but it's really none of my concern. But the point I'm making is Americans freaking out about it when if what supposedly happened in World War II happened with Russia and Germany and all of this, then why would we expect the descendants of the people who supposedly went through all that horrible trials and tribulations, why would we expect them to be bothered by it just because it bothers us, right? Because this ain't nothing compared to what those people supposedly have already been through. And, these are the descendants of those people. So, based on what supposedly happened, why would this even be a big deal to them? And I don't think it is. I mean, I'm sure they care that they're, maybe bad shit's happening and it's unfortunate, but I'm not sure that they view it the same way we do. And if I'm not making any sense, let me know. But I feel like that's pretty logical. And I haven't really heard anybody else say that. And that's why I say, I said, you got to kill like half the Russians before they even notice anything's happening. And that is true on a level, I think. And so this is just like a mosquito bite, probably. But again, not to be callous, and I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to make it seem like people aren't suffering, because certainly they are. But like this is nothing compared to what supposedly they've already experienced, at least a couple of generations ago.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure how the maps are drawn around the world. Like we see that area, we're told that area is different than Russia. We told it used to be a part of Russia. But when I was in university with my in my master's program with 80% Asian students, and I had office mates. One was from mainland China, one was from Hong Kong, And my mainland Chinese office mate was like, had genius. Okay. She had 2 PhDs in China. She came here. She didn't speak English. She basically did all the prerequisites for her undergrad and taught herself English, like in the summer leading up to grad school, like pretty freaking smart woman. And she explained to me that in China that they were, that she was from mainland China and all these other classmates, right, were from non-mainland China, right? And I'd be like, no, but that person's like Vietnamese, right? And she'd be like, yeah, non-mainland China, right?
Mm.
And so everyone, I can meet my Korean, smoke shop guy down here, and if you try to tell him he's Chinese, he'd probably punch you, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like no frickin' way. But I think that sometimes we may not understand that these, somebody drew a map and said, send your frickin' diplomats. And so everyone's like, okay, and yeah, we might not even know the nature of that. When you look at Zelensky himself, or even say Justin Trudeau as a failed drama teacher, right? Like, which means you're going to fail at acting before you even ever tried to act, right? Like, people who aren't, isn't there something about that? Like people who don't do whatever they study, they teach, that aren't good at what they study, they teach.
Oh yeah, those who can't do teach.
Yeah, those that can't do teach. Oh, your sound's gone out.
Oh, not again. Fuck. Wait, am I here
You're
now?
back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
never
you're
mind.
back.
Yeah, those who can't teach. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yep.
Zelensky, I mean, kind of like Donald Trump in the Apprentice role, right? Because Donald Trump, long before the Apprentice, nobody really knew who he was. And if they did, they had reverence for this, like, some sort of reverence for this, this guy, helped Giuliani or whatever, like, or Rudy Giuliani, or is, if I got the name right, like he was a bit of a real estate guy. He was always like talking about, he actually did a lot of really good things for getting people, I don't know, for development and poverty and getting people off systems in New York that should have been on it, that had the money to be on it. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but before Trump became like a caricature, marketed by a TV show, he was somebody, right? So, and we didn't know him, like I didn't know him, or know of him, but definitely that crazy Boris Yeltsin style Trump guy was not the Donald Trump presented in the interviews prior to that. Now, take Zelensky, who's actually, definitely played a president in TV. He's a comedian. He does very gay comedy. Like he's in a music troupe. They say it's like, oh, just a trope or whatever. Like it's just his shtick. But he actually plays the piano in a solo or in a duet or in a quartet. They're the penis pianists.
Oh man.
Like it's like YouTube, like Zelensky and his quartet. And I mean, it's like, it's the worst. Okay. So I'm just saying, it's like, they're just mocking us like this. When a meme floats, when I used to be on Facebook and the meme would go by saying like, oh, name your best favorite actor in their best role, I'd be like Zelensky as a Ukrainian,
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Because these people, they interview all of these people. They speak the languages. They speak 6, 7 languages, right? Like I won't even start this long into being up about what I have a very intelligent ear, right? My mind's ear is better than my mind's eye. And I heard Pierre Trudeau address Fidel Castro in Parliament in the 70s, and I heard perfect Spanish. Okay. I heard Fidel Castro address the public many times. That's Hollywood. That's a Hollywood trained Spanish accent. Okay. Like he speaks Spanish fluently, but he can't speak Spanish. He can't speak English with a Spanish accent because he speaks English fluently too, because that's what these people do. They speak 6, 7 languages. So he has to speak very, and we had less opportunity to listen to these things back then. We didn't have this kind of media, and I speak Spanish fluently, so I can hear it, right? And so then you start thinking about, why do they interview Zelensky in whatever in Ukrainian, when he can speak English, right? And he's being interviewed by a English interviewer, right? And then they use a translator. Well, that's because he can't speak Ukrainian. He can't speak English with a Ukrainian accent, you know?
Got it. Got it. Yeah. And that's the things, even people like me, I'm just, and not that I'm paying that much attention, but, and it's not that obvious to some folks, but then to people like you, you see that, well, clearly this is not what it, purports to be, solely based on these factors that most people just won't notice, right? Myself included. So I find that interesting. Certainly. And me personally, I'm just not that in. We can talk about it, but I'm just not into the geopolitics. Just me personally, but some of it's interesting, but it's just
No,
I tapped out. Well, I might have missed your point also, but yeah, go ahead.
No, my point was actually just pointing fingers at the pianist. It's worth looking up. People should look at for the amusing content of that, and then just also the idea that these rulers, the rulers around the world, like they speak many languages, and they're
absolutely.
often strategically setting up interviews to make sure that that they don't look like they aren't speaking the language. Anyways, that their accents aren't proper in the languages that in the places they are. Might even be why sometimes they said the ruling class in one place spoke this language and not the other. The ruling class spoke this, they spoke whatever in England and everybody else. Anyways, geopolitics. It's fine.
Well, no, we can
I'm
talk
not a big
about it. I mean,
geopolitics.
I don't mind talking about it. It's just,
no, I don't mind either. For me, it's just patterns. I just see patterns in things. So I was really just pointing out that people should go look up Zelensky and piano skit. I only saw the solo one the first time, and then when I went to Google it, or you search it in YouTube a second time to show it to someone, I couldn't believe a quartet showed up at a grand piano. I get it's just a skit; they don't have their pants dropped or whatever, but yeah, it's very, very strange behavior. It's strange that we would be like, oh, look at what the president of such and such used to do. We're so woke now. We're so woke. We're like, oh, but, people would be like, you're so woke, right? Oh, you shouldn't judge him for what he's. Oh, it's okay. I want to get a T-shirt. I want to make T-shirts. Chuckles Underbuckles. It's the line of T-shirts, and they're just ones in case you want to wear a shirt over. But I've been working on a lineup of ones that sort of serve both sides of different arguments. Right now, the Wayne one here, I would say, is like a big rainbow. And it just says with a happy face emoji in it, extra feels, right? With science is gay, right?
I'd have to see it. It's a little hard for me to follow.
It's okay.
It, but no, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure it's quite well done, whatever you're envisioning.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a little cheesy, but I think we have
part of this is I have an inability. I'm not able to visualize. I know that sounds bizarre, but like when you're making those descriptions, I have no ability to form images based on what you're saying.
I don't have it. Yeah.
You can't do that either?
I don't see pictures in my brain. No.
Yeah. Well, see, I never knew that that's unusual. It never occurred to me that other people do. And then finally I was like, oh, I'm one of the few people who doesn't see anything, but I do, as a young person, I effectively had a photographic memory, meaning if I see it, I can remember it. But if you're describing something, I'm not able to visualize it.
And then I don't know if I actually, even when I could remember all the details of a setting, I don't know that I was picturing it or if I just remembered all the details of the setting. So I could remember things I read, but I don't know if I saw them, right? I've never been a visualizer. Where it's very difficult. It feels like it's way at the back of my head, right? Like way back there. I could look straight at someone and then turn away and someone say, oh, picture their face. It's like, no, it's way at the back of my head.
And I'll tell you how I figured this out is when I first got into meditation, and was because my wife at the time had she gave me, somebody had given her these cassette tapes to quit smoking, and one of the cassettes was just a guided meditation to guide you into relaxation. So she kept pestering me to try this relaxation because I've never been a smoker, but she wanted me to try this relaxation tape. So finally, I put the headphones on. And you know what's interesting is, I was able to quickly get into a relaxed state, but I realized that other than maybe in a flow state, by the way, great branding for fucking flow state, uh, you know, second only to the situation from the Jersey Shore. Every time somebody says flow state, now I'm thinking about this a YouTube panelist, right? But
Mhm.
when I was playing sports, I would be in a flow state and I would be relaxed. But other than that, when I listened to this cassette, I realized, oh, I've basically never been relaxed in my entire life, and I am prone to being a little more edgy and keyed up, left to my own devices. And then, so I got into guided meditations. Like I would download them over the internet. I might buy, some kind of CD or whatever back in the day. And so the more I listened to these, I realized, oh, I can't visualize what they're telling me to visualize. And I saw what my mind was trying to do was remember images that were similar to what was being described, if that makes sense. But I
Mhm.
never could just see the scene that was being described. And it really was confusing and frustrating because I sort of internalized and was like, wow, I can't even, because I had not yet developed my powers of meditation at that point. So I was kind of a little dejected because I said, man, I can't even do this thing that, and then that's sort of how I figured out that I'm not able to visualize anyway.
Mhm.
But yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I used to be the classic anal retentive type, certainly, because the toilet bowl verse says making butthole diamonds. Yes, I was way too fucking high strung. And in fact, some of this is old age, and then some of it is just me, learning to chill the fuck out. But then, I comically get fucking worked up very easy, right? So it's an interesting experience, certainly.
Mhm.
So it's neat to meet someone such as yourself that also has that problem with the visualizations. But
Mhm.
it's not even a problem. It's not a problem for
Yeah.
me.
No,
It
nor
doesn't cause
myself.
me
Like
any
I'm
problems.
very
Yeah,
good spatially. Like if I need
yeah.
to pack a truck, I need to pack a house into a moving truck. It's not a problem. I don't visualize it before I'm doing it per se, but I'm very, very good at Tetris,
Oh
Um,
yes, absolutely. Yep.
and so it doesn't go. I mean, it doesn't impede me from being able to do things that people might think visualization is needed for it. I would say I've always seen it as a memory thing, like a RAM thing or something like that. Like don't pictures take a lot more processing, especially say
Mm.
moving pictures, like kind of like a computer. I was like, no, we'll just go for the bits and bytes, like, zip it all up. I'm not a Do you have words in your mind? Would you say, do you see things at all in your mind, like words or anything, or is it
No,
just
I don't see
thoughts? No, yeah,
anything.
same with me. Yeah, I don't
No.
either.
But yeah, yeah,
And I know what,
yeah. Well,
yeah,
and I
when I
want to
tried
say,
to, go ahead.
well, I want to say this. It's interesting because, I've just been living my life for much of my life. I really didn't know or care how these things worked. And then part of me figuring out my own life far enough to be able to be, I won't even say a productive member of society. I'll just say I had to work to get to the point where I was not a drain on society where I wasn't. And I'm not saying I ever was that. It was more of like I chose to sort of work on myself enough to, not just be a complete burden and, asshole to the people around me. But what I realized is that when I was growing up, I always heard a woman's intuition. And I took that to mean, well, I'm a boy, so I can't have intuition. But in fact, I'm very intuitive. So, like, I don't hear voices in my head, but I have thoughts, but I'm
Yeah,
actually perceiving the thoughts intuitively because
yes,
intuition is a perception. So I'm having a
yes,
perception of these thoughts and ideas, but I'm not hearing them and I'm not seeing them, if that makes sense. But
exactly.
if I hear somebody talk, like let's say I find a new YouTuber that I really like, I'll start thinking in their voice, if that makes sense. In my own head, I'll be hearing
Interesting.
my thoughts in their voice. That happens to me a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's strange. So I say that I don't hear anything, but then it's like as I'm perceiving the thoughts, it's like my brain is just translating it into that voice. And I'll even start to sound like that person sometimes. I'll have to remind myself, not to imitate their speech patterns. And some of that is probably I have some natural acting ability, probably. Well, I know I do actually, but not in
Some
a
people,
let's put on a play. But I just if I need to act a certain type of way, I'm able to do that. But yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say some people though they do adjust their tongue when they go somewhere like more naturally than others, right? Like some people can go hang out in Australia for a month and suddenly have a bit of an Australian lilt, and other people can go and not. I
Sure,
don't know
yeah.
if it's a natural mimicry or a blending in thing or or a gift. I would say I find that I actually probably if I went to work, I would find that there's certain things if I got going and talking, I probably picked up a bit of Americanisms in the way I talk, hanging out with so many Americans on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure of it. Yeah, it'd be hard not to, right? But
Mhm.
well, and then something else I noticed in my travels is when I leave the South, especially if I go to a place like the West Coast, my accent gets about 100 times worse. And I don't know why
Mm.
that is, but like I've been just in line at a store, maybe in Oregon or somewhere, and then nobody's really talking. And then I'll forget that I'm a Southerner in a different part of the country. And then I'll start talking and everybody's head will just whip around and look at me. It's so
Mm.
like they're just not used to hearing that. And as much as people like to say, "Oh, well, you don't have much of an accent," it's like, well, maybe not when I'm trying to do a broadcast, but get me out here, even around my own people to some extent, but then get me out here in a different part of the country, especially like the West Coast, and it's almost like I can't control it at that point. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre experience, and people just assume I'm dumb on the West Coast because of my accent,
It's
which is a tremendous advantage. Because if I actually am pretty smart in some ways, and they think
yeah,
I'm dumb, I can just pretty much do whatever I want. And then if somebody calls me on it, I can just act like I don't know what's going on, and they'll believe me.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
They really do
Yeah,
stereotype voices,
yeah, big
like
time.
accents, big time for sure. Um, and I think anyone getting into when you're not broadcasting, definitely like out in the world, you've chilled out, you're relaxed. I mean, not that you're not relaxed here, but you're just doing your thing. It would make sense to me that the accent comes through. I would imagine though, if I went and traveled into Alabama, see even there, I'm saying Alabama. If I went and traveled to Alabama, I would bet that my don't worry, I'm not coming. um, uh, I would. I bet you my accent would become stronger too. Like my own accent maybe would, or maybe just come more apparent to my own ear. But
Mm.
it's
Yeah, I
weird
was.
when I'm on YouTube and some
Yeah,
people
no,
say
keep.
that I sound Scottish. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm
No, I
like,
don't
you
hear
don't know
that either.
yeah, you don't know where
Yeah, no.
Scotland is what I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Scotland is, and Scottish accent's strong. Like a Scottish accent's probably one of the hardest Englishes to understand from my ear.
Oh, big time. Yeah,
You know,
Irish too, but definitely Scottish is worse somehow.
yeah, yeah.
Well, since we're on the topic, with my second wife, when we because our native tongue can be so guttural and like grating and sort of abrasive, we would often talk to each other in British accents to avoid sounding harsh, when speaking with one another. We would both do it sometimes, like when we're just by ourselves. Because there's something
Mhm.
to being a Southerner with a certain sort of accent. Just some of the way the speech patterns with the accent works out, it's like it really doesn't sound very like loving and caring. Even though that's the intention. So we both adopted British accents with each other at times, and it fairly effectively. So I don't have like a great British accent, but I can go there some of the time.
Mhm. Neat. That's funny.
Yep. Well, I think you're might be running out of steam here, Bex. No, nothing
I might
personal,
be.
but
I was going to ask you what this comment though was though.
oh,
Oh, not this one. The other one. Someone
which
is
one?
that the same? Is that the same theory that's been floating around? I heard there was a theory.
About what, bricks?
No, about the caller's voice sounds familiar, like one of the truth or news channels on YouTube.
I'm not sure which comment I'm trying to
Uh,
find.
oh,
Oh,
it was
this
the
one?
last one. Yeah. No, it was DeFreak said the caller's voice sounds familiar, just above 3 machine lies.
Oh, yeah, I think you must have a voice that just sounds like some other people, because there has been some confusion, because there are people on these panels who like to do voices and stuff, which is fine. Like,
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that, but so I think maybe your voice just it sounds similar to some other people, and it's probably nothing you can do about that, I'm assuming.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah. That's what
But
it is.
thank
And real quick, uh I don't want to accuse anybody of paranoia, but this is a bit of a self-selecting group in the truther community, the so-called truther community, that they do err on the side of paranoia to some extent, which is probably healthy and appropriate, I have to say.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
just
For
yeah.
sure. I've actually had, I've been on a panel where a group of young gentlemen actually asked me if I was a tranny. And I was like,
Oh,
no, it's just smoke affected voice, but good to keep cautious if you're not interested in that, you know? Um, yeah, I was just like, yeah, all questions are good. If there was anything I could do to ease anyone's paranoia in that front, I would be more than willing, like if I need to show my face difference to somebody else.
well, yeah, the
Um,
face helps, but beyond that, what ends up happening is most of the things that a person would try to do actually it reinforces their paranoia, if that makes sense. So I've learned to just let the people say and think whatever they're going to say for the most part, and then not worry about it too much, if that makes sense. So because
mhm.
part of the reason I'm convinced, part of the reason I don't get fucked with too bad, although certainly I get fucked with pretty bad at times, is that I just don't feed into it. And then if somebody types something about me, I just tend to just be like, oh yeah, you're right, because a lot of times whatever they're noticing has some validity. It just may not mean what they think it means, right?
Mhm, mhm.
So,
And there are a
yeah.
few people out there that do sound like me. I've been on panels, before with people that and people get confused by 2 of us together on the panel, let
Mm.
alone some of the people. I had a friend who, I panel with who really likes my voice, and he sent me a message one day saying, "Is this you?" And it was a video, right, of somebody else's channel, and I was like, "No, it's clearly not me. She's way too fit. I've described myself as quite robust," like, um, but yeah, there are. Oh, thank you, Benton, for sharing my
Oh yeah,
link. I
anytime.
really appreciate that.
Well, and you're
I
not
will.
special, Bex. I'm doing this for a lot of folks these days. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
are
know that.
special, but you're not special in this regard, I should say. So,
Yeah, I
yeah.
appreciate that. I've also learned
Yeah.
to not hold back on that, so I appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Because I
Yeah.
think it's important, because other channels have pumped me up at times, right? And in
Mhm.
fact, if not for other people just of their own accord, hearing some of my content and then promoting it, we would not be here having this conversation. And I always separate that, it's at the level of some sort of loyalty or at least acknowledgement. I separate that from whatever the personal feelings are, and then so I'm also looking for any chance to pump up other channels, if because you just never know. You never know what's going to come out of someone who otherwise would not have discovered a particular piece of content, and especially since it seems clear to me that we have all been herded into this, what Matt Drudge, referred to as internet ghettos, right? And we're sort of
Mhm.
trapped in a way, we're kind of trapped in just in a little area of YouTube. The
Mhm.
more I believe, the more I'm able to promote channels. And then, like, one day, Christos came in here. I don't know if you know this, but another reason I'm talking to you is Christos came in here one day and he dropped your link and he dropped Charles Waz's link.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so then
I
I went over
appreciate that.
there, but then it seemed like a possibility that you were someone else that we knew who was just known to maybe adopt certain personas. Because there are some talented people with doing things like that. So that was created a little bit of weirdness, but and that, that's okay. Again, we are erring on the side of paranoia to some extent, and that's completely
Mhm.
fine. That's
Mhm.
completely fine and
Well,
expected, right? It's not a personal
yeah.
thing.
No, but even if there was any slight paranoia there was any kind of message intended at any point in any communications, I feel like I'm just saying, if not, then I took my own paranoia and was like, I should do better. I should do better. So, so it's worked out really well. I really appreciate you've been a great support, a really a great inspiration, actually, and I know it's petering out, but I was, when I first saw Tommy come off London's channel and sort of followed out one of your here late one evening. You used to do a later stream, like 3 in the morning or so.
Yeah.
3 in the morning
Well,
my time, 5 in the
yes.
morning your time. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about
And so
right.
I didn't catch it very often, but I did get one really amusing. I was here one time with some really funny stuff going on, and Tommy was getting pretty excited, and you had turned his volume down and come across
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it was a good
Yeah.
scene. It was really. I was impressed right from there. Just and not
Thank you.
because you turned his volume down, but also why you turned his volume down and what you were saying. So.
Yeah. I'll tell you what that was too. When I'm on decent internet, if I broadcast with OBS, do you know what OBS is?
No.
Okay, it's okay if you don't, but I can make this very quick and easy to understand. So when you or I do a live stream just through StreamYard, StreamYard takes over all of the audio processing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that means I have almost no control right now over how the audio is processed. But there's this software called OBS, which is like streamer software that runs on the computer. So if I'm using if I'm using OBS, I can process the audio, but at the same time, I can still use StreamYard. So what I liked about that is when the panel was going crazy and I could never get in a word edgewise, well, if I was processing my own audio, I could control their volume and I could just talk over the top of everything and they couldn't even hear me. See, I can just mute my mic and just talk anytime I want to. But
Oh,
you
I
guys,
see.
the audience can hear it, but the panel can't hear it.
So is that with some of the fancy sound equipment you've showed me when I was in here before?
Yeah, that's not even necessarily required, but that certainly helps. And I'm not an OBS expert. And in fact, I've actually, in some of my broadcasts have not been that great because I haven't always known how to use the software properly. But some of those broadcasts, that the more abstract, sort of more of an artistic style, that was, especially that involved Tommy, a lot of that was with me being able to play music, right? Because the thing about trying to play music through StreamYard, it works great. Well, it works if you have a strong internet connection. But if you don't, it's not really able to play the music properly because the people don't, it sounds like shit to the people, right? And part of that is that it's compressing the audio so that it doesn't take up as much of your data plan or whatever. It's using less data, but yeah, anyway, I'm getting kind of long-winded on that, but there's a lot of things that can be done. So I think, we, meaning this, whatever this is, the so-called truth community and these types of broadcasts that are certainly flourishing in some way, right? And it looks like more and more people are realizing, hey, it's not just Benton and Bex who are, foolish enough to go out here and just talk and talk and talk. Like there are other people who also, are sort of geared that way, right? And then my opinion is the more social isolation that the public experiences, the more people are going to be drawn to this style of content. It's going to actually feed on itself, I believe. Yeah. So,
well, it's been a
yeah.
godsend to me, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I don't think it's a coincidence that, because if it was up to me, I would just keep driving a truck and, I would keep doing my broadcasts. When I was truck driving, I just did it on my phone with some earbuds, right? And just talked. And then, as I was able to click on the phone safely, I would bring people on the panel. But, with my illnesses, I'm going to be, because, I talk about that I'm sick and all this, and that's true. But if I just stay in one place and don't do a lot of activity, I feel pretty decent most of the time. But even yesterday, just running, a little bit of errands kind of later in the day, it really affected me, So the more I'm able to go online, and especially if I figure out how to derive my income, and it doesn't have to be live streaming, but the live streaming, may be a part of it income wise. But the more I just learn how to make money from alternative avenues, it'll be better for my health because I won't be out here trying to show up at a physical job that's going to be draining, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sort of a thing where it's like, oh, thanks Benton, thanks Benton. But yeah, that's okay, you're welcome. But I'm also doing this for myself. Like, I'm not just out here
Mm-hmm.
altruistically providing fucking 7 hours and 42 minutes of content. And in fact, you and Yellow Cake Maker, shout out to Yellow Cake Maker, y'all did at least half the show by yourselves, I'm guessing, or at least a third of it, right? So it doesn't have to be me doing everything, the more I can not be doing everything, that's better for me. I would rather work together than try to just, now it's my channel, it's my broadcast, I'm doing everything myself. I don't really want to do everything myself. I would rather find somebody such as yourself and others who, want to collaborate and are able to collaborate. That's sort of what gets my juices flowing at the risk of,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun. I would love to do more collaborations. And I know I've also thought when Tommy was over on my channel the last couple streams, I asked him if he'd ever hosted anything. I thought of offering him to do a pop up where he gets to use the F off button if he wants to. I know
yeah,
he also talked about doing his own lives as well. So
well, and I
um,
almost gave him the keys very early on here, and for various reasons it never happened. But and one of the reasons Tom's not around as much is, well, number one, he's, for whatever reason, he's chosen not to be lately. But I don't have the energy to wrangle. I really don't have the energy to wrangle him. He's very draining. It takes a lot out of me, and I enjoy talking to Tommy. I like listening to Tommy. It's very draining to me. So the more other people can wrangle Tommy, that's way better for me.
mhm.
Also, and I think
And
he
then too,
brings a lot to the table, certainly. But yeah, go ahead.
he sure does. He sure does. He's I would definitely. The first time he visited my channel, I had Tommy him, and just being like, you want to hang out? And he came over and it was fun. And I think people would be really interested to look at some of the answers he had to questions I had for him, I think it gives people an opportunity to see a different side of him, right? That
Yep.
being said, I was going to ask you, like, do you ever do panels? Do you ever go on other? I know you talked of doing it in the past, or do you more just hang out in your own zone?
Oh, the only reason I haven't been on Paul Enslaved, well, that and that effect, I was high on THCO for about a solid month. But other than that, it's my internet connection has been very poor. So at
Mm,
some point, so I'm in a transitional phase of my life where at some point in the near future, I'm going to be in one location for the most part, and I'm going to be on solid internet. And I don't have the internet. It gets too congested at that time of day whenever Paul's live. But yeah, I was on there quite a bit actually for a while,
cool.
on a regular basis. And that was intimidating for me because, uh, Paul, a lot of times when he goes on his rants, he sort of covers the entire topic and then he wants to turn it over to the expert panel. But then it's like, man, you pretty much just said it all. Like, well, how am I going to add to that?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, duh, what? So that's a fun dynamic for me, even though it's intimidating in a way. And I'm not intimidated by him as a person. I mean, just the format and what's happening there,
Mm-hmm.
to sort of learn how to be like, okay, this is the clear top dog. And I'm not even going to attempt to, try to take over in a way. I'm just going to, how much can I learn to play off of his own patterns and,
Mm-hmm.
sort of anticipate when he's going to have a space I can fit into. And if you notice, Wizard is very good at doing that. I don't know how much of Mr. Unslaved you've seen, but Yeah, Paul or a wizard is really good at that timing. And then, back to the undiagnosed autism, which I shouldn't even say that with TBE, because he doesn't really, he rejects most of the autism talk, but it's difficult for me to sort of know when it's my turn to talk even. And maybe you've experienced some of that as well. I can't speak for you, but I experience that a lot when I don't really know when it's my turn. So I'm sort of teaching myself how to do that. But here's what's interesting, and I'll wrap up on this, not wrap up the show, but wrap up this idea, is that I'm actually really good at this in the physical space with groups of people. I'm really good at knowing when to talk, and because I have so much more information, I can see it's easier to read the room. It's easier to see the people's, facial expressions and their body language. But I'm very much lost in this arena, especially when you get multiple people all talking at the same time. Half the time, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I'm just sitting here like, what even is this? I'm just confused much of the time.
Mhm.
So yeah, stolen autism valor. That's right, Tiny Chud. But yeah, so part of this, and you may have heard me say this, is I've called it the Benton School of Broadcasting. Not that I'm teaching it, but I had an experience or an epiphany one day where it seems to me like I'm attending broadcasting school with some other folks, and you may be one of those people at times. And it's not that we're going to the Benton School of Broadcasting. Maybe you're going to the Beck School of Broadcasting. I can't say, but that's what gets me out of bed in the morning, in part, is that I get to work on my skills. I get to try to improve. I get to work towards improvement, and to
Mhm.
serve other people, right? Because, I don't like to think this way, but the reality is, whatever these broadcasts are, yeah, it's not going to amount to a hill of beans in the real world in the long run, in a way, but it certainly is very much a human thing at helping people. It helps me to even just be able to cope in a way, right? Like this whole thing is a cope
Mhm.
in a way, right?
Mhm.
The entire experience is a cope. Bex, what do you think about that, if anything?
Yeah, beyond a cope, I think it's almost like, I could almost say some of it's therapy.
Oh, well, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if a or can a cope be therapy? Because um, I feel like I've become a stronger person, more sure of myself. Like I know, I come across quite confidently. I know earlier Machine Lies said something about that I don't use a lot of ums and ahs. He praised my presentation and said that it was something that he has a strong vocabulary but says a lot of ums and ahs. And I thought, well,
Mhm.
I've just been working on that as of late. And I'm also very relaxed here. I feel more relaxed here than I am in my own room at times. This is really nice. And that's just because I'm new to this. And I'd given myself a lot of rules, like don't talk people's name in your mouth and don't let other people's names, like all that stuff. And I was like, what is this? Like,
Yeah.
we all hang out on this metaverse together, and how can, I'm sure I know Tommy made a few statements last night where I had to add like disclaimers after her, or, of course, but where I don't know that person. And or even when I was asking different questions like, oh, what channel is that? And who are you talking about? And he didn't want to give them any shout outs. I was like, no, you're talking to someone who doesn't know these people. Like, we need to know this situation so someone can go investigate what happened, right? Like, it's out there, this debate, Um, so, yeah, even there, I was like drawing it out. So I'm kind of gone the opposite of, I don't make rules for myself because I need to govern myself. It's just that for my social, my neural divergencies, I've just always put things into sensible frameworks for myself. And out here, the social dynamics is a totally different ball game, So, but not really, not really. It's been made
Yeah,
that way.
yeah.
It really is. It's like the Chinese food restaurant I worked for, when people would complain they'd eaten too much, or people would complain that they got food poisoning, and my boss would go out and said, you ate too much, right? You're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sick, right? And people get all offended and they'd be like, you can't say that to me. I'm going to go to the newspaper. And he'd be like, go ahead, you know, any advertising, good advertising, right? So,
Yeah, Collectively, we definitely eat way too much food. Forget about the food choice. We just eat too much, all of us collectively, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and I
Yeah.
did want to address TBE here, who says it seems like people have a lot of time on their hands. Of course, absolutely. And that to me is a further sign of the collapse of society, or whatever, however we choose to view that thing. Like, it's crazy that we have this much time on our hands. And I took advantage of being able to drive a truck and broadcast at the same time. But now that I'm not, I could make myself drive a truck, but realistically, I'm not capable of doing the level of job that would be expected of me. I would sort of be freeloading. And look, I can't guarantee I won't go back to it for a month or two here and there. But what happens then is eventually the industry figures out, oh, he's just popping in and out for a month or two, and they'll just stop hiring me eventually, right? And realistically, if I went for my physical, because I have to get a new medical card, a DOT medical card in January. So if I just told the doctor exactly what's going on with my health, there's no way in hell I could get a medical card. But if I lie to them, then yeah, of course. And I don't have high blood pressure, and I don't have diabetes, so I'm not on any medications. So otherwise I qualify, right? But if I just said, hey man, this is what I'm going through, there's no way they would let me have a medical card. No possibility. They would just say
Mm-hmm.
no. You have to go to a doctor, and you got to get a diagnosis. But I could lie my way through it, but I don't even really want to at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I agree, Toilet Bowl Earth. Yeah, it's not a solution. That's what I'm saying. That's why I just called it a cope, is because, yeah, and he's agreeing with me. And we
Mm-hmm.
do this thing where we think we're, some of the time we think we're arguing and we're kind of agreeing, but then sometimes we just straight up disagree also. That's fine. But we're getting along for now, it seems. So I'm enjoying that dynamic. And there's a long history that there's no sense in going into right now. But so I don't want to say too much more about that. But it's not, for me, it's not about, oh, let's Benton some great person. I mean, that's not what it is. It's that, if I can get my needs met while simultaneously other people have some of their needs met, and if part of that is I have way too much time on my hands, well, yeah, that's great. I'm glad I do, right? But I would rather be driving my truck every day. That would be my
Mm-hmm.
preference,
Mm-hmm.
Bex. So, and then real quick, I want to wrap up that idea with, adapt and overcome. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing. And there's a character I talked to, who I'm actually friends with in real life. One of my few in real life friends is Highly Suspect. And you'll hear him on here at some point, and more on the weekends. But I don't remember what he was talking about recently, but and he's a Marine, like he was in the Marine Corps. I was like, yeah, man, we adapt and overcome, meaning, I understand that whatever he's talking about is an issue, but it's like, yeah, man, we adapt and overcome. Like, we're going to handle whatever that is. And, that's the royal we. I'm really talking to him. I'm like, yeah, man, you're going to handle this. You're going to overcome it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, thanks. And TBE has a very good read on me as a person. This is another problem, is I can't get away with my normal level of asinine bullshit with people like TBE around. See, he's got my number, Bex. He's got my number. Because I come across as like masculine and all of this, but I'm actually have the spirit of a sassy black woman. I don't know if you know that.
I could see that. I could see that.
Yeah. Which I never really fully realized until TBE figured it out. And he was like, you're a sassy black woman. I was like, yeah, I guess I am. Fuck. On some level, I'm a sassy black woman.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever, man. I think it's as funny as anybody else does. I mean, look, the whole thing's a farce on some level, isn't it? It's very farcical. Whatever this experience is, it's surreal. It's farcical. It's ludicrous. It's absurd. It's wonderful. It's tragic. It's beautiful. It's fucking horrible. It's ugly. Like, it's all of these things simultaneously. So yeah, I might be full doomer, but I don't reject the beautiful and the visceral experiences of life. I'm here to have all that also, right? I'm not here just for the fucking negativity.
Well, exactly. And even the whole, not that it was a negative statement, but it was, I was thinking about that whole, it seems like people have too much time on their hands. It reminds me of seeing a talk being given where someone was talking about how they have to figure out how to prepare their children to compete with robots. And I'm like, well, or robotics, right? We're not talking AI and, you know, AI dogs or whatever, but competing with robotics, right, in the workforce. And I was like, the robotics were designed to make our workforce be 20-hour work weeks with double wages, friends. Like, I don't I don't know that I understand what too much time means, because in a perfect world where we've got things dialed in, where we don't have people looking for pennies on pieces of paper, and there aren't like a million accountants, and I don't know, there's a lot of useless jobs out there. And the only reason we're arguing to go to work for 40 hours a week is because we've set the 40-hour work week. We could also set a 20-hour work week, you know, and
Well,
pay
by the
double.
way, who works 40 hours? I don't know anybody that works 40 hours. They either work way more or way less. I know
It's true.
0 people that work 40 hours.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah. I mean,
And I
that's
know
like,
I took,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Well, real quick, I want to talk, since we're on the topic with TBE. He says, I thought we resolved our problems, but I seen a stream recently where you called me totally useless. The thing is, man, one of these days, Toilet Bowl Earth, one of these days I will learn how to not say things out of emotion, right? So I'm not there yet. I don't know. I mean, I don't believe that he's totally useless, and I don't even remember saying that. I'm going to choose to take him at his word. So I have no reason to believe he would just make that up and tell me that. So I'm assuming I said that. And, yeah, that's just somebody, I'm not excusing my behavior. I'm saying that I was feeling some type of way, and instead of being stoic like a man, I chose to verbalize it, which is, eventually I'll teach myself not to do that, but we're not there yet, sir. So thank you for tolerating me, is all I can really say to Mr. TB. And I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's around, but I will probably fucking go off on him again at some point. Who knows? I don't fucking know. I hope not, but probably.
Well, I mean, again, I don't know the dynamics, so I don't mean to liken any experiences that, to people that you guys may know each other. I have had my first situation where, there was antagonism from the chat to myself,
Hmm.
from someone I don't know. Like, I had no idea. I had to try and figure out where and when, and I think I've deduced. But yeah, sweet little Mimi, I had to just block her. For now,
It happens. Yeah, it happens.
I
Yeah.
just I couldn't, it was just bringing out the it's distracting me in other people's rooms, and I didn't understand. And she mentioned my name once in the past. I thought we'd sorted it out, but now suddenly it was straight up like, you're an agent. And super cute though. She shares a
Yeah.
lot of really interesting things, and I've checked out her content. She's a little bit different and has some kind of outrageous personal theories, so with no judgment, but it's kind of cute when she's, nicknamed me Vex, and, and rolls her eyes, and like, then I try to engage. She's like, I'm going to go back to ignoring you. And you're just like, but you instigated, right? Like, how can you instigate and then not engage? And when I try to engage, you're like, I'm not talking to you, but you are talking to me. You just addressed me, with a nickname. I thought it was kind of cute. But when I'm in another place and it's not my place to engage that way. And I noticed that I didn't notice how it works anyway. So I ended up I've made a little Mimi, like I put Mimi and then a little blind man with the glasses and a smiley kissy face, and then signed by me. And I didn't realize that she can't see it. So now just all the mods think I look like a dick. I guess that's how that works, I assume.
Yeah, and yeah, I
But
agree. Yeah, and I'm with you on that.
but it's I'll go back and peek. I will unblock at some point, and I've made up a name there. I'm not talking about a chatter with a name, so don't go looking for that name. It's not related.
Well, and then
Not that anyone would.
yes. Well, and then
Yeah.
just with people in general, once we get into the personality politics, that's what I think of them as. Like, so I had no brothers growing up, but then TBE grew up with a bunch of brothers, so he seems to very accurately and effortlessly know exactly how to fuck with me in any given scenario. And I'm just not used to that. I'm not built for that. But, I will adapt and overcome. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. I can deal with anybody who can deal with me, because that's not an easy thing necessarily. So, that's, if somebody's willing to have whatever level of just being cordial, hey, how you doing? Okay, I'm good, man. Okay, all right, see you later. Have a good day. I can deal with somebody on whatever level they can deal with me. But then, as a young person, because of how I was socialized, it's been very easy and effortless for me to sort of become some version of a dominant force in whatever group I've been in, right? Whereas I haven't had somebody around who could just fucking piece me up, that could just very quickly fucking slice and dice me, right? I'm not used to it, although I guess I should be by now, right? And then it does, the fact is, the boomers, and the reality is there's no more Gen X. I am a boomer, whether I want to be one or not. The fucking boomers are easily triggered, man. We just are. Like the younger generations, I don't really like even talking about the younger generations because I don't think they like it, but like they're not nearly, although they have their moments too, clearly, but they're not nearly as easy to trigger, I don't think, as the fucking boomers, which I guess I'm one of those also, right? So
You
I'm not
consider
trying to
yourself a
insult the
boomer
boomers.
because of that 20-year
Only
difference?
only because the younger generations, as far as the younger generations are concerned, we're boomers.
Oh yeah.
Most of them don't see a delineation. And if you think about it, other than the actual pop culture, there's only one Gen Xer, and that's Bret Easton Ellis. I don't know if you're aware of that. Do
No,
you know
what
who
does
that
that
is?
mean?
Bret Easton Ellis. He
No.
wrote the novel American Psycho. So if you read like these opinion pieces, like in magazines, like fucking Variety or whatever, whatever those opinion pieces are,
Hmm.
anytime they want to write an article about Gen X, it's always done in the framework of Bret Easton Ellis. Like he's the only Gen Xer at this point. Like Kurt Cobain's dead. May peace be upon him. Like it's but I mean, seriously, like, it's a thing, right? So, and some of this is I'm being facetious and it's tongue in cheek. I'm not serious, but I am. It's like
Hmm.
I'm, I'm not serious, but I am serious. Like as far as the kids are concerned, we're boomers, and the reality is, it's always necessarily about the youth. And something I've identified in the boomers and the Gen X is we still think we're young, Bex. We don't realize that we're not young anymore. And I hate to break
I
it to you,
know.
we're old.
I
We're
know. I'm going to
fucking
be
old now.
51 this year.
But don't you still feel like you're young on some level? Don't you?
Yeah, until
Yeah.
I rub my face and my,
There
and
you
then
go.
my forehead moves like in
Yeah.
ways it never did before.
Well, I always heard crow's feet growing up, and I never knew what that meant. And then one day I looked in the mirror and I said, "That's why they say that. It looks like a crow's foot." But I never understood until I saw it in my own eye, right? The
Yeah.
crow's feet. So, but I've said this before. I'm 18 in my brain. Like I'm a
Hmm.
very mature 18-year-old in my head, and I'll never not view life that way. But then intellectually, I've accepted, oh, it's always about the youth. Our time is over. And realistically, a lot of people, don't like to hear that, but it's the case. It doesn't mean we don't have value. It doesn't mean we don't have something to bring to the table, but our time is past in some ways. And I think the more that, folks of those generations can just accept it, I think that's, if people really are optimistic for society, which I'm certainly not, I'm full doomer. Collectively, I could not be more pessimistic, but individually, I am a huge believer in the transcendent potential of the individual or an individual, right? So my thing is, yeah, that's great, but it's really about the youth, and then they're the ones if anybody's going to figure this out, which I don't think there's any hope of, but if anybody's going to figure shit out and maybe unfuck this place to some extent, it's not going to be us, it's going to be them. Now, can they figure it the fuck out before they become us? Meaning, TBE don't have that much more time, right? And even him, it's sort of maybe too late in a way. It's like Christos is actually in his 20s, like
Mhm.
that's the youth, right? That's the youth.
Mhm.
It's not me. I'm 48. I'm fucking washed up on some level.
I would say though that Gen X as a unique hinge, we're a crux point, quite literally, right? That's a crux, a cruce right there,
Yeah.
I think that these, as much as I've learned a lot from these younger gaslit generations. Now, don't get me wrong, we've all been. I know that term is overused, but seriously, they do. I mean, these millennials were called millennials and snowflakes before they were even finished developing. It's
Yeah.
weird, right? So to have names like emo and like to sort of pander and to cater to their sensitivities and then to squash them for them, and then the next generation of this, like, you can't pay me enough to fucking care. Like, I can take a page from that book, you know?
Well,
I
but
appreciate.
and that's the proper strategy. See, uh, that's one of my criticisms of the older generations is, and the fact is, a lot of these young people are lazy, but the fact is, a lot of people my age and your age are also lazy. It's not like we're
Mhm.
all hardworking. It's just not the case at all.
Well, and we
Uh,
put too much clout on that hard work, right? Like,
yeah,
I
who
don't know. I've
cares?
worked really hard. I've bought many, many homes for many, many rich people with my wage and their
Mhm.
bills, their billable hours, like, and I chose to enter in that contract with them. So, but still, I mean, my success is other people's children in private school, not, and
Yeah.
my paying taxes. So,
Yeah, so
uh,
and sorry to cut you off, but a lot of these younger folks have realized the folly in that, and they're not going to repeat those mistakes.
yeah, yeah.
They've
So
seen
they're not.
us do that, and they're not down for it.
And so
They're
they're
not
not
here
going,
for it.
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
they're not gonna take the bait. They'll come to work, they'll show up, they'll do the minimal, they'll leave. They have a decent enough attitude, they're not, yeah, they're just yeah, especially at the jobs I work, I can understand why. I had way too much enthusiasm most of my life to help my bosses make money.
Yeah.
Right? Like, to what? To have a body at 50 that, was at the point where a 40-hour work week wasn't working for me anymore. I scaled it back to 3 days a week, and then I actually told them this summer, like, "I'm not working your busy season. You don't staff it enough. Sorry." Right? Now they haven't staffed it enough. I know I said this earlier. I'm not going back. Like, I'm not gonna go work in a place that takes advantage of its workers like that and has us an aging population and not hiring anyone willing to help. And if these kids or these young adults, they don't want to do the job, hire two of them, right? Like, so double your labor costs. That's what you got to do.
Hmm.
Um, that's what they'll have to do, right? That's not my problem, but my problem, is being supported, is trying to find a way to be supported in a workplace. That's all. But I'm lucky enough to have learned to live off little a long time ago, right? So I like
Yes.
living within my means. So, you know,
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a
yeah.
skill too, definitely. And then so I'm like I met this guy that owns this pawn shop, and he owns 4 pawn shops. So I'm happy to work part time, but realistically, for me to go out here and just work for other people to make the amount of money I need to make, that's fine. But between my health and the reality is, the time is more valuable to me than it is to give it to somebody else. So I'm happy
Mhm.
to give a portion of it, maybe, and work in a pawn shop, a few hours at a time here and there, right? And my version of a part-time job might just be I work every day, but only for 4 hours, right? Two
Mhm.
part-time jobs, I work 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. I could do that standing on my head.
Mhm.
It's as long as it's at the right time of day. That's not gonna, as long as it's not physical. And I know I'm putting a lot of conditions on this, but it's going to be a piece of cake. But as far as me to go out here and try to grind out some sort of income, it's just not going to happen. So again, now we're back to I'm going to adapt and overcome. And then can I be at peace with myself, and can I be comfortable in not in that disorientation, and in that, because it is unnerving and fearful. I am trepidation is the word. Trepidation. I'm experiencing a lot of trepidation around whatever it is I'm going into, but that's the uncertainty, right? But meanwhile, all of this is uncertain. we're not even promised tomorrow. That's how uncertain it is. Now, most of us will be here tomorrow. Praise God, by the way. But some of us won't. And I don't mean the truth community. I just mean generally. Some folks think they're going to wake up tomorrow and they're not. And I've been living that way for a very long time. And I don't mean recklessly. I've been living realizing that this might be my last day on earth. Like I've known that for a while now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I kind of rambled off there at the end, but
No, but it's, it is, I would say that as someone who's been watching your channel for a few months, and, I do wish good health for you every day. It is one of the reasons, it is one of the reasons I'd like to get to know you better too. Like, just, it's like, it's been a real lesson with you being public about how you're feeling and what you don't want and why. And it's been, as someone who's not close to enough to my family members necessarily to be included in that news of any sort, or even any concerns, which might be better. I'm at a distance. It's been a real lesson in what can you do for people when they're unwell, and it's just wish them good health,
Yep.
Try and bring some light and some, good humor, good conversation,
Mm-hmm.
And I really appreciate all this time here. I am capable of hopping on panels and being off in half an hour or an hour as well. I don't always, I am good also for long, lengthy conversations. So don't hesitate. We don't have to do this all the time, although I do really enjoy it and look forward to collaborating when we do. Maybe I'll and in terms of questions about, can I restream this somehow? Like, so that I'm not that I need to, but I just thought it'd be funny to have that. I also just share things in links from my channel. Anytime I appear somewhere, I'll have now one that says, Bex at Benton with guests, so that people can go to my channel and see where I've been in other places. And then when I talk about being there, I can just say, go there. But we'll talk about this at a later date. I just thought it might be funny to play off.
I can answer it right now. You can pretty much do whatever you want as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's just fun to do. Might be fun to watch with a crew and maybe do a ladies' night, watching ladies' night, watching the the man bush of that happened. Oh, we swapped. We didn't tell you.
Well, and that's part of what I'm afflicted with is I've played back my own content several times and reacted to my own content. Because I had, there's been some interesting moments in the history of this channel. So sometimes when something super interesting happens, I'll replay it like 4 different times and give like 4 different breakdowns of the situation,
Have you ever done the replay of the replay?
I don't know. That's a good question. I want to say yes, but I really don't know, but possibly. But yeah, that's, and when I'm looking at the clock here, I don't have your endurance anymore, Bex, with and again, I really don't want to bring it back to the health stuff, but this is an 8-hour live stream. I didn't even do all of it, but between, not really sleeping last night, and I'm done. I got nothing left to give, Bex. It's a wrap. It's a wrap on Old Benton for the day.
I'm with you. It's perfect timing.
I've accomplished everything I need to accomplish today. I'm a little behind on my meal schedule, but that's fine. I got 2 more meals to eat, and I'm just going to hang out and probably, when Paul goes live later, I'll be in his chat, at the start of his show, and rinse and repeat. I'll wake up and you'll probably be alive again. Who knows? And then there's other channels, right? I go to a lot of other channels, but I think that the more we, meaning the so-called truth community, with all our warts and all our flaws, the more, and this is Benton now with the hopium right now, I'm delivering it. I think I want to end on this just on a positive note is, and thank you for being here. And thanks to Yellow Cake Maker. It's been a wonderful broadcast as far as I'm concerned, although I did miss some of it, but the more we can sort of do our own version of sing Kumbaya and come together metaversally and collaborate creatively, because regardless of what these people understand about themselves, I'm firmly convinced we have a lot of creative types. And what I've learned about myself is that I do best when I'm engaging with my creative process, whatever that might be. It's better for me, right? So the
Mhm.
more that these different content creators figure out how to work together at an ad hoc grassroots basis, something I call get in where you fit in. And the reality is, Bex, you're showing an ability to do that. And I think we all appreciate it on some level. I'm almost going love fest. I'm going to click the button, but if you'll hang out for a
Okay.
minute, I want to sort of just wrap up with you if you don't mind
Yeah.
privately, if that's okay. But
No, it's perfect. Yeah, I'll just say goodbye. Thanks very much for having me. I look forward to more, to seeing you again in chat, in person, and wherever we meet out here in these streets.
right on, but don't hang up yet. I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream. Thanks to everybody that was here. Thanks to Yellow Cake Maker. It's always good to see TBE and Machine Lies in the chat. Oh, I forgot to cover real quick if RT's still here. RT, I hate to break it to you, but if you're from Virginia, you now live in a blue state. Your state is effectively blue. It's a wrap. So the South kind of doesn't even mean anything anyway. Please don't respond to that, Bex, or we'll do another 2 hours. So thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye.